Chapter 101 Confronting Pink Lotus. Yua had a million things on her mind that she wanted to tell Rudra. She had rehearsed the script in her mind 1,000 times as to how to tell him in the best way possible, painting her involvement as minimal as possible, yet seeing his cold demeanor. All her plans went down the drain as she frantically began to explain. The Azure Lotus Guild had voted against suppressing the True Elites Guild. I never wanted to wage a war of attrition against your guild. I am in an alliance ruled by majority, and the majority vote was 5:2 in favor of suppressing the elites. I was bound to follow them with or without my consent. I had repeatedly made it clear that it was stupid to suppress such a small guild without reason. Yua was desperately trying to explain when Rudra snapped. Oh, no reason to suppress such a small guild? You looking down on us now? He said coldly. No, not at all. If anything, it's shameful for 7 first-rate guilds to ally and declare hostility towards a single guild. Yua clarified, but only made things worse. Why so? Are we not in your league, ma'am? Did we not just repel a 10,000-man camp? Just what more do we need to do to earn some respect in this town? Rudra said, anger evident in his tone. Yua got annoyed too. Seriously, Rudra? Ma'am? So we pretending we don't know each other now? Also, it is not 1950s anymore. Nobody uses ma'am? I wish it were, you know. To think I actually considered you to be a good friend in this cutthroat world. Seems like I was a fool, Rudra said. Now this line just cut deep into Yua. She was exasperated, she said, almost screaming. Why don't you get it? The Alliance all have shares of each other's corporations. Should I not go with the majority, they can seriously hurt the Nakatomi Corporation. Rudra received a private message from Orochimaru at this point. It said, Guild Leader, I have insider information. The lady is here to invite you into 7 Guild Alliance. Beware of her sweet talks. Rudra did not know that this message was a plan from the Ambani Foundation to plant discord between the guilds and try prevent the true elites from joining the alliance, as that would seriously hinder Mr. Ambani's plans. Rudra calmed down a little after listening to that. Then he asked lightly, Okay, I believe you. But then tell me, why did you not even message me? Why are you here? Only today. Only after the show of strength for my guild. You are here to negotiate terms, aren't you? Yua had no retort. She indeed had not contacted Rudra over the weeks that his guild faced suppression. Even though in her heart she was bleeding, she had no way to prove her innocence here. She was here only when the Alliance wanted to invite the elites to make them one of their own. That, I really wanted to, but my dad won't let me. Well, fine. It doesn't matter anyway. I was a fool to think you would believe me, Yua said, depressed. Rudra's heart clenched. Something about seeing Yua so down and sad made his heart twist in pain. Then he sighed. Fine, I believe you, Rudra said, slapping his cheeks. Yua looked up teary-eyed. Just like that? Yeah, just like that, Rudra affirmed. So we are still friends, right? Yua asked meekly. I think so, Rudra replied. Yua beamed. She smiled a very bright smile. Rudra felt a burden lifted off his shoulders seeing that smile. Boy, was he smitten with this girl's charms. Yua continued. Well, I think it will all get better from now on. I'm here to invite you into our alliance. Together we can be an unstoppable force in Hazel Grove. Rudra instantly frowned. He wanted to downright reject. However, for the sake of courtesy, he said, What are the terms? Yua explained. 21% share transfer. Each member will hold 3% of your shares. Conversely, you will hold 3% of each of them. The majority decision is final. And all guilds must comply. All guilds must open their resource logs and agree on trade of materials. Also, there is a technology treaty to comply in research of new technologies that can revolutionize the market. Finally, there is a rule to provide 3,000 men to the Alliance for control over territory purposes. But looking at your guild's special condition, it was waived and replaced with surrendering your bomb depot. The ends bulged on Rudra's forehead. How is this beneficial to me? Yua felt exasperated at this point. You get shares worth 21% from 7 first-rate guilds. You get a cut from the taxes levied on the masses. When the Alliance grows, you grow with them. We are absolutely invincible that way. Not even all the 32nd-rate guilds combined can hold a candle to our alliance. We can become absolute overlords of Hazel Grove. How is it not a benefit? Rudra felt mentally exhausted now. He just said, The shares of the elites are worth a lot more. And there is no way in hell I would exchange them. Also, I cannot work on the whims of non-essential guild leaders. I work on my principles and not on majority vote. As for money, my trade firm earns enough dough for my guild to live in luxury. I'm sorry, but I would like to decline your invitation. Yua stood there blank for a minute. Rudra actually rejected the alliance invite? Not out of personal grudges but logic. She could just not wrap her head around it at all. You are making a big mistake, you know. Think again, Leader Shikuni. Yua said. I have. Sorry, I can't join. Ridra remained firm. This means we will be at odds, you know. Yua said. If you don't let it affect our friendship. I won't. Ridra said. Don't expect me to trade insider news just cause we are friends, though. Yua snorted. Ridra smiled but said nothing. Well, if you have made your mind. It's your funeral. I'll recruit you once the alliance obliterates your guild, she said as she stood up to leave. Just before leaving, however, she turned and said, Take care. Ridra sat there and smiled. Yep, no matter how much smitten he was with Yua, he knew that until there is friction due to the fight, they both as guild leaders could never truly be friends. Ridra knew he would distance himself from her from now. And Yua knew she would too. Even though they resolved their fight, they both knew the impending consequences of today's choices. Maybe they were just not meant to be. However, the thing Ridra was now interested in was how did Orochimaru get that piece of information? Coupled with his identity as Ridra remembered in his past life, the entire incident felt extremely suspicious to Ridra. It was worth pondering upon. He called for Orochimaru, as he decided to take the rookie out in the wild for a little leveling. / 14 chapters this week, everyone. 2 chapters a day. I have seen a decline in power stones being given to me, and I understand the reason behind it. The Power Stone bonuses. Last week was the first time the target was not met, and we actually slipped in the rankings rather than gaining on. I feel like it is a mistake on my part, and to compensate I will bust myself this week to provide a stable 14 chapter week, setting no targets for voting. If you guys feel like you enjoy my work, please vote. If not, up to you all. Shout out to Riley Lewis and Raging Silver for the golden tickets. Appreciate that, guys. / Chapter 102, Shocking the World Again. After the true elites destroyed the camp around the Endless Ocean dungeon, many adventurer parties and small guilds had rushed in to try clear the dungeon. However, soon faced with reality, they understood the difficulties of clearing the Endless Ocean. The easy mode required the party to survive for 20 hours, the normal mode 25, and the nightmare mode to survive for 30 hours. Even the easy mode clear had not been claimed yet, as the big first-rate guilds had kept their pride and kept attempting the normal mode. Well, they had started with the nightmare mode, but soon giving up, they left for the normal mode. After repeated failures there, the Demolition Boys decided to put their pride aside and first claim the first clear of the easy mode. Even the easy mode was not so easy to clear, as multiple parties failed their first and second attempts. But the Demolition Boys weathered in the storms of normal mode, found the easy mode easier to breathe in, as through much difficulties they cleared the easy mode. A system announcement resounded in Hazelgrove Kingdom. Hazelgrove Kingdom announcement. Congratulations to the Guild Demolition Boys for getting the first clear of the dungeon, the Endless Ocean, and the easy mode. Party members, a love smashing. Destruction forever, breaks senselessly. The forums got very buzzed after the new announcement as various parties discussed the new development. The Demolition Boys claimed the first clear after all. As expected of a first-rate guild, they are above the average masses. Well, it was the easy mode. Nonetheless, having experienced the cruelty of the dungeon, I respect the achievement nonetheless. Well, that's to be expected. They had been attempting the dungeon for 3 days now. So what? So are the other 6 first-rate guilds. They could not clear it nonetheless. The Demolition Boys did. Over all this heated discussions, someone brought the true elites into the discussion. The Demolition Boys are the true superior guild in town. The true elites also attempted the Endless Ocean after breaking the siege, but 29 hours had passed yet there was no notification about clearing the dungeon. Hence most assumed they failed. There were people that wanted to argue that the elites may be attempting the nightmare mode. However, these thoughts were quickly dispelled, as the difficulty of the dungeon was not to be taken lightly. Coupled with Orochimaru's intel of Ridra, and the crew returning to the guild, the Demolition Boys decided to call out the guild on the forums. They released a very bold statement on the forums mocking the elites. The world is full of narcissistic people and delusional guilds. Some call themselves elites, but only use petty tricks to be above the masses. Bring guns to knife fights and hide behind NPCs to act like lions. When it comes to skills, those guilds are but just talk. Thank God for the Demolition Boys to wreck those guilds' dreams before they even start. Hashtag keeping it real. The post got widespread coverage. As it blew up, many called the Demolition Boys arrogant. However, many supported them too. The factional support lines were basically based on individual beliefs. The people supporting the Demolition Boys were basically third and second-rate guilds, who could not hold a candle to the true elites. and were extremely jealous. The ones supporting the elites were the solo players and the small guilds and adventure parties. However, their voices were currently heavily suppressed as the opposition had a lot of momentum. Many posts mocking Shikuni were seen on the forums. However, the entire game changed following a single notification about an hour later. Hazelgrove Kingdom announcement. Congratulations to the True Elites Guild for clearing the nightmare mode of the dungeon The Endless Ocean. Party members include Shikuni, Karna, Monkey King Inma, Poison Toad Gamabunta. The forums. F********. Are you kidding me? What just happened? Did everyone see that announcement? Or am I hallucinating? Ha 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 ha. Told you the elites are the best. Where did the demolition idiots go now? Too strong. The true elites are just too strong. The other party had tried hard for days at end to just clear the easy mode. Yet within an hour the elites conquered the nightmare mode. There is no comparison. The difference is of heaven and earth. I bet the Demolition Boys leader is eating his words now. Following the announcement, the suppressed guild members of the smaller parties bursted in support of the elites on the forums, whereas the bigger guilds had to chew on their words. The worst came for Demolition Boys, as their post became the biggest joke of the century. Once it was out there, it could never be erased. Them calling out the elites had made them the butt of everyone's jokes. The guild leader was livid. He wanted to hide in embarrassment over the issue. His party struggled so hard just to clear the easy mode, yet the elites cleared the nightmare mode on their first try? No, they must have cheated. He refused to believe that his guild was so inferior. But no matter how much he wanted it to be false, facts remain facts, and the fact was that the elites had cleared the nightmare mode. It was made worse by the elites' official reply on the forums. Dragons don't even turn their heads to look at the dogs barking. They are simply not worth the time. Hashtag actions speak louder than words. The statement said. Too funny. Ha ha ha. You'll die laughing. I bet the Demolition Boys are eating as and cursing themselves right now. What first-rate guild? More like first-rate trash. LOL. The elite statement will keep the Demolition Boys awake at nights. They had the balls to call the Demolition Boys dogs. Okay. Since they wanted to fight so bad, they shall have it. // chapter 2 of 2 for today. Thank you for all the support. Hope you enjoy. Rate the face slapping in the chapter out of 5. Also comment what you would have written on the forums if you were a solo player. I'll include the best one in the next coming chapter. // Chapter 103 Heroic Return. Well, that was that. The forums had exploded completely. The elites had completely crushed the opposition with tangible results. Well, Orochimaru was in deep with the Ambani Corporation. For his wrong information, he had a lot of heat on himself with the superiors. Especially when this was the first ever important information that he relayed back as a spy turned out to be so wrong. Orochimaru was left scratching his head as to how did the elites clear the dungeon when he saw Rudra and the rest back here at the guild. However, the excitement in the guild gave him his answers. Following the announcement, the guild members lined up to welcome back a victorious vice guild master. Everyone was in high spirits as praises rained down on Karna as he walked through the guild premises. The players were clapping. The wolves were howling. It was a jolly atmosphere. And at the end towards the guild hall was Rudra with a cheeky smile, clapping towards the returning hero. Well, nobody had more emotions right now than Karna. Today, right here in this moment, he finally truly became the vice guild master of the guild. Although the true elites were a guild banded with incredibly talented players, everyone here knew that this supercar's engine was the guild leader Shikuni. And although everyone played a role in the current success that the guild has, he as the vice guild master had done nothing to make him stand out as a greater contributor to the guild. Whether it was leadership, or recruiting or getting the members out of a jam, everything was handled by Rudra. And he had become an afterthought in the guild, although Rudra showed immense confidence in him. And his skills were at par with the standard bearer. The truth was he was a special recruitment, and had not gone through the normal procedure. Also, his status as vice guild master was given to repay a favor that Rudra owed him, not something he earned. Now finally he could hold his head high, as he showed his real worth to the guild. Well, not just the dungeon clear. The loot he brought back was the real winner. Everyone was exited for that fact, as the guild members swarmed him, asking for details on the expedition. Amongst the swarm was also Orochimaru, keen to understand where he went wrong. Karna smiled at all the enthusiasm, but he said, "Yes, guys, I found the treasure. And yes, we earned a lot. However, before I disclose the contents, I'd need to talk to Guild Master as to what or what not to censor. The things we got are worthy as being kept as guild secrets." Oh! An OHHHH reigned in the crowd as everyone teased Karna for being such a party popper. Karna did not mind. He was a responsible guy. He would not get carried away despite the situation. However, he wanted to show off just a bit, hence he said, Okay, before you guys die with suspense, I'll tell you how much gold we earned this time around. He paused before saying, 2, 15, 14, 600 gold coins and 10,000 platinum coins. Silence. Utter silence. Followed by a deafening cheer. Whoa! We are rich. All hail Vice Guild Master. Pour the gold. Pour the gold. Pour the gold. The chance to pour the gold into a sea of coins started. Karna looked at Ridra, who nodded. And all the gold coins were taken out of Karna's inventory into the guild premises, making a huge mountain of money. Cheers were heard again, as some members clicked photos of themselves swimming in pools of gold. Even Orochimaru silently clicked pictures to report back to HQ, as this was big news. While Karna and Ridra headed inside to talk about what transpired, Karna briefly explained how he survived in the tree and the treasure room. For some reason, he did not reveal information about the devil fruit, as it was his own gaming secret. Ridra of course knew something was amiss. However, he did not pry. The man's honesty was unquestionable. If Karna did not want to say something, it was best to not pry. At last Karna revealed the entire contents of the loot, which included plus 2, 15, 14, 600 gold coins, plus 10,000 platinum coins, plus 640 max HP potions, plus 640 max mana potions, plus 640 max stamina potions, plus 640 poison mist potions, plus 1 blueprint cannon, plus 1 blueprint pirate armor set, plus 1 straw hat accessory, plus 1 Zoro's mouth sword, plus 1 grand pirate ship, currently in a bottle, plus 1 skill book mouth wielding, plus 1 skill book critical block, plus 1 skill book sea of fire, plus 1 retractable shield, plus 1 small egg. At the end, Karna said, Also, for the first clear of the dungeon, I got a special reward of some treasure map piece. Take a look. Ridra instantly grabbed the map piece. It was the last piece he needed for the treasure location. Treasure map, semi-legendary, 3/3. The X is where a great treasure is buried. He finally had it. God bless Karna. Not only that, Ridra's eyes widened at the loot collection. He only knew about the retractable shield. Much of this loot was not made known to the public. Ridra cursed his past life knowledge. Not everything he knew was reliable. Either that or the loot depended on luck. And Karna was damn lucky. Ridra was tempted to hog the shield and the critical block skill for himself. However, he showed restraint and said, Let's add everything except the small egg that you have bound and the pirate ship. That can become a trump card in future into the guild warehouse. Let anyone trade for it with GCP. Karna shook his head in denial. Coincidentally, he took out the retractable shield and the critical block skill and said, These are for you, the rest goes in. I don't want to hear arguments, leader. Consider those a gift from me for everything you have done for me. If that doesn't convince you, take it as a reward I wish for a job well done. Ridra was touched. He wanted to hug Karna, but that would ruin his image, so he just banged a fist into Karna's shoulder saying, Thanks, bro. Today he felt like recruiting Karna was the best decision he made. The man was growing more and more into the role he hoped for. // There are two possible plot lines from here, guys. Either we move towards the second system open auction after some chapters, or we move towards the treasure map arc. Comment below which one you want to see first. Irrespective of the choice, the second arc will follow. It's just a matter of which one you guys want to see first. // Chapter 104, Gauging Orochimaru. Ridra took a party of 7 members. Himself, Orochimaru, Karna, Medivh, Rhino, Monkey King Inma, and Neatwit with him for leveling in the level 40-50 wild map, the village of trolls. Ever since the party set out on the Grey Mounts, they were a talking point of everyone in the city. And throughout the journey, everyone turned to look at the party passing, until they finally reached the leveling map. The first few trolls were easy to kill. As everyone warmed up a little, the party composition was sort of balanced with 1 knight, 1 swordsman, 1 mage, 1 tank, and 2 assaulters. Ridra was not sure about Orochimaru's class. However, he knew the guy was a swall-type class as well. Probably a barbarian. Orochimaru was smart. He kept trying to suck up to Ridra and the party throughout the journey, innocently asking about guild secrets like, Whoa, big brother Karna, what a cool sword. Where'd you get it? And what's that on your wrist, guild leader? A new accessory? To everyone else who were unsuspecting of him, It all seemed like normal behavior. But to Rudra, all this just added to his suspicion of the guy. The player was just too good. Skill-wise, definitely worthy of being an elite. He could easily take down normal level 40 trolls one-on-one. No problems. Everyone slowly started to acknowledge the guy, his strength, and as to why Rudra recruited him. He was worthy of being here. After about 2 hours of grinding and killing around 75 trolls, about 10-11 each, the party members finally leveled up. Player name, Shakuni/Augustus One Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Emissary of Church. World-renowned. Hero of Augustus One Knight. Class, Knight. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LDL, 43. Tier, 1. Stats. AGI, 216 plus 108 Vit, 216 plus 108. Int, 216 plus 108 STA, 216 plus 108. PHY, 216 plus 108 HP, 19,000/19,000. Unassigned stat points, 10. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, 0. Status, healthy. Equipment, reinforced armor set, LD 30. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask. Retractable Shield, Epic. Weapons, Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Class-specific skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Mysterious Egg, incubating, 28/200. The loot so far included. Plus 40 troll skins. Plus 5 gold coins. Plus 50 troll teeth. Plus 6 common troll clubs. Plus 8 rare troll clubs. Plus 1 gold sword. Plus 1 leather armor. The crew were not seriously injured or fatigued. Still, Rudra decided to call for a short break. As the party camped in the wild, chatting merrily, Orochimaru was busy again, innocently asking prying questions in this time. And Rudra was again busy observing him, slowly getting more and more evidence to his line of thought. After the break, the party again continued with the grinding. On Nitwit's constant complaint of wasting time. For God's sake, man. The guy was already level 47 now. About 2 hours into the grind, the party faced a big problem. They met with a roaming world boss, the troll chieftain, who instantly used a skill to summon 2 other mutated trolls. Although this was a great opportunity to most players, to a party of just 7 this was an extremely precarious position. Petrified Troll Elite. Level 40. HP 50. 000/50. 000. Petrified Troll Chieftain. Level 52. HP 8. 200. 00/8. 200. 00. Everyone on the team felt an immense pressure from the petrified trolls. If the trolls were merely level 40 lords, they could hold the monsters back. However, a level 52 lord was many times more powerful than a level 40. On their team, only the MT could withstand an assault from one of these monsters. No one else could endure their attacks, much less pin them down. These level 52 petrified lords possess combat prowess of at least 3 normal trolls of the same level. These petrified trolls' attributes also dwarf theirs. The same held true for speed. In addition, elite ranked monsters were generally resistant to kiting techniques. If they could neither outrun nor control these monsters, just how were they supposed to fight against the petrified trolls? Rudra's expression was just as serious as the rest of his team. What rotten luck. It's even capable of summoning petrified trolls. The troll chieftain surprised Rudra. Unlike ordinary trolls, petrified trolls had petrification runes carved all over their bodies, which made their skin harder than even steel. They were also monstrously strong. They were famous for being difficult enemies. In the past, players that encountered these petrified trolls generally turned and fled. The 3 petrified trolls didn't give True Elite's team much time to react. Without hesitation, they pounced on Rhino, who currently held back the troll chieftain. Why are they always targeting me? Glancing at the approaching petrified trolls, Rhino activated his Tier 1 class special skill called the Last Stand, reducing all incoming damage by 50%. Weakening any impact he received, and increasing his maximum HP by 40%. Instantly, his maximum HP rose to 29,530. Pung! 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 3 silver spears struck Rhino's shield, one after another. 6. 717. 6. 809. 6. 784. Following which, the troll chieftain brandished its massive red great sword and slashed at Rhino. Tier 1 skill. Storm Rage. Quickly adjusting his footwork, Rhino lifted his shield just in time to block the attack coming from his side. Meanwhile, the distant Medivh quickly cast a fireball on the another troll. Boom! When the troll chieftain's greatsword crashed into the Rhino's shield, dazzling sparks flew as a loud boom resounded through the dead forest. Everyone felt the shockwave from the impact. As for Rhino, numerous deep cuts ripped apart the ground around him. / Second chapter for today. Hope you all enjoy. Please vote with power stones and tickets if you enjoy my content. It really gives me motivation to do this every day. Also from this day forward, for every gift worth coins 500 and over, there will be a special shoutout at the end of the chapter. It was a long time due. Special shoutout to Miguel WN for the 2000 coin dragon. Really appreciate the gesture. On the first day, I went premium that too. / Chapter 105, a fight to show the gap. Rudra knew as soon as he saw the monsters that the party needed to go at least 70% capacity to handle this calamity. He ordered the team to get ready. Rhino was under immense pressure blocking the chief. Being at less than 40% HP currently, his situation did not look good. Especially when the other two troll elites also joined in to attack him. Rudra knew that something big was needed currently. And the only spell strong enough that could damage the enemies was the tier 2 spell Sea of Fire. That Medivh had learned. However, the spell had a tier 2 restriction on casting. And Medivh was currently only tier 1. However, Rudra had acquired a trump card for Medivh. A potion that temporarily raised a wizard spell casting skill by 1 tier. He could only acquire 3 bottles with great difficulty. He never thought he'd need to use one so soon. There was a party of adventurers who slowly approached the scene, and were shocked to see a party of just 7 take on 3 mutated trolls. Not even 70 of them felt confident on taking them. Rudra ordered Medivh to cast the spell the Sea of Fire. Medivh instantly sprang into action, downing the potion and starting the chant. After 20 seconds, he raised his hands, as flames started to burst around him in violent circles. The 3-meter-tall petrified trolls transformed into 2 massive fireballs. As the attack sent them flying, they crashed through numerous trees before they finally fell to the ground. Everyone involuntarily shivered when they saw the 2 monsters' bodies. Meanwhile, the 2 lords' HP bar shrank by a small chunk. 13,485. 13,504. Massive damages appeared on the trolls, as a third of their HP was chipped. The 2 horrific damages stupefied everyone on the team. If not for Orochimaru and Karna still struggling with the other petrified troll, they would have doubted that the 2 monsters on the ground were actually petrified trolls. What destructive power! Medivh's spell was beyond what normal people could comprehend. Orochimaru's eyes widened in shock. The elites had hidden their strength too deep. There was no telling who was a crouching tiger or a hiding dragon in this guild. He made a mental note to observe this Medivh guy. Even Karna showed his brilliance as he single-handedly dodged and damaged one of the elite trolls. Following Medivh's attack, a continuous damage of 2,500. 2,500 appeared. But what was more shocking was, he had his eyes ing closed. WTF was going on here? The guy was simply dodging and toying his enemy with his eyes closed. Orochimaru felt like he was having a mental breakdown. He looked towards Rudra, who was fighting the chieftain, and his despair turned deeper. The guy had some mysterious shield on his arms, and the shield randomly formed at will to block all attacks from the orc chief. Rudra got no to a pitifully low of 5 damage while fighting, while dealing a massive blow of 4,000, 4,000, 4,900. Continually, Orochimaru felt like the only normal guy here, as he and Poison Toad Gamakichi fought together to push the last troll back. However, out of nowhere Nitwit stepped into the fray, and unleashed the weirdest looking move Orochimaru had seen in the entire game. Black flames burst from Nitwit's sword as a single cut that looked more like a samurai slashing a target dummy sliced the opponent in half clean. 20,000 critical hit. The elite troll was dead by a single hit of Nitwit. What was that sword he used? What was the move? Orochimaru was completely clueless. He stared at Nitwit dumbfounded. 5 minutes later, Rudra and Karna had defeated their opponents, and the fight was over. A system notification followed. Your party has slayed a roaming world boss troll chieftain. Would you like to issue a system announcement? The system asked Rudra, the leader of the party. However, Rudra declined the offer. This was but a casual stroll. No need to blow matters up. plus 50. 0000 EXP. Plus 50 gold coins. Plus 30 elite troll skin sheets. Plus 2 gold troll armor, LV40. Plus 1 dark gold troll armor, LV50. It was not a big loot dump. Hence Rudra did not care much about it. However, this loot would make most normal parties go crazy with joy. The elites were however absolutely immune. After seeing Karna's gold stack, they found 50 gold to be chump change. The audience was dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? Who was that bunch of players in black robes? Until someone recording zoomed on their insignia. It was the true elites. This was life-changing for those who saw this battle, as they uploaded it on the forums using the tag the elites having some fun in the wild. The adventurers did not know that this simple video would alter the history of the game forever. From Rhino's tanking of 3 enemy trolls alone at the start, to Medivh casting a devastating fire spell far beyond the capabilities of any other mage in the game currently, to Karna fighting an elite troll with his eyes closed, to Ridra overwhelming the chieftain alone. The chieftain was a damn LV52 monster. Yet in front of Ridra's shield his damage output was as pitiful as 5. 5? Just how strong was the shield? Even the tank, who relied on a shield as his bread and butter, took so much damage. To them it simply did not make sense. However, the truth was, the pitifully low damage was due to a lot of factors being accounted together. 1 was Rudra's epic shield. It was much better than Rhino's gold one. 2 was Rudra's stats. His golden ratio passive made his defense higher than most tanks. And 3 was his defense technique. He, having 20 years of gaming experience, knew how to take strong blows. Rudra bent his knees slightly, while letting each muscle in his body equally disperse the entire blow, making as small angle with the incoming blow as possible. Many did not know this, but damage was also dependent on angle of blow. As the angle became smaller, the damage became more deflected. Hence his superior technique allowed him this. To finally the freakiest of them all, the one who occupied the top spot in the leveling rankings, Nitwit. He was a complete mystery. Orochimaru had never heard anything special about Nitwit. However, seeing him here today, he needed to think again. Just amongst the 7 members here there were 4 such characters. Just how strong was the entire guild? Just how many experts were in there hiding their strength? Orochimaru shuddered at the thought. The true elites could not be provoked easily. He was reminded of that fact again today. / After all of your responses, I have decided to go for the auction arc next. Buckle up. The next part is gonna be fun with a lot of face slapping. Also special shout out to my man Leo Crispy Eye for the 500 coin gift. Many thanks brother / Chapter 106 Bonus. What's next? The video of the elite group slaughtering the troll party had become the most viral video of the season. It had more than 300 million views in just 4 days, with extensive coverage by news channels and media. There were panels of experts sitting and dissecting the video, analyzing the fight, giving a reason for the bizarre abilities shown by the elites. But the thing was, the experts sitting in the panel were a bunch of absolute morons who were completely clueless. It wasn't like they were from Cuber Corporation. They were just a bunch of old uncles who played Omega pretending to be analyzing the game mechanics. Expert 1 said, like you see in this video, the player here doesn't actually have his eyes closed. It was open at first, but then the camera angle is such and the player squints his eyes so much that he appears to have the eyes closed. Ha 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 ha. He mostly is from Country C with those small eyes. Noon can fight monsters with closed eyes, guys. That's just ridiculous. Expert 2 said. The player using the fire spell. It definitely is the spell called Fire Wheel. It is a tier 1 spell that has recently been purchased off the market for 7,000 gold coins. So apparently an elite bought it. Expert 3. I think this entire video is a fan art. A scam. A conspiracy. Look at the ridiculousness. I refuse to believe it. I am a level 40 player myself. Am I a fake gamer then? It's a sham. A lot of heated discussions ensued on the forums also. But the elites were now undoubtedly painted in an unfathomable aura. Everyone stopped using common sense to evaluate the group now. They were a bunch of anomalies banded together. 7 Guilds Alliance meeting. Azure Lotus Guild headquarters. They actually rejected us? Asked the Musicians Inc. Guild leader. How cocky! Real Manchester leader said. You have not done your mission properly, Pink Lotus. Demolition Boys leader said. What can I do to persuade someone not willing to be persuaded? And that's Guild leader Pink Lotus for you. You glared at Demolition Boys leader. That's enough fighting, guys. What should we do now? Business is real bad after the elites wiped our members off the dungeon. The compensations and overall morale has made us feel a big pinch. Sea of Poison Guild leader said. What can we do? The NPC army is not to be trifled with. And we do not know how many more cards the elites have. That guild is just unreasonable. Did you see that video? What ridiculous strength, original Manchester leader said. We can't just have our authority challenged like this. It's bad for business. The elites still have a 35-day cooldown on their war counter. I suggest we lay low for those 35 days building strength, and then crush them in a one-and-done war. 35 days will really put a burden on our finances. We need to keep pressuring the smaller guilds except the elites. Demolition Boys leader argued. We can't. There's no telling when elites band up to kill our party. I'm not underestimating us. But a party of 500 can easily be wiped by those 50 madmen. If we have more than 1,000 troops stationed at a single place, but we become a target of the NPC army. For a party less than 50 members, the adventurers now refuse to give up without a fight. And the casualties have mounted a lot since the fighting broke out. Musicians Inc. leader argued. Damn those elites! How dare they put us in such a pinch? Sia Poison leader was thoroughly underwhelmed by the situation. When the 7 members were fiercely debating the next course of action, a system announcement got their attention. System announcement. The second system auction will take place in 72 hours. Real-world time. It will be a kingdom-style auction with 40 common artifacts and 10 super artifacts to bid at. Everyone in the alliance became silent for a while, before wildly discussing about how to raise money for the auction. Everyone understood after the first system auction how important was the auction items. Just the armor set that the elites bought made them untouchable in the market, gaining massive profits in the market. Now Noon wanted to lose the opportunity to land an important item. The True Elite's lifestyle store. Rudra and Fatty Kalash were sitting in one of the 3 elite lifestyle store in the city. Today was the launch of a new product line. The Advanced Mana Potion. It was priced at 100 gold coins per bottle, while it costed about 1.5 gold to make. With the overhead of the shop and all, it came to be 3 gold. The profit they were making were ridiculous. Kalash was nervous about the pricing, but Rudra was very confident. Of course he was. He knew that it went for 120 gold in his past life. 100 gold was already him chopping the price by 25%. Also, the level 40 pirate set was added to the display and labeled as coming soon, to create a buzz. When they were talking, the new system announcement hit. What a good time. Rudra smiled. He had expected the auction sometime around now, but this just made the timing extremely sweet. Karna had brought back a crazy amount of dough, and the lifestyle would make a lot in the 3 days leading up to the auction. Rudra felt very confident. He thanked his stars that he got hands on the Advanced Mana Potion. As from now till the auction, it was time to grind insane amounts of money. Rudra gave the shop staff and Fatty Kalash the green signal to go ahead, as a new post promoting the latest product was added to the forums. // This chapter is an answer to all your summoning calls. Consider it a bonus. We are taking the auction route for now, guys, as it was the majority opinion. But the treasure arc would follow. Do not worry. Hope you all enjoy. // Chapter 107 Minting Money. The advert of the elite lifestyle store selling the Advanced Mana Potion had 1.3 million likes in 1 hour. Hey! This must be a false promotion, right? Even basic mana potions are in tight supply. Just how can they have advanced mana potions for sale? Holy Mother Nature. I'm going to get one. 100 gold is too steep a price. We want discount. Has anyone actually been to the store to verify this rumor? Yes, I have been to the store. Even bought 2 bottles. Have used one as a trial. It works. Instantly regenerated all lost mana. OMG. Just where did they obtain everything from? Meanwhile, at the True Elite's guild headquarters, Orochimaru was tasked with gaining intel on the quantity of stock of potions that the elites possessed, whether or not they could generate a sizable income. Orochimaru began innocently asking members. However, Rudra had long seen through his scheme. Rudra thought to himself, too bad for you, Snake. You met the ultimate schemer Shikuni himself. Rudra laughed inwardly at how he was going to play the child. Then he approached Orochimaru and said, don't you want to buy some advanced mana potions? Guild members get a 90% discount. Orochimaru was stunned for a second. Then realizing the great opportunity he had, he said, no, sir. How can I reduce guild profits by taking a potion from the limited stocks we have and make it suffer losses? He intentionally used the word limited stocks to probe Rudra's answers. If Rudra said he need not worry about stocks, then they had a sizable stockpile. If he did not admit the stock they had was very limited. Rudra laughed. Well, it's a marketing stunt anyway. You don't need to worry about the stocks. I agree we could only produce a pitifully low amount of potions, just 1,000 or so. That too at 96 coins a bottle. This time it's just a promotional event to try bring customers to the store, while silently increasing other commodities prices and gain an income. You go grab one now. It doesn't really matter much to the guild. I'd be more happy if it's in our members' hands, Rudra said. Orochimaru's eyes shined. He had stumbled upon important intel here. He thanked Rudra and quickly bolted to contact his superior in the Ambani Corporation. Rudra laughed. He wanted to see what organization was actually behind Orochimaru. And today from his reaction he knew that the fish had been hooked. Line and sinker. In his report, Orochimaru narrated his understanding of the incidents, and that the shop should not have more than 5,100 stocks left. The seniors in Ambani Corporation immediately formulated a plan, and sent the Demolition Boys Vice Guild Master to buy all remaining stock under the Alliance's name. They analyzed that buying all stock should increase the reputation of the Alliance, whereas remove the buzz around the elite stores. The Vice Guild Master started streaming his feed live, with the title Buying Advanced Mana Potion. Full stock, ... As he approached the elite store that was currently under Fatty Kolsch. Rudra had long since told Factory to fleece an incoming ship. So when an arrogant Vice Guild Master came in there, Fatty naturally licked his lips to see the juicy target. The stream currently had 25k watchers. It was rapidly gaining viewers. F**********. Will he actually buy all stock? This is insane, isn't it? It costs 100 gold a bottle, not 100 bronze. They can't buy the entire stock, can they? Speculation about the outcome was currently being made, when the Vice Guild Master said, I want all bottles of the Advanced Mana Potion in your store. The stream chat went insane. Seeing the bold announcement he made, Fatty smiled politely. He knew exactly how to handle such brats. Fatty said, sorry sir. We only sell 2 bottles per customer. Buh! The chat all booed the hell out of Fatty Kalash. But the response only reinforced Inieto Smash's thoughts about the stock. They must have very limited stock, hence are not selling. I will pay 150 coins a bottle. Just sell me all stock, he said. Oh. The crowd was not anticipating the shopkeeper's reply. It was amazing. The stream now had over 100k viewers. Fatty played it cool. He said, sir, it's not about the money. We sell with principles. How can I make an exception for you? After a long pause he added, not that you could have afforded it anyway. In a low voice that was meant to be heard. Inieto Smash's eyelids twitched at the sarcasm. What did the guy just say? Okay. You said it. You think him a beggar who is all talk and can't afford to pay up? Inieto Smash said. Obviously not. Respected sir. It's just that you are not even the guild leader of your own guild, let alone the Alliance. Let's just say, you don't have enough authority for the sale. Kalash said polite words that were extremely scathing calmly. Inieto Smash lost it now. People on the stream started to comment. Burn bro. As they thoroughly enjoyed the diss. Inieto Smash contacted some superiors and presented a signed document to Kalash. Signed by 5 Alliance guild leaders saying that he represented the Alliance on this matter. In a legally binding Omega document that could not be forged or faked. Looking at the document, Kalash said, okay sir. I apologize for my rudeness. However, I still cannot sell you the potions. Inieto Smash was on the edge now. Oh okay. So you throw mud at others? However, when backed against the wall, you just laugh and say it was a joke, and walk out like nothing happened? No, that's not how it works. I know the truth. You probably don't even have 50 potions left to sell, right? I've seen through your petty marketing ploys long ago. Kalash made shocked expressions as he pretended that words could not escape his mouth. It seemed like he was caught. Inieto Smash smiled. He thought he had him. Even the stream boiled with insults, as Inieto Smash kept demanding more sales. Finally Kalash pretended to give in and call Rudra. Sometime later he came back and said, you can buy all the stock at 200 gold a potion. All the stock, not 1 bottle less. Huh? Okay, I agree. Inieto Smash agreed. He found the increase in price ridiculous attempt to gain a little money. A legally binding contract was presented that stated that the Alliance will buy the complete stock of advanced mana potions at 200 gold a potion, or assets of equal value shall be seized from the Alliance to make up for lost income. Inieto Smash found the contract only a ruse to scare him from signing. As in front of 250k streamers watching he signed it. Thunderous applause started in the live chat, as everyone appreciated Inieto Smash. It was at this moment that Fatty Kalash showed his sinister smile and said, congratulations sir. The final amount comes to 2.4716 million gold. / I mean damn. Crazy chapter, guys. Also, about golden tickets and power stones, guys, a book supposedly only gets featured if they have enough tickets, and I live for the stones? I am really trying hard at 2 chapters a day this week. Please show the support you guys always have. Let's get back into top 100 power stone rankings, and move up to top 40 in ticket rankings. / Chapter 108 Crisis at the Alliance. Congratulations, sir. The final amount comes to 2.471 million gold coins. Kalash smiled a sinister smile. I Need to Smash Us world just collapsed at this number. He felt like the earth was spinning under his feet. I am sorry. I think I misheard the number. Will you please repeat it for me? I Need to Smash was losing his damn mind. 2.471 million gold coins, sire. But as you are purchasing at such a large bulk, I will waive off the 0.001 fees, and make it a round number of 2.47 million. Kalash smiled amiably. You. I Need to Smash wanted to speak. However, no matter what he thought of, words did not come out of his mouth. Just what could he say? He had already signed a legally binding contract twice with the system. Upon Kalash's provocation, he talked to his guild master, who talked to other alliance members, and signed a document saying that he was responsible for the negotiations on behalf of the alliance here. Then, without inquiring about the stock that the guild had, relying on his information from superiors, and wanting to look extremely cool on the livestream, he went with the flow to sign another document saying he will purchase all stock at double the price. Who knew that the guild did not have 50? Did not have 100. Not 1. 000, not 10. 000, but 12. 358 bottles of advanced mana potion. His information was not slightly wrong. It was an estimation error of over 2,000%. It was not even in the ballpark. His guild did not have this kind of money. Hell, not even the Alliance could fork such a huge sum like that. It would seriously affect the guild's day-to-day working cycle. He, being the one responsible, will be forced to take brunt of the blame. His career as Vice Guild Master was over. All the fame, all the glory, all the power that came with being the Vice Guild Master of such a prominent first-rate guild, all would be gone here. He looked at Kalash full of hatred. He screamed, "You cheated me?" Fatty Kalash was a lot of things. He was fat, loyal to a fault to his friends, a bit of a nerd when it came to blacksmithing and business. However, what he was not was someone who could be intimidated easily. He was a sly and cutthroat businessman who had no remorse for those he stepped over. He was not rude like Rudra, or dominating. Yet, in his own polite way, he would give his enemies nightmares for life. Kalash said calmly, "I told you, dear customer, your guild is not qualified enough to purchase our whole stock of materials. Yet you insisted on buying them. That too at double the price. Even signed an agreement. Are you going to blame me now?" The chat that was silent since the figure was announced was now suddenly in a burst. Holy mother of cows. They have over 12k advanced mana potions in stock. Too strong. The Demolition Boys are done for now. Who asked them to show off so much? Ha 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 ha. This is too funny. Suits you right, you show off. R.I.P. Alliance. R.I.P. Alliance. R.I.P. Alliance. Even the Alliance members watching the stream were now hounding the Demolition Boys like mad hounds. They wanted absolutely no part in paying off the mad debt. The entire guild's capital system would collapse if they wanted to pay off the debt at a one-and-done type payment. The value of gold to USD currently was at 1 gold equals $423.60. It was a commodity under constant fluctuation. It was at a crazy high at 1 gold equals $5,000 at start of the game. However, with more gold flowing into the game through mining, the commodity value stabilized at $420 and was at an increase since the announcement of the auction. Currently at 423.6, the debt in USD that the Alliance owed the elites was 1,046, 969, 760 USD, meaning over $1 billion total. Every member, though backed by billionaires themselves, would feel the pinch of this buy. The stated time limit for payment in the contract was a pathetically low 1 hour. Hence, I Need to Smash needed to act quick. He rushed out of the store as Kalash said, "We will deliver the product to your guild warehouse. Thank you for your patronage." I Need to Smash wanted to vomit blood at the last line, but he persevered as he ran like a madman towards the guild headquarters. But in his run of madness, he forgot an extremely important point. That his stream was still on. The guild master of Demolition Boys of Love Smashing was in a never-before-experienced peril. The Alliance member shrugged off responsibility and had asked Demolition Boys to pay up themselves. He was in deep heat with the construction company behind the guild for this stupid decision. The Alliance was based on a mutual exchange of shares, and the other 6 members promised to dump the 21% shares they controlled on the open market, making the company price to go down a freefall. Should they not bear responsibility themselves? Also, a threat to kick them out of the alliance ensued. Aluzmashing contacted the Ambani Corporation. However, at this critical moment, the Ambani Corporation executives were unexpectedly out of reach. I Need to Smash barged into the office panting. As Aluzmashing lost his damn mind. He shouted at I Need to Smash. "You piece of garbage!" as he threw a vicious punch on the man. All the while, the live stream was on. The antics being watched by over 20 million people live. // guys, we just hit 1 million views. I am absolutely overwhelmed as I feel like this is a dream come true. My first novel did not even have 30k views when I started my writing journey, and it has truly been a wild ride. Thank you all who pushed me past this mark. Those who supported the novel when it was nothing. Now that we are in the million club. Naturally, I as the author promised to deliver that kind of content level. This is just one of my happiest days, you all. Thank you again from the bottom of my heart. Also again a shout out to Leo Crispy for the 500 coin gift. These things really get me going. // Chapter 109 Exposed. Aluzmashing had completely lost it. He hurled insults after insults on I Need to Smash for his incompetency. I Need to Smash took it silently, without a single retort. After a while, when Aluzmashing calmed down, he began frenziedly calling the Alliance Guild Masters again to look for a way out. Only 15 minutes in the deadline remained, and all the Alliance members had shaken off responsibility of paying the debt to Demolition Boys. The Ambani Corporation was out of reach, and their parent construction company absolutely refused to use the company's cash flow to buy gold for the guild. Aluzmashing tried to explain that it was not all bad. The potions they had were worth about $500 million. So it was only a loss of another $500 million. However, no matter how they tried to convince anyone to buy the advanced mana potions from them, to generate even a little amount of gold, Newton wanted to buy it at the current moment. Only 7 minutes remained on the timer. Aluzmashing started to calculate the guild's assets. The guild only had about $1 million gold to pay in liquid assets. The rest were fixed assets like rare equipments, potions, and recipes. But the contract stated that the elites would get the pick of what to choose. Should they default on the contract? He was having a mental breakdown. Without the guild's cash flow, maintaining day-to-day operations was impossible. They had 12,000 guild members doing missions on a payroll for the guild. How would they pay death compensations? How would they issue rewards for missions? Without the proper benefits, the members would leave the guild in a flood. Without the members, will they still be a first-rate guild? It was the snowball effect, where a single bad choice would shake the very foundations of the guild. What if tomorrow, they become a third-rate guild who the second-rate guilds start bullying? Those second-rate guilds, who would usually bow in fear, would now boss over them. This was unacceptable to Aluzmashing. He was a prideful man. He could not accept this outcome. However, the parent companies held the shares of the parent companies of all alliance guilds. It was them who were the basis of the alliance, with the parent guild showing a strong stance of cutting off the Demolition Boys and treat them as a lost project. They had no leverage left over the other guild members left to make them pay the debt. With only 2 minutes left, Aluzmashing started beating the hell out of I Need to Smash in frustration. His tyrannical actions being witnessed by millions on stream. His desperate attempts to convince the other guilds to the shallow unity of the alliance. Everything was exposed today, as the true side of the first-rate guilds was revealed. Aluzmashing became public enemy number 1, as sympathy arose for I Need to Smash. His brutal beat-up agitated the crowd, who turned from jeering the man to rooting for him. They had completely turned to his side here. Finally, at only 30 seconds left, Aluzmashing sat down beside I Need to Smash and started laughing a maniacal laughter. "We're finished. All the snakes we worked with, the Alliance, the Ambani Corporation, idiots like you. My career's over." He name-dropped Ambani Corporation here, live in front of millions. The countdown hit 0 as the system notification in red flashed on their screens for defaulting a contract. The item then freezed all assets belonging to the guild, as a list of system-evaluated prices was generated and sent to Rudra to compensate in however form he wished to compensate for the agreed sum of money. Nothing could be hidden, as all their cards were now open before their enemies. The true elites. Every recipe they ever obtained, every forging technique, every single equipment, anything could be chosen by the elites now. As the system made a list of everything they possessed, they could only watch on in despair, as their hard work was legally and in broad daylight robbed by their enemies. Rudra took a good look at all the items they possessed, and although there was nothing too special, the guild did have another page of Demon's Diary and Tier 3 one-time use spell Tome. Thunder Blast. Rudra chose the 2 items at a 100k gold. The 1 million gold currency that they had. And other miscellaneous items and armor. He genuinely bought 1 or 2 pieces from a complete set, making the rest of the enemy's equipment worthless, as no set would trigger the complete set effect now. Although acting this way was a loss in the bigger picture. However, the enemy suffered much more, so he was content. Meanwhile, real world the upside. The Grey Tower. Ethan Gray was sitting on his desk, rotating his $40,000 Parker pen between his fingers, focused on the challenge ahead. His This Life guru and current thorn by the side, Mithun Ambani. Ever since he lost his reincarnator edge, his confidence in himself became shaky. He felt everything he achieved was because of his knowledge. He had forgotten about the essence of the man Ethan Gray himself. However, he snapped out of that illusion now. If war is what Ambani wanted, he would show him the power of the Grey International. Choosing Omega as his playing field, Ethan started to plot his own masterpiece. Ethan shrugged of his sloppiness that came after 2,100 hit. He had become too reliant on Rudra and hence went too soft. For the coming auction, he made a super plan. He decided to give $1 billion fund injection to true elites and $3 billion injection to the Grey Main Guild. His plan started with using his monetary strength to open a market in Omega. And he would follow through with Plan A in a grand fashion. Just like that, $4 billion worth of gold was purchased in a single day by the Grey International. / Hope you enjoyed the chapter. This is a plea for Power Stones. Any help will be appreciated. A bonus chapter will be released if we make it back into top 100 this week, after being at 104 currently at the time of writing this chapter. / Chapter 110 Auction 1. Orochimaru got a lot of heat following his blunder from the Ambani Corporation, whereas the name drop on the live stream caused a lot of suspicions and problems for the Ambani Corporation themselves. Orochimaru's identity as spy was in a threat. However, as the spy was not mentioned in the live stream, thankfully he was still of use. But he was walking on eggshells here, as everything he would say from now on would be taken with a pinch of salt. However, Rudra understood everything he needed to understand from that one line dropped. He knew Orochimaru was in the Ambani main guild back in his past life. He knew beyond shadow of a doubt who was pulling the strings behind the scenes. And boy oh boy did he plan to manipulate the opposition into his favor. Rudra had raised an incredible amount of money for the coming auction, leaving over 2 million gold in emergency reserves fund for the guild, and 2 million more for operations, which was already a bloated number, as not even 50,000 gold were being used on a monthly basis by the guild. Not to mention the non-liquid assets like armors and swords and potions. Following Ethan's injection of 2.5 million gold into the guild, and the robbing of Demolition Boys for 1 million more, the elites had a ridiculous amount of 30 million gold prepared for the auction, with an additional option of platinum, which they held over 20,000. It was to be noted that 1 platinum equals 1,000 gold. Hence the 20,000 meant another 20 million gold coins, bringing their total wealth to a whopping 50 million gold total. Yes, the guild was filthy rich. Rich beyond reason. Of course, this was thanks to Karna and his escapade at the Endless Ocean dungeon. Without his loot of the 21 million gold and 10,000 platinum, the guild would still be more on the reasonable side. However, Rudra felt incredibly confident in contesting for items with the amount of gold he carried for this auction. The other guilds could only watch in despair this time around. The Alliance already had the news about the 21 million gold brought in by Karna over the dungeon spoils, as Orochimaru disclosed it. It was already a matter of despair for them, as 21 million gold was not a sum they could fork out easily. However, Orochimaru's information was now being scrutinized seriously, adding a margin of error. They estimated the elites with all their businesses to possess 25 million gold. They decided to have a fund against the elites of at least 30 million, to outbid them on critical items. However, unity was a big problem in the Alliance, as not every one of the 7 members could fork out equal amounts of money. The Demolition Boys were useless at this point, as everyone was debating their position within the Alliance. However, as barely as they were running, they were still scrapping by. Hence, they were allowed a seat for now. The Alliance proposed its members to fork 3 million gold for the 6 remaining members after a lot of infighting, and Demolition Boys sold more fixed assets to fork in 1 million. Through hook and crook, they barely raised 19 million gold for the auction. It was a far cry from the 30 they hoped for. However, they would restrain themselves and only bid for the more important items now. In the wild, grinding mobs. POV needs wit. 2,500. 2,500. 2,500. 5,000 critical hit. You have slayed 4 trolls. Plus 20,000 EXP. Plus 5 troll teeth. Plus 1 Troll Armor Rare. Plus 1 Troll Club Common. Level Up. Player Name, Neatwit. Title, Pioneer. Class, Warlock. Subclass, Bombmaker. LVL, 48. Tier, 1. Stats. AGI, 270 VIT, 250. Int, 190 STA, 260. PHY, 220. HP, 17. 000/17. 000. Unassigned stat points shot. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, 0. Status, healthy. Equipment, Pirate Armor Set, LV40. Doom Bracelet. Shoulder Pads, Epic. Weapons, Unnamed, Semi-Legendary. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Assassin's Daggers. Kunai Knife. Skills, Slash. Jab. Wind Slash. Dark Devour. Black Rune Attack. Class-specific skills, Supreme Assaulter. Supreme Mage. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, None. He had just leveled up. He was 3 levels clear of the next guy at level 45 on the rankings. He sighed in relief, then took a look at his precious unnamed sword. A mysterious semi-legendary sword he got from doing a quest. It was the reason behind his mad quick leveling and off-the-charts attacks. He then remembered that there was an auction coming up. Taking a look at his inventory, full of monster parts, he sold everything to the system at 80% the market rate. For most players, even carrying 100k gold was an astronomical figure. However, the amount of gold Neatwit had on himself far exceeded anyone's wildest imaginations at a whopping 6 million. Why was he so rich? Why did he have a semi-legendary weapon? Nobody knew. Not a single soul. He smiled as he transferred 5 million to Rudra. With a note, buy something good like bombs to make me help level faster. Rudra was shocked at seeing the incredible amount of money that Neatwit sent. This was the amount many first-rate guilds had combined. With Neatwit's last-minute addition and only 3 minutes till the auction start, there was a total budget of 55 million gold that Rudra walked into the auction with. // Neatwit is a crazy character, guys. Don't be disappointed currently. I assure you that his actions may seem like sudden and out of nowhere for now. However, they have a big involvement in the plot. You will not be disappointed down the line. As the author, I only want to tell you, please watch out for the character. He may not turn out what he seems he is. The month and week is about to end. Please give me the last push needed to enter top 100 in Power Stone rankings and top 40 in Golden Ticket rankings. Any help will be much appreciated. We are at 103, 44 respectively. Not too far, guys. Should both goals be met, expect 3 bonus chapters on this Monday. // Chapter 111 Auction 2. The auction house seating was decided on how much money you walked into the auction with. The minimum requirement to take part in today's auction was 10,000 gold, with anyone having over 1 million gold being given the VIP rooms. In every VIP room, a total of 7 people could be invited to take a seat. Naturally, in Hazelgrove Kingdom, there were only 2 VIP rooms occupied, one by the Alliance and the other by the Elites. As green signs lit up above the rooms VIP 1 and VIP 2, everyone in attendance understood that the big players had arrived. Rudra had decided to bring Fatty Kalash and Karna along for the auction this time. Although Rudra remembered majority of the items that are to show up in today's auction due to past life memories, he still paid attention to the list of items being announced for auction today. The auction had 2 divisions this time around, with 40 common items and 10 super items to bring a total of 50 items to bid for. The list of common items to bid for was as follows. Weapons, 10 items, grade, rare to dark gold. Rare ingredients, 10 items, grade, rare to dark gold. Potion recipes, 3 items, grade gold. Forging designs, 3 items, grade gold. Incomplete designs for items, grade. Skill books, 10 items, grade, rare to dark gold. For a total of 40 items. For a detailed list, one needed to tap on any of the options to look at the in-depth items coming up for bidding. Rudra was honestly interested in a few items, like the skill books and the rare ingredients. For the weapons, his guild had plenty good ones. He would only buy if it was cheap. For other stuff like design manuals, he would only bid at the incomplete ones, as the incomplete designs are usually part of a complete design that is epic grade minimum. He decided to keep a budget of 3 million gold for this segment. However, the highlight of the auction was the last 10 items. The list was as follows. Electric net, dark gold. A net used to capture mounts in the wild for the very first time. Immobilizes the target, making them less likely to submit and thwarts escape attempts. Hephaestus's mallet, Dark gold, upgradable, a must-have for blacksmiths. The mallet was designed keeping the forging god as an idol. Increases crafting efficiency by 25%. A page from Demon's Diary? Spell book, endless devastation, turns the ground into a barren wasteland. Debuffs everyone except the caster of the spell. In a 200-meter radius. Effect 1, 5% AGI. Effect 2, 5% PHY. Spell book? Stormbringer, zaps the enemy with a huge bolt of lightning. Sure to trigger lightning damage. Plus 200% lightning damage. 50% chance to stun the target. Plus 5% chance to trigger critical damage. Potion recipe, intermediate mana potion? A recipe to create a potion that refill lost mana quickly. Blueprint, reinforced brick, a blueprint for reinforced concrete bricks. Makes a structure extremely strong. Blueprint, fishing rod, a blueprint to create a device that catch fishes and other ocean mounts. Hazel Grove special items. Red jewel, quest item, an item wanted by Crown Prince Amon. Chances of rewards upon delivering. Gold chalice, being sought after by a mysterious faction. These were the 10 items out for auction today. The first 48 items were the same for all kingdoms across all continents. The last 2 items were special to Hazelbrew Kingdom, and were linked with main story plot lines. Up till now in the game, quests and the main plot story played a very minimal role, as the player's strength was not sufficient to make an impact on the plot lines as a whole, as the Tier 0 players were not even ants in front of those pulling the strings. But slowly as players started growing stronger, and progressing tiers, they would be engrossed in more and more quests, and the game plot. The 2 items here, the first red jewel entangled one with the royal faction of Hazelgrove. When the secret about the Crown Prince being practicing necromancy became known, there was immense retaliation from the masses, and the royal faction had to suppress the riots using force. It ended in a bloodbath. Should the one who delivers the red jewel to the Crown Prince choose his side in the war, they would suffer backlash from common NPCs and protesters. Should they oppose the royal faction, they would eventually be suppressed by the army. All in all, it was a bad questline to get involved in. Hence Ridra wanted nothing to do with it. However, the second item had his interest. The chalice was wanted by the faction behind the Blood Merchant, the main storyline of the game. Whether or not he had anything in the auction, he absolutely wanted the last item at all costs. Ridra geared himself up after confirming the identity of all items to be the same as his past life. He was glad that his knowledge and actions had not changed the current world too much as of now. He had more than enough funds prepared for the auction. Hence was confident at bidding for various important items. However, the same couldn't be said for the Alliance. Completely feeling lost at what to buy, as sufficient information was not provided for any items. They felt they were at a big loss. 7 guild masters kept arguing over what to bid, and who should be the main voice of the bidding game today, as they just could not reach a consensus. The majority voting kept rejecting items after items that should be bid on. Even after that, the budget kept becoming an issue. Finally, not even 3 items gained majority consensus. The situation was not in favor of the guild, as Pink Lotus felt frustrated in the room. / last day of the week, guys. Can we make top 100 power rankings? 3 bonuses tomorrow should we achieve the target. Also looking for the last push in golden tickets before the month ends. Thank you for all the support. / Chapter 112 Auction 3. The auction started as the announcer introduced himself. This time around it was surprisingly a female announcer for the event. A fairy at that, with beautiful rainbow wings behind her white dress. Against common misconception, fairies are not palm-sized in Omega. They are full human-sized people. Their distinctive feature from the winged human race was their rainbow transparent wings and their pointy ears. The announcer had an extremely pleasant voice as she started the auction with greetings. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction committee extends their warmest welcomes to everyone here in attendance today. We hope the bidding process will go smoothly and everyone will have a great experience. Before we start the auction process, please let me remind you of the rules. 1. Any raise of the plaque card would result in a minimum bid increment. There are no mistakenly raising of plaques. Once raised, will be considered as a bid. 2. Borrowing of money is allowed this time around in the auction. Just before making any bids, make sure the person making the bid has the amount in person. All invalid bids will be denied by the system, and the second highest bidder shall gain the item, whereas the invalid bidder will be subjected to monetary fines. 3. Incremental bids of money greater than minimum increment need to be spoken into the microphone provided to each participant. For the auction house shall have no responsibility of the item once delivered to customer. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your time here, she said cutely as the first item was brought on the stage. The auction arena had 18,000 participants this time around. Rudra was shocked to see the huge crowded arena. It was a slugfest. Rudra could imagine the intense bidding in this crowd of people. He thanked his lucky stars he was there sitting in VIP. The last time he participated in the auction, he was one of those unrecognizable faces in the crowd. A small-time guild leader with just over 15,000 gold for the auction. Desperately bidding on every item that could be afforded. But walking out without a single one. Sitting in the VIP, he could not help but get nostalgic over his past. The first item was brought out for the auction. It was the weapons section that was brought out first. Starting with a rare grade bow for 1,000 gold coins minimum increment of 100. 2,000 some enthusiastic kid shouted. 2,100. 2,300. 2,500. 2,700. Before even 5 seconds passed, there were a variety of bids being thrown. Rudra sighed at these idiots. The bow wasn't even worth the initial 1,000 they proposed. It was rare grade for God's sake. No need to fight over it like dogs. The first bid went to a third-rate guild leader at 6,700 gold coins. He had absolutely overpaid the price. However, the respect he gained for the money forked out was probably worth it to him. There were murmurings going around. Some couldn't believe someone just forked out 6,700 gold at once. How shocked would they become when Rudra started bidding later? The second weapon then came. Then the third. Fourth. Finally, the last weapon was brought out for auction. It was a dark gold grade assassin's dagger. The initial bid was for 10,000 gold with a minimum increment of 500. The buyout was at 60,000 gold. The bidding opened. 11,000. 12,000. 20,000. 23,000. 25,000. 30,000. 32,000. 33,000. There was intense bidding competition going on. Finally, just as the announcer said, 33,000 going one. Going twice, Rudra said. Buyout! Boom, just like that 60k spent. Everyone in the audience felt shocked. Just how rich was VIP 1 to increase the price from 33 to 60k without batting an eye? Even the previous bidder for the item felt baffled at the development. What just happened? Was he just waiting for others to fight like kids before just snooping in to buy it out? Fairy smiled as she said, Congratulations VIP 1 for winning the item. Meanwhile, at the Alliance VIP room number 2, they were all casually observing the situation developing. There were 3 Alliance leaders in favor of buying the dagger. But 4 were against, hence they did not bid on it. They sure felt surprised at how easily the Elite's box said buyout for the item though. Huh? Idiots wasting money on small items. Probably won't have enough left for the big ones. Aluzmashing sarcastically said. But Pink Lotus countered immediately. Anyone with half a brain would know they are not to be underestimated. If anything, this action proves they have deeper pockets than we think. The other leaders agreed. It made Aluzmashing look like a fool. So he just snorted and took his seat. However, he kept glaring daggers at Pink Lotus. Yua just shrugged it off. She kept thinking about Rudra in the box across though. And how they always kept ending in different factions, and were never together. How much did she long for them to be in the same box? Rather than these bunch of arguing idiots. However, things were the way they were, and her wishful thinking was not going to change anything. Soon the second segment of rare ingredients came up for auction. The thing with this segment was, nobody really knew the real use of the things being displayed here. They did not know the worth. Hence everyone was reluctant to pay up. Well, everyone, but the reincarnator, who had the knowledge about every single herb being presented. Rudra just kept saying buyout after buyout for all 10 herbs. Forking about 400,000 gold in the single segment. By now everyone just went crazy. Just who was that mad guy in VIP box 1? Before anyone could even place a bid for the initial sum. He shouted buyout. This way of gaming. Too rich. / Okay guys, the week is over. We ended at 103, in Power Stone rankings not meeting the target. It's okay though guys, I know it's my fault. I have been experimenting with the book. I have delivered 14 chapters this week, and have set absolutely no targets. Wanted to see how far you guys carry me on your own will. However, I now understand bonus is the incentive to get the stones. So fine. Bonus for Power Stones it will be. 600 stones 1 bonus. 1,200 stones 2 bonus. 1,800 stones 3 bonus. 2,400 stones 5 bonus. 3,000 stones 7 bonus. Also thank you for the golden ticket support. That area has been overwhelmingly good. Special shout out to my man Bwinsbos for the 20 golden tickets. Appreciate that brother. // Chapter 113 Auction 4. The next item up was the potion recipes. Now this segment had many interested buyers. Potion recipes could be a one-time investment that would generate potentially endless returns, if all the cards are played correctly. But it is only worth being purchased at the right price. Some potion recipes are having an extremely niche use, while some recipes are inferior to other products in the market. Only for the correct price is it worth it. The first potion recipe up for bidding was the basic poison dispel potion. Starting bid 15,000 gold. Minimum increment 500 gold. Buyout 100,000 gold. The item was not bad, and had many interested bidders, especially the two indie raid guilds. They wanted this item to become the backbone of their guild's economy. Most people looked towards VIP Room 1 before placing the initial bid. They were scared that it would buy out the moment it was placed. After waiting for a good 10 seconds, and hearing no voice from VIP 1, someone shouted, 16,000, 18,000, 21,000, 22,000, 26,000, 29,000. The intense bidding war had started. Ridra looked at the product and the surging price. It was a good product to have, to be honest. However, because it was the basic poison dispel potion, he felt it didn't fit the theme of elite lifestyle. Had it been intermediate or advanced grade, he would have bought it in a heartbeat. Kalash was baffled at how Ridra bid at the auctions. He was of an opinion that even if 1,000 gold could be saved, it should be saved. But his opinion fell on deaf ears as Ridra did as Ridra liked. Karna sighed at this scene. He did not understand Ridra's actions at all. Buying ingredients whose name he had never heard. For the buyout prices, it was not ideal in his view. However, time and time again Ridra has shown that his actions always have a deeper meaning. Hence he trusted the leader and kept mum. Meanwhile the bid for the basic poison dispel potion reached the 50,000 mark. It seemed like a second-rate guild would win the bidding war, as no other bids were being heard. When finally for the first time VIP2 placed a bid. 60,000 gold coins. A direct increment of 10,000. Although not as flamboyant as Ridra directly saying buyout, it was still flashy. The second-rate guild felt despair. It did not have more than 70,000 liquid funds total. Should he use more than 60,000 on a single item, it would be bad for the guild. Cursing in their minds, they kept their silence. The fairy auctioneer went on to say, 70,000 going once, 70,000 going twice, 70,000 going thrice. Congratulations to VIP2 for the item. The Alliance cheered after winning their first item. The overall atmosphere had improved a little as it was decided that Scorpio, the leader of Sia Poison Guild, would become the spokesperson for the auction. And all transactions under 500,000 will need no majority voting and could be decided by him alone. Hence, under this agreement, the first part of the auction for the bidding of common items would be taken care by him. The items kept coming, as more and more recipes were out for auction. Every item saw passionate bidding as the smaller guilds kept fighting over minimum increments to win the bidding war. The second item went for 45,000 gold to a second-rate guild. Similarly, item 3 went for 50k to a third-rate guild. Item 4, 5, 6 were bought by other two indie-rate guilds in the neighborhood of 40-55k. Only when item 7 came out did Ridra's interest peak. Item 7 was Appearance Alteration Potion. Appearance Alteration Potion, intermediate. Put in a strand of hair of the person whose appearance you wish to take. Effects: changes your face and body type to fit the appearance of the target. Note: does not change the height and voice. Time limit: 30 minutes. Initial bidding price: 30,000 gold. Minimum increment: 1,000 gold. Buyout: 150,000 gold. The bidding started enthusiastically for the item. 40,000 gold. 45,000 gold. 50,000 gold. 60,000 gold. When the bidding slowed down a little after the initial outburst, VIP2 bid 75,000 gold. Everyone turned their heads to look up at VIP2. They were in awe of the grandeur of the big guilds. Still, some second-rate guilds did not wish to leave the item as they countered at 80,000 gold. Scorpio was pissed by the counter, as he said 100,000 gold. The second-rate guilds were silenced now. 100,000 was about their limit for a single item. The fairy went 100,000 going once, 100,000 000 going twice. Buyout? A sound came from VIP 1. River waited till the last second to buy out the item. Just to piss off VIP 2. He had long made his mind he wanted it. And with VIP 2 bidding he knew he would either get it at buyout or not at all. But still he wanted them to feel that they are winning the bid. Until he crushed their hopes at the last moment. Fairy said, "Congratulations to VIP 1 for winning the bid." River was very pleased with himself. And Karna was shaking his head. He's a teenage kid. The leader's mental age is not more than 13. Scorpio had a vein bulging on his forehead. As he was extremely pissed at Ridra. A love-smashing cursed out loud. "That cheeky BA asterisk 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 asterisk. Always a thorn in our side." They had no choice but to move on. The mood had worsened though. Everyone in the room was a little angry. The potion recipes 8, 9, 10 were pretty much useless as the market already had those circulating. Hence after the intense bidding for item 7. They went for the low prices of 30k, 35k and 37k. The potion segment came to a close with that. And the next segment of the incomplete recipes started. // shout out to Raging Silver for the 1000 coin gift. Appreciate that brother // Chapter 114 Auction 5. Plot thickens. For the next segments Rudra let Karna take the lead. Men are unreasonable people who are superstitious. Although Rudra did not know the exact reason. He felt Karna was an incredibly lucky man. And should he bid for the unknown items, and that there will be something unexpectedly good coming out of it. Karna much obliged Rudra's request. Actually he really wanted to get the bidding feeling. He was really excited to take part in the auction. There were 4 incomplete designs and Rudra asked him to buy all 4 of them. There was no information on the incomplete designs. Hence it could be any material. It could be design of a sword or design of some armor, or even design of some accessories, like necklaces. One had absolutely no idea what may pop up from the incomplete designs. However, one thing was for sure. It would be incomplete. Half a design or 1/3 of a design. If the blacksmith and engineer working together are talented enough, then they may figure out the rest. But for most complicated designs, it was impossible. And usually the self-guessed modifications would lead to an inferior overall product. Hence, it was better not to waste time on it. Naturally, even the Alliance members were very much interested in trying their luck on these items. The incomplete designs were being sold individually. Hence, theoretically without any information. All 4 should have gone for the same price. However, in reality, that was not the case. Incomplete design part, / grade, and incomplete design of an object. Initial price, 60,000 gold. Minimum increment, 1,500 gold. Buyout price 200,000 gold. The bidding started. 60,000, 66,000, 75,000, 90,000, 1,000. 500 was the final bid from a second-rate guild. It was then that the Alliance made their first big bid. 140,000 from VIP Box 2. Karna was just standing there, watching the entire bidding process. Somehow he had frozen. He could not process how to bid currently, as his heart wished to make minimum increment. However, his mind told him to make a big increment to make his interest clear. Then there was also the reputation of VIP 1 to take care of. As Rudra was there making buyouts after buyouts. Then he thought OOF **** the reputation. I'm gonna do as my heart says. He bid 141,500 gold. Everyone in the audience was shocked. This was not VIP 1's style. He usually only did buyouts. Yet right now, he did minimum increment. Is he toying with VIP 2? The auctioneer announced it. We have 141,500 from VIP 1. Do we have 150,000? 150,000 gold, shouted Scorpio, clearly pissed with the ever-incessant bidding of the elites. There was Karna bidding 151,500 gold. There was a loud laugh from everyone in the audience. Everyone felt that VIP 1 was just messing with VIP 2. In a fit of anger, Scorpio directly said, "Buyout? It's a buyout for VIP 2. Congratulations on winning the item." The people in VIP 2 were a little annoyed at having to buy out an item, and a little excited to see what it was. They opened the design. It turned out to be a useless necklace. Pearl necklace, 1/2, rare, charm +1. Restrictions, female only. Scorpio cursed their bad luck. What a useless item. They just paid 200k for it. What an absolute what's of money. Rudra just sighed. Why was his Vice Guild master such a huge miser? Ridra said. Oh god damn it, Karna. You single-handedly have brought back more than 20 million gold to the guild. We have a budget of over 50. Please overcome your base instincts and buy out the remaining items. He absolutely admonished Karna and asked him to buy out the rest 3 designs immediately. Karna wanted to argue, but also he understood that the elites were ridiculously rich, and they need not worry for a sum of 600k gold. He did as he was told, buying out the other 3 designs. The alliance were feeling happy inside, as they hoped the elites paid a huge price for getting absolutely nothing in return. However, boy oh boy were they wrong. The 3 designs turned out to be automatic arrow shooting ballista, 1/3, epic, a piece of the design of automatic arrow shooting ballista. Arrow capacity in 1 round, 2000. Reload time, 1 minute. Restriction, cannot load heavy javelins. It was a damn good design. Ridra's eyes almost popped out of his sockets when he saw it. Karna was damn lucky. This was a great design. Ridra now anticipated the second design even more. Automatic arrow shooting ballista, 2/3, epic, a piece of the design of automatic arrow shooting ballista. Arrow capacity in 1 round, 2000. Reload time, 1 minute. Restriction, cannot load heavy javelins. What the hell? Karna's luck was too good. Ridra's heart was beating fast now. He didn't dare to even dream that what would happen if the last design was also an automatic arrow shooting ballista. But what if? Just what if? Automatic arrow shooting ballista, 3/3, epic, a piece of the design of automatic arrow shooting ballista. Arrow capacity in 1 round, 2000. Reload time, 1 minute. Restriction, cannot load heavy javelins. It happened. He had the complete design. Ridra jumped out of his seat as he tackled Karna into a hug. He didn't have words for this event. Karna's luck was just heaven-defying. Had anyone else opened the items, it would not have turned out this way. Ridra was sure of it. The item was way too good. Ridra didn't even care about the rest of the auction. Just this score alone would make his guild untouchable in the near future. Untouchable. Unstoppable. A true overlord. In the wilds. POV Nitwit. A man in black hood and robe stood in front of Nitwit, interrupting his mob grinding. The man said, Sir Naman, your father Mr. Ambani wishes to speak with you. It's been 13 years since you left home, sir. He wishes to make things right again. Nitwit glared at the man. He was angry. Chapter 115 Who is Nitwit? Nitwit glared at the man in the robe. He was absolutely furious. His so-called father had the guts to call him back home after everything that had happened. Nitwit, aka Naman Ambani, was the son of Mithun Ambani and then Mistress Nia Cage. Mithun already had a wife and 2 kids when he had an affair with Nia. Naturally, his first wife was not best pleased with the ordeal. However, things got ugly when his mom Nia got pregnant with twins. Naman and his twin sister Naomi were born as a result. Mithun reluctantly adopted the kids and the mistress into the Ambani household, where they were raised until they were 6. Although a part of the same household, they were forced to live in the servant quarters and were never given the official recognition of family. Never brought to public light. Never given the title of children of Mithun Ambani. Ambani's real wife absolutely loathed the kids. And so did his first 2 children. One 8 and one 6 years elder to the twins. Both bullied the small kids right from the childhood. The only company Naman ever had was his twin sister Naomi and his mom Nia. And he loved them both dearly. His mom was not a foolish person, however. As living in the Ambani mansion, all she did for 6 years was gather evidence. Irrefutable evidence that Naomi and Naman were indeed Mithun Ambani's children. Videos of his real wife calling them bastards. Video of Ambani calling them a mistake. Video of them and their treatment in the mansion. She also collected Ambani's hair and nails as DNA evidence that she got tested in lab as proof of bloodline. Then one day, when all the evidences she needed were collected, she sent the package and her 2 kids to her best friend. As she went on to confront Mithun Ambani, Nia threatened Mithun to go public with all the overwhelming evidence if she and her 2 children were not given the official status of being Ambani's. And with official status, she meant 6% shares in the company and a seat at the board. This was the first time anyone strong-armed Mithun Ambani into signing a contract. A contract that made Nia a board member and her 2 children eligible to become board members and receive the inheritance when they turned 21. It was a big win for Nia as she celebrated on call with her best friend, telling her the good news, asking her to send over all the evidence to the decided drop location. But the happiness did not last for long. Just after the Ambani Corporation received the drop package and had made Nia sign an agreement that all the contents within the package can no longer be used to threaten or leverage the Ambani Corporation in any form in the future. and will be inadmissible any court of law around the world. That same day, in the temporary hotel room she was staying in, she called her friend and excitedly talked about her and her children's bright future. But suddenly Nia said, "Who are you? How did you get in here?" And following that, there were 3 gunshots heard on the phone, and then there were Nia's screams. And her best friend knew Nia had died there. Making a quick decision, she quickly packed her essentials and grabbed the 2 kids and fled the country that day itself, which proved to be the smartest decision she ever made. Because had she not, the kids would have died that day then and there, and she with them. She raised the twins herself for 14 years. Now they were 20, soon to turn 21. Naman and Naomi naturally had nothing but hatred for the so-called father of theirs, because of whom they lived a life in an isolated village out in nowhere. No internet, no cell phones, no credit cards, nothing that can trace their identities back to them and give assassins a target. It is due to this that Naman had an intense desire to be at the top of the leveling spot, where everyone could notice him. Even his name Neatwit was a direct contrast to the insults his stepbrother would hurl at him every day, calling him a dimwit. Naman grew up to look strikingly similar to Mithun Ambani. Hence, when the file on the top-ranking player was brought up by the Ambani Corporation, it was quickly noticed he looked like the CEO, raising a huge mess inside the corporation as to those who knew what transpired. Should the twins turn 21, they would control 9% of the corporation each, inheriting their mother's share too for a total of 18%. Having 2 seats on the board, that was a very dangerous thought to have. They could cause the company serious irreversible damage should they wish so. 18% of a multi-trillion-dollar company was no joke. It was in trillions. The Ambani Corporation had grown desperate over the years, trying to find the 2 children, even approaching the Kuber Corporation for the identity of the player Neatwit upon discovery. But their foster mother was too clever, leaving no trail behind. They were impossible to find. And the Kuber Corporation was one company that gave absolutely no about bribes and money. They straight up rejected the approaches of the Ambani Corporation. On the surface, it looked like the conflict of the Ambani Corporation with the true elites was stemming from the fact that they were supported by Ethan Gray. However, the reality was it was because they recruited Neatwit. Also, the real mission of Orochimaru was to find out about Neatwit's actual hideout and current information on his in-game location. Only 7 days remained until the twins turned 21. The world was in for a big storm that day. Simply taking out his blade, Neatwit killed the messenger sent by Ambani Corporation. As he gained plus 80 infamy, the time for his revenge was nearing. The day he waited for 14 years. The day to avenge his mother. // Well, first of all, congratulations guys. We hit the first Power Stone target for bonus chapters, crossing 600. Delivering on my promise, there will be one today. Also, this is a new month, hence a new golden ticket countdown has started. The golden tickets are really important for me to get features on this book. Hence, every ticket is a big help to the cause. Special bonus chapters will be released for meeting golden ticket targets at 1 bonus chapter for every 80 golden tickets, as well as a weekly shout out to the top 3 contributors in the book. Finally, a shout out to the Noon for the 1,000 coin gift. Many thanks, my man. // Chapter 116, Bonus, Auction 6. Neatwit went on to clear his infamy by paying a price at the temple. NPCs did not take kindly to those with high infamy. He wondered about whether or not should he tell Rudra about his past and his real identity. He initially had no plans to join a guild or any organizations. However, something about the carefree Rudra on the road to the capital singing songs and dancing captivated him. He longed for that carefree life. After the bandit attack, and seeing Rudra's strength, he was convinced about the man, that it was his strength that let him be so carefree. Hence, he decided to follow the man. When the live feed of the Demolition Boys Guild leader name dropped the Ambani group, it was then that Neatwit realized that his presence had brought trouble to the guild. However, he was having so much fun in the guild, where he had found a sense of belonging that he did not wish to quit. He decided to contribute to the guild to the best of his abilities, and even sent Rudra a lump sum of 5 million gold to help the guild in the coming auction. It was partly because of his guilt, and partly because he was tired of running away now. Soon it will be time for his revenge. And when he became a trillionaire, he naturally wanted the elites to have a share of the pie. The 7th Super Guild. Did not sound too bad, did it? But still the waters ahead were not smooth. And Neatwit knew that. Hence he decided that after the auction, he would sit with Rudra one-on-one and discuss openly about the future. Should Rudra choose to not take part in the coming mess, he would quietly leave. However, should he choose to take his side, then he would naturally repay the favor once he was a trillionaire. The attempt to meet him today meant that his father was getting impatient now. Well, so was he. Back in the auction, the atmosphere in the VIP room 1 was so joyous that all 3 members were dancing. Yes, there was the auction continuing downstairs, with people fervently bidding and trying to win items in the next segment. Yet the wealthiest party inside VIP 1 did not even pay attention to what items were out for bidding as the 3 were dancing. Karna and Fatty absolutely had no idea how great the machine was, except that it was epic grade, which shocked them. But seeing Ridra so elated made them very happy. The 3 were singing the song Fireball and dancing in circles. Especially Fatty. He sang in a high pitch like some opera singer. Now baby, get your booty naked. Take off all your clothes. And light the roof on fire. Tell her baby 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 baby. I'm on fire. I tell her baby 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 baby. I'm a fireball. They sang while shaking their butts. Yep. They were twerking. It was then that Karna had a weird thought and stopped dancing. What would happen if someone from the outside saw them shaking their butts in VIP 1? The guild leader, vice guild leader, and the chief blacksmith of the True Elites Guild, inside the VIP room of an auction, shaking their butts singing a song, while the auction was ongoing. Embarrassing. Too embarrassing. But as he saw the other 2 idiots, he thought, not F*** it? I'm gonna dance too. After a good 15 minutes of celebration, they decided to give their bums a break and refocus their attention on the auction. A lot of items had been sold, and currently the last section of the common items was up for auctioning. It was a skill book, dark gold grade. Skill book, blink, dark gold, teleport to any spot within a 5-meter range of user. Upon activation instantly. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Caution, takes heavy toll on stamina. Initial bid price, 80,000 gold. Minimum increment, 5,000 gold. Buyout price, 400,000 gold. Currently the bid was ongoing at 100,000 gold. 120,000 gold. 140,000 gold. Anyone knew the value of this skill in PvP. It was a priceless skill to own. And Ridra from his past life experiences knew the worth of this skill. He needed to have it for himself at any cost. 200,000 came the bid from VIP 2. Everyone fell silent hearing the bid. 300,000 came the bid from VIP 1. Scorpio was in a turmoil now. He had bought 7 skill books in the last 10 minutes. And spent close to 1.5 million in funds. They needed the funds to compete for the important 10 items that were coming. The 300,000 saved here would go a long way. He really wanted the skill for himself, but showed restraint for the greater good of the alliance. The fairy waited for other bids, but seeing none she said, 300,000 gold going once. 300,000 gold going twice. 300,000 gold going thrice. Sold to the gentleman in VIP box 1. Booyah! Ridra rejoiced. A great skill was added in his arsenal. Finally the 40 common items auction came to an end. And it was time for the special items auction to start. Everyone below a second-rate guild who did not have funds over 2 million sighed. They were nothing more than spectators now. Whereas the various second-rate guilds and the 2 VIP boxes got serious. The real auction was about to start now. The fairy announced moving on to the second segment of the auction. We have some extraordinary items for you guys to bid from. There will be no buyout prices in this segment. We wish every bidder a very good bidding experience. The first item was brought to the stage. Electric net, dark gold. A net used to capture mounts in the wild for the very first time. Immobilizes the target, making them less likely to submit and thwarts escape attempts. Initial price, 3 million gold. Minimum increment, 100,000 gold. It was the mount capturing electric net. With an initial price of 3 million gold. Ridra knew the importance of this net. But with the entire True Elites Guild already having mounts, he did not see the immediate need of buying this product. But knowing that he could resell it for 9 million gold easily in the future with the expansion pack of flying mounts in the future, he was willing to fork out 6 as a long-time investment. The bidding for the electric net began. 3 million came a call from a second-rate guild. It was probably all of their funds. They would have to drop out after 1 or 2 minimum increments. However, before any smaller guilds could even squabble, 4 million came the sound from VIP 1. Loud gasps were heard in the audience. 5 million came the sound from VIP 2. Everyone turned towards VIP 2. The 2 big shots had finally started the bidding war. The second-rate guilds knew they had no chance now. And hence, they resigned to watching the show. Just how would it turn out? The alliance needed the net much more than anyone out there. They understood the need for mounts. And good-natured ones at that. A few of their members had mounts. Hence, they understood the complications that came with getting good ones. They were too expensive for direct purchase, and too hard to capture without proper tools. They needed this net. Much more than others. They needed to quickly fill their players' ranks with mounts to gain a better grip on leveling grounds. They were willing to purchase the item up till 7 million gold. 6 million. Came the shout from VIP 1. 7 million came the counter from Scorpio. Everyone was shocked at the intense bidding. The increments were of 1 million from each side. It was almost like the auction up till this point was a fake auction. Scorpio knew that this was his limit. Even a minimum increment of 100,000, and he was out. He pushed for 1 million raise at once because he wanted to deter the enemy, thinking they were too interested in the item. Should Ridra bid 8 million, he would lose out on 900,000 gold at once, as he would let go at 7.1 million. Should he not bid, 7 million was already acceptable to him. Either way he would win. But Ridra did not bid again. The Alliance won the bid for the first item at 7 million gold. / bonus chapter for reaching the Power Stone target, and a big one at that at 1,500 words. It is longer as a gratitude for all your summoning pins, and love showered in the form of golden tickets. Thank you all for all the support. My novel had stagnated from the past 2 weeks. And now am pushing for aggressive growth. Help me grow, guys, and I promise to work harder for you all. / Chapter 117 Auction 7. The next item up was the mallet. Hephaestus's mallet, dark gold, upgradable, a must-have for blacksmiths. The mallet was designed keeping the forging god as an idol. Increases crafting efficiency by 25%. Initial bid, 3 million gold. Minimum increment, 100k gold. Buyout price, no buyout. Fatty Kalash was salivating for this item. He really wanted to have it. He looked at Rudra with those puppy eyes that only he could muster. The same one he had used since childhood to ask for food from Rudra's tiffin. Rudra was absolutely powerless to that gaze. He himself had absolutely no interest in the item. However, he knew Fatty deserved it. He had worked hard for the guild, and had done a really good job in managing the lifestyle stores. Rudra rolled his eyes, saying, "Fine!" He placed the first bid for 3 million gold. The second-rate guilds were all out on this item. The only obstruction that might come was from the Alliance in VIP Box 2. But even they felt that 3 million was a little too much for a hammer. They let it pass. 3 million gold went once. 3 million gold went twice. Sold. At 3 million to VIP 1. Ha! Cheaper than I thought it would be, Rudra thought, as he was prepared to go up to 5 million for the item. However, he got it for 3. Kalash looked very happy with the item, as he smiled like a kid on Christmas. Rudra smiled. This was the whole point of why he made the damn guild. It was for moments like this, where the members could be genuinely happy. The next item came up for bidding. A page from Demon's Diary? Initial bidding price, 2 million gold. Minimum increment, 100k gold. Buyout price, no buyout price. Rudra had to have this item. He already had 3 pages from Demon's Diary. And every page he came across was important. Although up till now the 3 pages had shown no special effects. Rudra knew that down the line, it would be something useful. He placed the initial bid for 2 million gold. 2.1 million gold. Came the bid from a second-rate guild. Rudra face-palmed himself. Who was this idiot? Rudra was sure that this guy had zero information on Demon's Diary. Yet, he only bid to gamble on the item. Seeing the description, Rudra wanted to directly raise it to 3 million. To deter the small fishes. However, if VIP 2 got a whiff that he was too interested in the item, they would make him pay. 2.5 million gold. Rudra bid. It was the best number he could think of. That balanced both criteria. As he hoped for, it worked. As 2.5 million gold went once. 2.5 million gold went twice. The item was sold to VIP 1 at 2.5 million gold. The audience was completely abuzz now. Up till now in the auction, both VIP boxes had spent close to 10 million in gold. Now the real bidding war came, where the depth of one's resources would actually come out. Who had the most dough in this bidding round would be figured out now, as all of the next items were worth drooling over. Spellbook, Endless Devastation, turns the ground into a barren wasteland. Debuffs everyone except the caster of the spell. In a 200-meter radius. Effect 1, 5% AGI. Effect 2, 5% PHY. Initial bidding price, 4 million gold. Minimum increment, 200k gold. Buyout price, no buyout. The Alliance was interested in this item. And so was Rudra. The merit of this item was obvious, as the debuff domain could be extremely useful for PvE. Especially a 200M domain was huge. However, the drawback was also obvious. That it debuffed allies and enemies altogether. Rudra did not want this item for himself. However, he knew it would be invaluable to some other guild members. Karna, Nitwit, Mediv. One of these three could benefit hugely from having this move in their arsenal. And for all intents and purposes, he would give it to them. Rudra placed the first bid for 4 million gold. For 0.4 million gold, came the shout from VIP2. Rudra nodded. He knew this would happen. Let's see who has deeper pockets. Rudra thought. 5 million. He placed a bid. 5.4 million. Came the bid from VIP2. Everyone else aside. Scorpio wanted the skill for himself. He was not going to let it go easily. However, the thing really choking him currently was the overall budget of the guild. He could not compete head-to-head with the elites. Should he spend more than 6 million on the item? He should not be able to bid for any other items in the auction. 6 million, said Rudra. Scorpio grit his teeth, as the 6 Alliance guild leaders would not let him bid a penny more. 6 million gold went once. 6 million gold went twice. The item was sold for 6 million gold to VIP1. About 16 million of the elite's budget of 55 million gold was spent. About 10 million of the Alliance's 20 had been spent. Naturally, the advantage of the elite's funds would show. Going forward now. The next item was up for bidding. Spellbook? Stormbringer zaps the enemy with a huge bolt of lightning. Sure to trigger lightning damage. Plus 200% lightning damage. 50% chance to stun the target. Plus 5% chance to trigger critical damage. Initial bidding price, 4 million gold. Minimum increment, 200k gold. Buyout price, no buyout. This was an item Rudra wanted for himself. His Darkness Blast was really lacking in damage output, and he needed something strong in his arsenal going forward. Rudra placed the initial bid of 4 million gold. Yua actually wanted the item badly. However, the Alliance members would not allow a budget of 4 million gold for a single player item. In the end, 4 million gold went once. 4 million gold went twice. The item was sold at 4 million gold to the players in VIP1. The next item was the Intermediate Mana Potion Recipe. Potion Recipe, Intermediate Mana Potion, a recipe to create a potion that refill lost mana quickly. Initial bidding price, 2 million gold. Minimum increment, 100k gold. Buyout price, no buyout. This was supposed to be one of the most sought after items in the entire auction. However, after the elites had the advanced mana potion recipe and capabilities of bulk production, no faction was too interested in buying the intermediate one. Initially, even Rudra was not much interested. However, Fatty Kalash came up with a brilliant idea that made Rudra interested in the item. They could use real-world corporate chain ideas and make sets of mana potions to sell in the shop. A set of 3 potions. Basic, Intermediate, Advanced. To sell as a single unit. In this way, they would move more units, gaining more profits, as they could brand it as a potion for every situation pack. They could also use the pack mentality to vamp up the advanced mana potion sales, as they would price the intermediate mana potions at 80 gold and advanced mana potions at 95. Everyone would feel like the intermediate mana potions were too expensive and not worth it. However, they would now gladly spend the 95 gold on the advanced mana potions, as they would feel they are getting more value for their money. It's the same logic of the small, medium and large popcorn tubs pricing in a movie theater. The medium is priced just a little lower than the large, making every consumer go for large popcorn. Rudra was impressed by Fatty Kalash's business mind and placed the bid for 2 million gold. Going once. Going twice. The item was sold to VIP1 for 2 million gold. / Great job, golden ticket people. You guys have completed milestone 1 for bonus chapters. And bonus chapter it shall be today. Finally, we are back on track with our book moving forward. I am feeling the most motivated I have been in quite some time. This is especially true because of you guys gifting me crazy sums of money day in and day out. Big shout out to Leo Crispy Eye for the 3,000 coin gift. And to Justin Bowen for the 2,000 coin gift. Thank you guys. You both just made me burn with a passion to work harder. / Chapter 118 Auction Final. Everyone in VIP Room 2 were rejoicing about the idiotic purchases made by the elites. In their estimation, the highest funds the elites could have accumulated would be 28 million gold. With 22 million gold already spent by them, the Alliance estimated that they could at max bid for 1 item of the 4 left, and that they could grab the other 3 easily. Scorpio was in an especially good mood now, as he was prepared to squeeze out max money for a single item from the elites. He planned on pushing the prices up to 7 or 8 million to rout the elites in the next item itself. The next 4 items were the most valuable of the entire auction lot from a guild perspective. Whether it was the 2 blueprints or the 2 Hazel Groove special items, they were all sure to have a huge impact on the overall guild dynamic and future plans. The next item was brought up for auction. Blueprint, Reinforced Brick, a blueprint for reinforced concrete bricks. Makes a structure extremely strong. Initial bidding price, 5 million gold. Minimum increment, 250k gold. Buyout price, no buyout price. This item was pure gold. And Ridra knew it. It was a must-have item even for the remaining 30 million gold he had left. This item was worth it all. Why? Because he knew each brick sold to the kingdom itself at 500 gold. Costing 200 gold to make. One could earn 300 gold per brick. Usually construction orders came for about 30-50k bricks at a time, meaning the guild would earn millions on fulfilling each order. Other than that, after the 4th update and the kingdom expansion pack, where guilds would take over kingdoms, the reinforced bricks would make the strongest forts and strongholds bricks could make. Golden investment. With huge returns both short-term and long-term. Ridra would absolutely not let this item slip. Bidding the initial 5 million. Ridra got the ball rolling. On the other side, Scorpio just gave a sly smile. Let's see how much money you got, he thought as he bid 6 million. 7 million? Came the response from Ridra's side. The audience was already exasperated at the huge pools of gold being showered by the guilds. The increment they were talking about was in millions. Millions in good. At the current conversion rate of $435 to 1 gold coin. That was $435 million being tossed around as raises for items. Insane. Truly insane. 8 million. Came the counter from Scorpio. He felt uncomfortable making this bid. He was not sure if the elites would make a higher bid. So he was holding his breath here. But 9 million. Came the sound from VIP1 as he breathed a sigh of relief. That's it. They are out of the game, he thought. 9 million goes once. 9 million gold goes twice. It gets sold at 9 million gold to the elites. The entire audience clapped at the win of this bid. It was truly exhilarating to watch these 2 titans go at it. For those keeping tabs, the VIP1 had spent 31 million gold in this auction up to this point. It was an absolutely astronomical amount. But most expected this to be their last bid. And that they were out. Even inside the alliance room, hugs were exchanged as they were sure about winning the last 3 items without opposition. The next item was brought up to bid. Blueprint, Fishing Rod, a blueprint to create a device that catch fishes and other ocean mounts. Initial price, 5 million gold. Minimum increment, 250k. Buyout price, no buyout price. Now this was the item Ridra was not really interested in. However, he knew that after the 3rd update Ocean expansion pack would be open, and the guild would battle out for ocean supremacy. Those having ocean mounts would benefit greatly in that race. However, with Karna bringing back the amazing pirate ship, he was still okay to let this item go. 5 million came Scorpio's voice from VIP1. He was almost sure that 5 million would be the last ever bid placed. But much to his dismay, there was almost immediately a second voice. 6 million. Came the voice from VIP1. Everyone round the auction house looked at each other in shock. 31 million already spent. Yet they still had 6 million left. Ridiculous. Scorpio wanted to pull his hair out. Just how damn rich were the elites? 7 million? He said, gritting his teeth. That left only a little over 3.5 million gold for them, completely crushing their future plans to acquire other items. The alliance immediately went into panic mode, trying to raise another 3 million or so in capital for upcoming items. Yet to their dismay, 8 million came the call from VIP1. 8 was Ridra's limit for the item. But little did he know that his simple bid of 8 million had completely crushed the other party's worldview. For the first time since the auction started. Just because he couldn't stand it, Scorpio made a 9 million bid. Without consulting other members. Yua was instantly furious. The item was not worth 9 million. Scorpio went overboard. Except a love smashing. Every other guild leader expressed their dissatisfaction to this decision. Much to their dismay, VIP1 did not bid 10 million. 9 million went once. 9 million went twice. It was sold at 9 million to the alliance. Yes, they only had 1.5 million gold left now. Probably out of the race for the kingdom's special items. The members frantically tried to arrange for funds, as it was a race against time now. The fairy congratulated VIP2 on winning the item when she introduced the last segment, the kingdom special items to bid for. Hazel Groove's special items. Red Jewel, quest item, an item wanted by Crown Prince Amon. Chances of rewards upon delivering. Initial bidding price, 4 million gold. Minimum increment, 200k gold. No buyout price. The item was introduced, and everyone expected VIP 1 or 2 to bid for it. But 3 minutes passed, and no bid was made. The second-rate guilds went crazy as 3 of the biggest ones allied on the spot to try pool their resources, barely making the initial 4 million bid. Their dreams came true when 4 million gold went once, 4 million gold went twice, and it was sold at 4 million gold. It was crazy. The second-rate guilds could not contain their joy. The atmosphere inside the alliance was not so joyous though, as the 7 guilds put many things as collateral immediately to raise about 8 million gold pool total. They finally had 9.5 million gold to bid for the last item. Although it was not the outcome that they wanted, it was truly unfortunate that they could not raise Moby in time to win the red jewel. Finally, the last item was brought up for auction. Gold chalice, being sought after by a mysterious faction. Initial price 5 million gold. Minimum increment of 250k gold. No buyout price. To their dismay, VIP 1 bid 5 million for the item. Scorpio countered at 6. Ridra raised it to 7. When Scorpio countered at 7.5, Ridra raised it to 8.5. Scorpio countered at 9. Ridra countered at 10. The alliance members were stunned silent. 7 first-rate guilds, the absolutely biggest guilds with the best backing, had lost bidding to a solo guild of 50 members called the True Elites for the entire day. How rich were the elites to have so much gold left to bid? Even after selling their assets as collateral, they would still lose the bid for an item? This was unacceptable. They refused to believe they were so monetarily inferior to the elites. However, what could be done? Whether they wanted or not. 10 million went once. It went twice. And it was sold to the elites for 10 million gold. The audience clapped in mad appreciation of the tycoon in VIP 1. As Ridra was happy to end the auction with a lot of money still at hand. 7 of the last 10 items had landed in their hands. It was an absolutely amazing show of strength. Speculations had been running wild on the forums over who was VIP 1 and who was VIP 2. Well, there was only the Alliance, and the elites however most assumed VIP 1 to be the Alliance, as they were 7 top guilds together. However, were they in for a surprise? All in all, it had been a fruitful event. / golden ticket and massive gifts bonus for you all. Congratulations guys. Enjoy it. / Chapter 119, a new wave of recruits fan service. Finally, the task that Ridra had assigned Ethan had been completed. All of the existing True Elite members, whether the main guild or the lifestyle branch, had all been transferred with family to the upside. Well, everyone except Orochimaru. And yes, that included Nitwit. When he joined the guild, even he gave his details to the administration department. However, not one member knew about the relocation plan. Ethan Gray's agent showed up one day with a video of in-game Ridra as Shikuni, asking the guild member to relocate to the upside, where they had a new gaming tower. A private transport vehicle and jets escorted each member to the upside. Nitwit was originally very reluctant. However, her sister Naomi and his adopted aunt both agreed to the relocation. Well, everyone knew that the upside was the safest and best place to live in the whole world. If you had good ties with Ethan Gray, with their 21st birthday fast approaching, they needed to come out of their hiding anyway. Hence, when the chance came, they gladly accepted. The journey to the upside was full of anxiety, as Nitwit feared an attack from anywhere. However, the secrecy of Ethan Gray was top-notch. Nobody found out how quietly. Overnight, the entire Elite Gaming branch had been relocated. Not only the original members, but 300 new recruits had been enrolled into the Elite fold, flying them all to the upside. Ethan Gray had spent more than $7 billion in the construction of the True Elite's gaming tower. It was a 120-storied skyscraper in the upside, with 30,006 BHK apartments, 2 floors of gym, 37 swimming pools, a library, workspaces, an indoor bowling alley, tennis courts, martial arts dojo, and every other amenity one could think of. Each of the apartment was fully furnished and had custom-made gaming helmets to play Omega. The most striking feature was that the guild hall, built on floor 60 at the heart of the building, was exactly the same as in-game. Guild hall, giving the players a sense of belonging. The last ones to arrive were Karna and Fatty Kalash, as they had been with Ridra in the auction. When everyone had assembled in the massive reception of the newly built Elite Tower, Amelia, the guild secretary, greeted all the members individually and started explaining the current situation. She told the members that starting now they will all be training and playing and living together in this gaming house, and explained all the cool amenities of the upside. The guild members' mouths became completely agape. Never in their dreams had they thought about receiving such a treatment. The initial resentment about flying them in without notice vanished in an instant, as the family members and they themselves had nothing but praises for the guild. Poison Toad Gamabunta, aka Nee said I knew joining the elites was the best decision ever. Poison Toe Gamakichi aka Nirvana said ha ha. I told you everything boss does is right. Madid the Chief Wizard aka Miguel WN said now this is how you should live your life. Rhino the Chief Tank aka Raging Silver said, but where is the boss? Everyone wondered about where the boss Ridra was. Seeing everyone out of the game was very exciting. Some people looked exactly the same, whereas some people looked nothing like the in-game character. One of those people was Vice Guild Master Karna aka Leo Crispy. He looked absolutely nothing like his in-game identity, being extremely jacked and tall in real life. He looked more of a t-shirt model. Neatwit Akanaman and Bonnie was standing next to his sister, Naomi calmly chatting to every guild member who recognized him. All this was a golden feeling to him and his sister. It was the first time they had been a part of such a large gathering in their life. Such a good environment. And they were a part of it. Naturally both were very happy. It was then that Shakuni aka Ridra Rajput made his entry into the building, following him being 300 members in the close of the dojo called the Noon. Everyone stopped what they were doing when they saw the boss walk in. Cheers could be heard throughout the crowd. Ridra walked in towards the edge of the crowd. As everyone looked at him, he said, "Floor 60. Guild meeting in 10 minutes. Saying so, he walked off without greeting a single person, signing Karna, Vatikalash and Neatwit to tag along. He boarded an elevator with the three of them. When he entered the elevator, Ridra just closed his eyes and smiled, as the three bombarded him with questions. But he chose to remain silent. Floor 60. When everyone entered the guild hall looking area, everyone who had been in the guild hall before cheered like madmen. The 300 new recruits were naturally puzzled at the reaction. Ridra took his usual place at the stage, as he looked at the 500 or so elite members in front of him, 350 combat division members, and 140 lifestyle members, and 10 management members. Ridra finally took the stage as he said, "Welcome to the Elite Tower, guys." A loud cheer went throughout the crowd. Ridra raised his hand for silence. "Sue, you like the new place?" he asked. Again, a loud cheer followed. Ridra smiled. "It's a damn good place, isn't it? Worthy of the elites." It was then that someone from the crowd shouted, "One for all for one." And every single guild member shouted, "Geo Elites go." Cheers were heard again. Now this is what Ridra wanted with his guild. He was extremely happy. He said, "Okay guys, listen up. First things first. Firstly, we have fellow brothers from the Noon Dojo. They are going to be members of the main guild from now on. Please be kind to them." The members of the dojo all cupped their fist and bowed at the introduction. What Ridra did not say about them was that they were all ninjas and assassins trained in the mountain of Tai in Country F. They were all lethal assassins following a code of honor. Ridra knew about them, as in his previous life, this group of assassins was the best ranked assassin group in the entire game, who had successfully assassinated a super guild leader within his own guild hall. He had requested Ethan Gray to pull some strings to get those guys here as a part of his faction. It was not easy. Ridra had to defeat every single member 1v1 in a fight in-game before he gained the recognition and joined the guild. All 300 of them choosing the thief class. They were a great addition to the guild's power lineup. The leader of the faction the Noon was Sir Molyneux Gatitio. However, he was known throughout the world through his notorious assassin name SMG. Everyone within the guild was extremely friendly towards the 300 new members, as warm greetings were exchanged. Ridra continued. "Secondly, we have a rat within our ranks. A spy named Orochimaru. He is actually working for some other faction. And I know that this may come as a shock to many of you. But you know these kind of things happen in games. We should not let such incidences affect the guild's overall integrity. Hence I decided to relocate the entire guild under one roof. This way the overall atmosphere shall not be polluted." Ridra's words were a consolation and a threat at the same time. The underlying meaning was Noon here is a spy. We are one family. However, should you betray the guild, remember you are now living in Country J and the Upsty. Now many of you may wonder, why did I not kick Orochimaru out after finding out his identity? Well, it's because he still has his uses, and we will manipulate him into doing the guild's bidding. Hence never reveal important information to the guy, and also never let him feel that he is not a member of the guild. Be warm to him. He is a lamb we raise to slaughter later." Everyone nodded in understanding. Ridra finally said, "A lot will change, yet a lot will remain the same. But the guild structure will now see a slight shift, with there being elders. Currently we will have 5 elders in the guild. Our very own leveling freak Neatwit, our lifestyle manager and blacksmith Fatty Kalash, the dojo leader SMG, Amelia, and our very top performer Augustus one night, Ridra said, as he pointed towards a masked man leaning in the corner. It was just a gimmick. And it was actually Ethan Gray behind the mask. However, everyone in the guild looked shocked at the mention of the mysterious man Augustus one night, who owned an NPC army. Alright guys, the rest of the briefing will be conducted by Amelia later. For now, let's all just party with each other and our families for the inauguration of the Elite Tower, Ridra said excitedly. Another round of cheers was heard. Today was going to be one of the best damn parties ever thrown in the upside. / Alright you all. There are many more people who deserved a shout out in this chapter. However, to everyone I have name dropped and everyone yet to be named, I just want to say thank you, as without you all I could not have went through this journey alone. I promise everyone yet to be named that I have not forgotten about you all. And your time will come. Also great arcs coming ahead. The treasure map and the main questline arcs. I know for sure you will enjoy. This is one of the chapters one have written from the heart for the fans. So please drop a comment down below if you enjoy my work up till now. Every single reader should just drop any comment down here for this chapter. That's a request. I want to know the names of all my fans supporting this work here, as I am grateful to every single one of you. / Chapter 120, A Confrontation. Everyone was extremely happy in the guild hall, excited about their new life in the Upsea. The party was extremely lively, with everyone fraternizing with each other and with each other's families. Little Max was the happiest. Sitting with Fatty Kalash, he ate slices of cake after cake, his entire face smothered in chocolate. He looked extremely cute. Ridra's parents talked with other parents. Naturally, they were shocked and proud to see the respect their son commanded from everyone in the room. Ridra's mom was very happy. Her nose arched 30 degrees higher than usual, whereas Father Mahesh could only helplessly sigh following his exited wife. Ethan Gray was in the crowd, wearing a mask, and not many people approached him. This was not the first time Ethan had been to a party wearing a mask, but it was the only one that made him feel that he should not have. The atmosphere was so lively. He wanted to let loose too and enjoy the atmosphere. It was then that Ridra pulled his arms and pulled him on the dance floor with him. Ethan was stiff at first, but soon danced his heart out. Seeing the man dance, many people slowly got rid of his unapproachable aura, and slowly he was included in a dance group. Ethan looked Ridra in the eye, and although no words were exchanged, Ridra understood it all. Ridra said, "Welcome to the elites." As he patted Ethan on the shoulder before moving on, Ridra went to the bar counter to get a drink, when his eyes fell on a stunning Asian girl beside him. Smooth jade-like skin, with exquisite features, a slim waist and a good bust. She was someone who would make people whistle at sight. Although dressed moderately in a loose-fitting dress, Ridra could see the well-defined figure beneath it. Beautiful, Ridra thought in his mind. She turned to look at Ridra, and caught him staring. The figure was none other than Naomi, Neetwit's twin sister. She thought Ridra must be staring at her, because she looked like the female version of Naman. Hence she said, "Yes, I am Naman's twin sister." Ridra's brain crashed for a second. The information just breezed by without processing. He said, "Sorry, Naman who?" It was an awkward situation, because Naman was right behind him. As he tapped on Ridra's shoulder, Ridra turned to look at Neetwit's face, and then it struck him. "Oh," Ridra said. Neetwit sheepishly scratched his nose. As Naomi giggled, Ridra cleared his throat as he extended his hand towards Naomi. "Guild leader Shikuni. But you can call me Ridra. Pleasure to meet you." Naomi took his hand graciously as she said, "Baswit. Level 36 healer. But you can call me Naomi." Ridra raised an eyebrow at this information. Level 36 healer at this stage of the game was an extremely impressive feat. She could easily get into any first-rate guild she wanted to, and they'd be happy to have her. Ridra asked, "What guild are you a part of?" Naomi smiled sheepishly as she said, "None." Ridra looked at Neetwit puzzled as he asked, "Why not?" Neetwit also looked towards the floor as he was too shy to answer. Ridra found the twins to be too reserved. It was awkward for him. Finally, after what seemed like a long pause, Naomi said, "I want to join the elites, but fail to meet the threshold." Oh, so that's it, Ridra thought. A big conflict brewed inside Ridra's mind at this point. At one side, the male part of his brain wanted to be all chivalrous and accept the beautiful girl as a part of the guild. However, the guild leader part had set a clear standard for entry into the guild. Both the male part and guild leader part argued for a while, before the finishing blow came as, "She is talented level 36 healer, although not enough to be an elite. With the new members added to the party, they needed more healers. Hence the male part won. Well, you can join." Ridra said in a deep voice. Naomi looked at Nitwit, her eyes sparkling. She really wanted to take Ridra up on the offer. However, Nitwit spoke up. Let her enter on her own merit. No need to give out favors. Ridra was internally extremely pissed at this cock-blocking brother. However, externally he kept a big smile, saying, If it's for an elder like you, and a talented priest like her, I think we can make an exception. Nitwit felt touched by Ridra's words. He felt Ridra was doing him a favor. His eyes moist, he held Ridra's shoulders, saying a weak thank you. Ridra smiled. He wanted to get rid of this pesky brother, and try flirt with Naomi a little bit more. Ahem. Not a no-no? He wanted to learn about her strengths and weaknesses in game to guide her towards a developing path. He absolutely did not want to talk to her, because he was smitten by her beauty. Or because he wanted to touch her flawless jade-like skin. Only because he was a nice guild leader, who wanted to help his members. Or that's how he lied to himself. However, his plans were cut short when Nitwit asked him for private audience. He really wanted to reject the guy. But he did not want to appear rude in front of Naomi. So hesitatingly he decided to follow him. In the corridor where the two were alone, Nitwit sighed as he said, It's going to be a long story. However, I think you should know about my and my sister's past. We are actually Mithun and Bonnie's children. Ridra's eyes widened at that statement. He was all ears now. // a big thank you to Miguel WN for the 5,000 coin castle and Leo Crispy for the 3,500 coin gift. These two things have given me immense motivation. Expect great surprises in chapter count today and tomorrow. More than the intended bonuses. // Chapter 121. What's next? Ridra just blanked out for a minute. The 6 trillionaires were pretty much celebrities in this world, and their families were well known. Often had Ridra been jealous of the beyond rich real-life princes of sons and daughters that the trillionaires had. Yet never had he heard about Mithun and Bonnie having twin children. Seeing Naman's ugly expression, Ridra understood there was a story here. Naman said, Look, I have to apologize to you. Because I am in the True Elites Guild, it may be the reason why the Ambani Corporation is targeting the guild. It would only get uglier in the future. I have no good relations that side. If you choose so, you can cut me and my sister loose. There will be no hard feelings. I understand. Ridra raised his hand at this point and said, You are a guild member. The guild slogan, one for all for one, is not just for show, you know. Any trouble that you are facing, you can count on everyone in the guild to have your back. Why be scared of some Ambani? Let the world stand against us. I still promise you, we will come out of the scuffle being on top. We are the elites. And ain't nobody out there that we are scared of. Naman wanted to say more, but looking at the passionate look Ridra was giving him, all his worries disappeared. It was true. He had experienced it firsthand. That if the boss said they were going to win, then they would win. He had absolute faith in Ridra. Naman took a deep breath and started his story. My mother died when I was 6. She was killed by my father. He sent assassins to murder my mom. My mother was not the legitimate wife of Mithun and Bonnie, and hence me and my sister were born as bastards. Even though we lived in the Ambani mansion, we were never a part of that family. Abused, mistreated for 6 years. Our mom was our only sure lead. His voice cracked narrating this part of the story. Ridra could see he was trying hard not to cry. Our mom collected DNA evidence as well as various footages of different family members acknowledging our relation to Ambani over time, and used it to gain 18% stock of the company. Ridra's eyes widened at this reveal. 18% was a lion's share of any company. The Ambani Corporation's net worth was $46 trillion, making Naman and you a multi-trillionaires with 18% stock. Naturally, because of the deal, Ambani decided he was better off getting rid of the unwanted family. He killed my mom, and me and my sister were forced to go into hiding for the next 15 years. My mother's best friend took us in and raised us. Growing up, we could never use credit cards, or internet, or anything that could compromise our identities at all. We had suffered a lot. Ridra could not even begin to imagine what they had been through. He chose not to offer fake words of condolences, and chose to remain a silent listener. All these years, the only thing fueling me was my desire for revenge. I will burn the Ambani Corporation down. Soon me and my sister will turn 21 and by law will inherit 18% of the company. That will be the start of Ambani's fall. Naman said, determination in his eyes. Ridra took a minute to process all the information bombarded at him. He then said, Look, I don't know much about business, but Ethan Gray does. And I can vouch on his behalf that should you choose to trust him, he will bring the fight to Mithun Ambani like only he can. Naman seemed unsure of that option. But even he knew that Ethan was a tycoon well versed in the business ways. Should that guy choose so, he could be a big help. Rudra then continued saying, in the game, we still need time. But should we cross paths with Mithun and Bonnie's main guild, we will find a way to absolutely crush them. And that's a promise on my part. Until that point, I am not afraid of a single thing that Mbani can pull off inside the game. And even less in real world. Even in his dreams, he can't infiltrate the upside. Naman looked towards Rudra, an incredulous expression on his face. Never did he think that a game that he played casually will lead him to meet someone like Rudra, who would help him in his purpose for this life. His revenge against Ambani, while sheltering him under his fold. He was genuinely touched by this gesture and swore internally that after he became a trillionaire, he would become an economic backbone of the guild. Rudra finally patted Naman's shoulder as he left, saying, when you meet that guy and he tells you something funny, like how going against him is a bad idea, just tell that murderer to just go himself for me. Naman nodded. For sure, he said with a determined voice. He had a lot to think about now. He needed to ask his sister about her advice on involving Ethan Gray. Should he trust Ethan Gray? The future seemed uncertain. Yet Naman never felt this calm. His vengeance was coming, and there was nobody who could stop him. After partying for a while, Rudra announced the end of the gathering, as he requested all members to meet in-game at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning in the guild hall. While everyone else exitedly went to their allotted apartments, he went back to his house with family. He needed a good night's sleep before the long gaming session tomorrow. / Power Stone bonus chapter. Congratulations guys for hitting Power Stone target of 1200 stones. Let's see if in the last 2 days, we can keep the momentum going and reach for 1800 stones? Or more. Golden ticket bonus chapter next, as the goal for 160 has also been crossed. You guys are on absolute fire. And I will also not disappoint / Chapter 122 Tasks. Inside the virtual world. The True Elites HQ. The guild meeting was at 10 a.m. But Rudra along with Karna and the other elders met at 9 a.m. to discuss business. Rudra presided over the meeting as he said, "So here as the things we need to do for now. I have made a list, which I will be sharing with Amelia. But the gist of it is this. 1. The task for the Lifestyle Guild currently is to produce the automatic arrow shooting ballistas. We need to produce at least 17 ballistas in the following month. Any and all expenses needed will be paid by the guild. We just need to get it done. 2. The Demolition Boys are trying to sell their stock of advanced mana potions to gain back some capital at 90 gold a bottle. Hence, to disrupt their chain, we will roll out the pack of 3 potions as suggested by Kalash at $90 too. Although it will lessen our margins for a while. But I think we can gain greater volume while suppressing the opposition. 3. We need to start producing the reinforced concrete bricks as much as possible. It can be slow, but the process needs to be started. I will bring the contracts to sell them, but the production needs to be handled by the lifestyle department. Hire more NPC if you are short at staff. For these 2 tasks, I give Kalash full authority. Get it done." Kalash nodded at the instructions. He made a note and started doing mental calculations on allocation of human resources for the projects. The next task for the Logistics Guild is to establish a new benefit structure for guild members. We have way too much money, and we have absolutely no idea what to do with it. Buy armors and weapons and stuff guild members require, or just give them red packets. But as it cannot be given for free, create appropriate tasks with way too much rewards. Rudra instructed Amelia, who also nodded. Most logistic departments were used for cost cutting. However, within the elites, the situation was completely 180 reversed. The logistics had to actually work to reward the members more. Now comes the task for the main guild, Rudra said looking towards SMG, Neatwit and Karna. 1. The chalice we obtained from the auction. I believe it to be part of a quest line I once stumbled upon. The difficulty was off the charts for that event. Hence, I have reason to believe that the same will apply to this one as well. I will personally lead this storyline. However, we will need another team to preside over another important task. 2. I have acquired a complete treasure map. I have been working on acquiring all pieces for over 3 months now. And now that we finally have it, someone also has to go forward for that event. We can decide on the exact squad later, but one thing is for sure. Wherever treasure is involved, Karna had to go. Karna wanted to say something as he opened his mouth, but then he shut it close. The guild leader was actually right, and he knew it. Also, he did not really mind going treasure hunting. Well, as for the specifics of the treasure hunting, Rudra sighed. It was complicated to explain. After a while, Rudra found the best phrasing. as he took out the treasure map and tried to explain the situation. Well, the situation is like, it's less of a treasure hunting expedition and more of a robbery, Rudra said as plainly as he could. Everyone was perplexed as they studied the map. The map was actually a blueprint of a building showing the route to enter the security vault. The only locating feature of the map was a small line on the top of the sheet marking the exact latitude and longitude of the place. The map showed the secure royal vault of the neighboring Ninecolt's kingdom. It was a facility built inside a mountain range, patrolled by over 50,000 NPC soldiers. Kalash cursed out loud. What kind of bullshit treasure map is this? Even Rudra wanted to curse. In his past life, the treasure map compiled had something different. This was not something he had experienced in his past life. His knowledge was useless here, Rudra said. The red line shows a way to infiltrate the secure vault. The passage is big enough to fit two, although Noon can loot the entire royal vault. If 2 people can fill the inventory slots to the brim, it will still be an astronomical payday. Rudra looked towards SMG. He was calm in the situation. He had already started analyzing about how to pull it off. Rudra was impressed. He liked the level-headedness. He said, Okay, SMG and Karna will take point on this. You guys make a highest team and pull it off. Karna and SMG nodded. They were actually exited to pull this off. Next, let's talk about the alliance, Rudra said. Everyone's expressions turned serious at this point. Rudra continued saying, War is coming, guys. After our war cooldown is over, there is no reason to believe that war will not be over our heads. However, we have enough power to crush the 7 mice, so we welcome it. However, preparations need to be made, and every task done correctly will take us all a long way. Everyone in the meeting room felt relaxed after seeing Rudra's confident attitude against the alliance. If Rudra said victory was in the bag, then it probably was. Lastly, there is Orochimaru, Rudra said, as everyone's expressions changed to that of rage. We will manipulate the guy into working for us now. I plan on taking him with me in the quest. Let me handle that kid, Rudra declared. Noon voiced any objections. As it was almost 10 a.m., the meeting was adjourned as Karna took the lead for the guild's briefing today. Rudra had other important tasks at hand. He had to show Naomi around on her first day in the guild. / golden ticket bonus for you all. Enjoy. Great job everyone who contributed to pull this off. This is the CN bonus you people have pulled off within 3 days, and are close to a third. Keep it up. Also a big shout out to the Noon for the 5,000 coin gift. I don't even know, man. I have the best readers ever. Chapter 123, A New Path Begins. Karna and SMG gathered about 48 other members, both from the old members and the newly hired assassins, to make a team of 50 members for the robbery. Karna was pleasantly surprised to see that all 300 of the new recruits had all crossed the level 40 tier 1 threshold. They were worthy of being members of the true elites. He was satisfied with the overall strength of the group. The team had set out for Nightcloud's kingdom on the signature wolf mounts. The entourage of 50 black-hod men on wolves naturally gained a lot of attention, as it was common knowledge at this point that it was the elites. Unknowingly, as it may be, the elites had started to make a cultural impact, especially in the Hazel Grove region. They were extremely popular, and hence many wished to imitate the guild. Sculptors who made wolf figurines sold out faster than other animals, whereas black was the preferred color of all hoods. Even the term, I am an elite gamer, had to be modified in Hazel Grove. You either said I am a professional gamer, or you said I am a league above ordinary gamers. One could not use the term elite. Only the members of the True Elites Guild could call themselves elites. This was purely organic reaction that ordinary gamers had came up with, out of respect for the guild. Of course, the larger second and first-rate guilds did not accept the terminology, calling their core members elites. However, the impact was definitely there. After repeated humiliation at the hands of the True Elites Guild, many were ashamed to call themselves elite gamers. It would take about 3 days' time on mounts to move from capital city of Purple Haze to the mountain range having the Royal Vault. The party members chatted and shared in-game experiences as they journeyed towards the designated destination. In the True Elites headquarters, Virtual World, Rudra was massaging his temples currently. Neatwit had just expressed his willingness to talk with Ethan Gray about the issue. Hence he gave him the week off to try sort things out. With Fatty Kalash being busy with lifestyle guild duties, Karna gone on mission, and Neatwit on leave, his workload had a significant increase. The investigations about the chalice were a huge headache. Rudra knew the storyline a bit from his past life experience. He knew that the organization needed the chalice as part of a religious ceremony paying tribute to the fallen angel Lucifer. The chalice was actually a sealed semi-legendary artifact, which could be used to purify any liquid poured inside to its highest purity grade. Pour in basic mana potion. The chalice will make it highest purity advanced mana potion. Pour in pure water. The chalice will make it divine water with healing capabilities. Sealed by a tier 5 wizard. The artifact in his hand was currently meaningless, and his own power far from being sufficient in unsealing the object. It would be a lie to say that Ridra was not interested in the artifact. And had he not had his previous life knowledge, never would he even think in his dreams that the artifact in his hand is actually a semi-legendary item. All kinds of inspect spells, even those cast by tier 4 appraisers, would not be able to see through this item. The unsealing of the item was an extremely ugly ordeal, with 10 tier 3 wizards sacrificing the blood of over 250 different species of humans and animals alike to cast a forbidden unsealing spell. The unsealing will cause a massive shockwave that will trigger the first calamity event in the continent. The eruption of Mount Tai. The entire ordeal was just bad for business. Ridra had two possible plot lines that he could follow. One was to surrender the chalice to the Church of Light, and request help from the Pope to unseal the item and protect it from the demonic forces. Or option 2 was when the mysterious faction came knocking. And yes, according to his past life memories, some NPCs approached the guild who won the bid for the item, to negotiate a sale, to sell them the item, and extort maximum payment from them. Then after they unseal the item, Ridra could storm the location along with his NPC army and his sister Patricia one night, doing a great meritorious service to the country, while also regaining possession of the unsealed item. Option 1 was not risky at all. It would probably deepen his relations with the Church of Light and gain him some rewards. Option 2 was a lengthy plan with a lot of headaches. But as he already knew the location of the blood ceremony, and an NPC army at his disposal, he had some chances of succeeding. However, should he fail, he would gain even less than the church deal. Ridra had a huge headache about which direction to move forward. When Amelia came in announcing that 2 hooded NPCs request audience, Ridra straightened his back, thinking, oh, that was quick. I need to make a decision fast. He told Amelia, okay, let them in. I think it's related to the quest item. Amelia nodded as she ordered an NPC maid to guide the visitors in. One huge and one tiny figure soon entered the guild hall, and took a seat in front of Ridra. Both took off their hoods and looked at Ridra. One was a girl. The other was a burly man. But from their body language, it seemed like the little girl was actually the leader in the group. Ridra squinted his eyes as he said, to what do I owe the pleasure of this visit? The burly man instantly frowned, sensing the disrespect in Ridra's tone. However, before he could speak, the girl said, you are in possession of an item we require. It's a chalice that your guild has purchased in a recent auction. We want to negotiate the price to buy that item. ///// Okay guys, and not even kidding, but I think I have got the best fans ever. I don't know whether I should laugh or cry at my situation, as just yesterday we hit the Power Stone and Golden Ticket target, and I released 3 chapters. Yet today you all have smashed another Power Stone and Golden Ticket target, meaning I need to write 3 more. Don't worry, you all, I'm ready for it. 2 bonus chapters coming right ahead. Also comment what path do you wish Ridra to choose. Should he sell the chalice and try regain it later from the blood merchants? Or should he reject them and surrender it to the church? Comment below. Your comments will decide this plotline, guys. You have 6 hours. Finally, a huge shout out to Cervantes91 for the 10,000 coin gift. I don't even know, man. You literally made my father jump in joy today morning when he saw the notification. It just made my day. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. ////// Chapter 124, Neatwit meets Ethan Gray. Naman and Naomi had a long talk about involving Ethan Gray into their revenge picture. They talked about all the possible pros and cons of the situation and logically analyzed every aspect. The biggest con about involving Ethan Gray was that they did not trust Ethan Gray, although Ridra vouched for him. It was common knowledge in the business world that Ethan Gray was a ruthless business who stepped on his mentor, to Mithun Ambani, to climb the ladder. Called the cold-blooded tycoon, he had notoriety at ruining perfectly good businesses by pulling out investments. Although he had tremendous foresight, and was called the greatest investor the world had ever seen, the twins did not want to get in bed with this tycoon if they had the option. But the reality of the situation was, they had no option. They had no actual plan about what they would do after they inherited the company's shares. Should they just dump all 18% shares in a single day and become trillionaires? Should they hold on to the shares and become an eyesore for Ambani? Just what should they do? They needed backing. They needed advice, and they needed assistance. Their ultimate dream was to tear down Mithun Ambani's giant corporation, steal everything he valued, from him and leave him a ruined man. Just like he stole their most precious thing. Their mom. Ethan Gray was a thorough businessman who knew their father better than probably they did. He knew inside workings of the Ambani Corporation, and he was a nightmare of an enemy to have. Seeing no better options, as their own personal experience in the commercial sector was .0. Numan asked Rudra to schedule a meeting with Ethan Gray. He wanted Rudra to be present. However, the guild currently had lots of work to do. Hence, he understood that Rudra may not be able to be present. A chauffeur was sent to pick up the two of them from the Elite Tower to the Gray International Tower. After passing about 3 full-body security checks, they were given entry into the tower. Escorted by 12 bodyguards and 1 secretary, they were brought to the top-floor office of Ethan Gray. Ethan was skeptical about the meeting. He did not believe that meeting some random kids from a guild could be worth his time. However, upon Rudra's stern insistence of giving them a long and proper meeting, he freed up 2 hours from his schedule. Naomi and Numan entered the room, where Ethan was fidgeting with a crystal ball. Ethan pointed towards the seats across him with a smile. Numan and Naomi took their seats. Ethan said, "Rudra insisted that I take this meeting. I assume the two of you have something interesting to discuss." Numan nodded. He took a deep breath as he narrated his story. "We are Mithun Ambani's illegitimate children. We will own 18% of the company in 2 days' time." The crystal ball Ethan was fidgeting with hit the floor and shattered. Ethan stared at the duo dumbstruck. After a while he said, "Narrate your story. You have my attention now." Numan started to narrate. "My mother died when I was 6. She was killed by my father. He sent assassins to murder my mom. My mother was not the legitimate wife of Mithun Ambani, and hence me and my sister were born as bastards. Even though we lived in the Ambani mansion, we were never a part of that family. Abused, mistreated for 6 years. Our mom was our only sure lead." Naomi had tears in her eyes at this point. Ethan could see she was trying hard not to cry. "Our mom collected DNA evidence as well as various footages of different family members acknowledging our relation to Ambani over time, and used it to gain 18% stock of the company." Ethan's eyes widened at this reveal. 18% was a lion's share of any company. The Ambani Corporation's net worth was $46 trillion, making Numan and Naomi multi-trillionaires with 18% stock. Naturally, because of the deal, Ambani decided he was better off getting rid of the unwanted family. He killed my mom, and me and my sister were forced to go into hiding for the next 15 years. My mother's best friend took us in and raised us. Growing up, we could never use credit cards, or internet, or anything that could compromise our identities at all. We had suffered a lot. All these years, the only thing fueling me was my desire for revenge. I will burn the Ambani Corporation down. Soon me and my sister will turn 21 and by law will inherit 18% of the company. That will be the start of Ambani's fall." Numan said, determination in his eyes. Ethan nodded. Everything made sense now. He smiled as he said, "Okay, I can help you burn the company down. The first step in that process is gaining 2% more shares of the company. You can leave that process to me. I will use all my efforts into securing the 2% share you need, as the company's bylaws state that anyone owning 10% or more of the company shall enjoy a seat on the board." Numan and Naomi were all ears. This was exactly the kind of expertise they were missing. These technical things like bylaws and shares and stuff. Ethan continued, "After getting you on the board, we shall fire key employees and disrupt the profit cycle for this quarter. Create investor panic and disrupt company reputation. All the while amassing more shares of the company, while rotting it from the inside." Naomi and Numan looked at each other, determined. It seemed like a good plan of action. "Finally, we will take a multi-trillion-dollar payday, at one point dumping all the stock collected over a single day. The huge share dump of a liquid asset like shares will take its toll on the already hollow company. Many departments will shut down and Mithun Ambani will see his net worth reduced by nearly 80%. The twins' eyes sparkled at the reveal as they excitedly began to talk about details. A storm was coming for Mithun Ambani. // bonus chapter for reaching Power Stone target. One more for golden tickets coming next. It's funny how 3-4 readers in the golden ticket department are forcing my hand to write more chapters in a single day. I'm happy for it though. Keep it rolling. Shout out to Josiah Templeton for the 500 coin gift. // Chapter 125 Option 3. There is a chalice in your possession that you have acquired at a recent auction. It is an artifact that our organization is extremely interested in. The little girl said. Rudra had 2 options here. One to politely decline their request saying he needed more time to think about it, while going to the church to hand over the chalice in exchange for some rewards. Option 2 was to play hardball with the 2 NPC here and squeeze them dry for everything they want to offer in exchange for the chalice. Rudra initially only had plan A and B, however, seeing the frown on face of the big guy here, Rudra was pissed off. He thought F*** the plan A and B. It's time for plan C. Rudra instantly shifted to mastermind Shikuni mindset as he started to lay his trap. Please, let us introduce ourselves before conducting business. I think that is basic courtesy. I will go first. I am Shikuni, the guild master of this guild, he said with an amiable smile. The pair looked at each other, contemplating for a while before the burly man said, Gary. Rudra nodded. Hello, Gary. The little girl introduced herself then. Megan. Rudra smiled, saying, Hey Megan. So what organization are you from? Megan looked bothered with that question, but she tactfully said, We are businessmen, here for a transaction. Rudra was internally happy at this response. A trade was indeed what he desired currently. Rudra signaled the maid to call in Amelia. When Amelia entered the room, Rudra went with her to a corner, whispering instructions into her ear, as he requested that the chalice be brought in the room. A few minutes later, a maid came in with the chalice. After placing it on the table, she quickly made herself scarce, going to a corner of the room. Sue, you want this item? Rudra said, fidgeting with the item. Gary nodded. He had a smug look on his face. He believed that as Rudra had called for the item, he was interested in selling it for a good price. Knowing that there was no way the Tier 1 adventurer could know about the secrets of the chalice, he was sure it was going to be cheap to buy. You say you have came for a transaction. I assume then you have something of equal value to trade, Rudra said. Megan took the lead in the conversation. She said, You have bought it in the auction for 10 million gold. How about I make it 50 million gold to buy the item back? Megan was quite confident with her offer. Any reasonable human should have had incredulous expressions on their face at the mention of such a huge chunk of money. However, Rudra remained unmoved. Rudra eventually said, That is an underwhelming offer for a semi-legendary purification equipment. Don't you think so, Miss Megan? Both Gary and Megan's eyes widened at the question. How was he aware of the chalice's identity? There were hardly any people on the entire continent who could pull this feat off. Megan quickly understood that the asking price has just went astronomically up. However, the item was too important for her organization to give up. She needed to make a deal here, no matter the cost. Megan frowned as she asked, What do you want? Rudra smiled. He was a sly fox when it came to ripping people off. He said, You want my gold mine? It's natural you must offer another gold mine in return. Megan's worries deepened. She knew that ordinary treasures were no longer sufficient to satisfy Rudra's hunger. The organization owns 3 gold and 2 platinum mines. You can have your pick of 2 locations. They will be transferred in your name. Dot? Megan said, pulling out a map, marked with the location of the mines. Honestly speaking, Rudra used the gold mine line as a metaphor. However, being offered real gold mines for an item, Rudra was completely over the moon. He chose the biggest gold and platinum mines as a compensation, whereas Megan came up with an agreement form that surrendered the chalice upon the transfer of the mines. Both parties signed the agreement after reading it thoroughly. As Rudra quickly became owner of 2 mines, he was over the moon as a system notification explained the current situation of the 2 mines. The gold mine pumped nearly 200,000 gold daily, whereas the platinum mine produced 50 platinum daily. The overall sum was an amazing amount, and Rudra was very pleased. Following which, he handed over the chalice to the duo, as they started to depart once the deal was done. However, after exiting the guild hall, in a narrow corridor, the duo found themselves between 50 people from the Church of Light. They were completely surrounded, and upon turning around they saw heavily smiling Rudra. Gary and Megan both immediately understood that this was all Rudra's ploy, and that they had played right into his hands. Gary was furious as he tried to charge towards Rudra angrily. However, under a bombardment of debuffs and movement-restricting spells, he was frozen in his place. Cardinal Lee stepped forward as he made a polite bow towards Rudra. He said, We shall handle the heretics now. Rudra bowed politely towards the Cardinal, who took the duo away. The insults that the duo hurled filled the usually quiet True Elite's headquarters. They gave Rudra quite the innovative curses. However, Rudra thoroughly enjoyed it. He would soon visit the church to milk them for even more rewards. His plan was progressing smoothly. He was happy. / golden ticket bonus chapter, guys. The 3rd chapter for today. I am up at 4 a.m. writing this for you all. LOL. The majority of you guys wanted to see both options happen. So both options shall happen. I had to spend the entire evening trying to come up with a creative way to approach the situation. But I assure you, you will like how the situation develops. Finally, a shout out to Leo Crispy Eye and Cervantes 91 for the Magic Castles, ////. Chapter 126 Playing Both Sides. When Ridra asked Amelia to bring in the chalice, Duddy also instructed her to send 2 guild members to the Church of Light and meet Cardinal Lee. Ridra gave a message for Cardinal Lee that he was currently stalling members of the same faction as the Blood Merchant in his guild hall, and that he should instantly provide reinforcement. Cardinal Lee had worked with Ridra before, bestowing on him the title of Emissary of Church. Hence his word carried weight, as he instantly deployed the church's paladins, as well as came himself to the guild headquarters to detain those in question. When Megan and Gary went out of the guild hall with the chalice in hand, they were naturally shocked to see a platoon of paladins standing. Their natural fear took the better of them, as they reacted in a way only guilty people would. Being detained and dragged away to the church for questioning, they were naturally spewing insults at Ridra for framing them. However, when they had time to calm down, they realized that the church had nothing on them, should they deny being part of any organization and behave wrongly framed. Sooner or later the church would have to let them go. The cardinal was not yet informed about the importance of the chalice by Ridra, and naturally all inspections failed on the artifact. The case about detaining them was growing weak, and Cardinal Lee summoned Ridra to the church for answers. Ambani Corporate Tower. Country X. Real World. Assistant Michael read a report to Mithun Ambani. Sir, your twin children have been spotted in the outside under Ethan Gray's fold. They are alive and well. They will turn 21 in 2 days' time, and you will legally lose 18% stake of the company. They have been rumored to be in talks with Ethan Gray himself. And over the past 16 hours, Ethan Gray has started to purchase the company's stock at a 300% premium, spending close to $300 billion acquiring 2% stake of the company. As it sits, sir, should he transfer 1% to the twins each, the company, according to the bylaws, shall have 2 more board members, along with your son, who owns 10%, and you, who own 50% of the company. Mithun Ambani had a deep frown on his face. One of his biggest fears is close to becoming a reality. Yet he had a bigger problem at hand. Mithun Ambani's legal son and heir to his conglomerate, Amir Ambani, had been depressed over the last week. Amir had owned 28% stake in the company. However, he would only own 10% when his siblings turned 21. His net worth was reduced by nearly 70%, and it was unacceptable to him, refusing to eat or get out of his room. He was just popping pills and sleeping with prostitutes. Mithun Ambani, never seeing his son in such a pitiful state, was deeply concerned. On one side, he wanted to alleviate his son's pain. However, on the other side, HW was not ready to give up his own shares to his son to console him. Mithun Ambani's hatred for the twins and Ethan Gray deepened even further, as he promised revenge. Ambani said, "Pour money into Omega, strengthen the main guild, and also pour a bucket load in that alliance group. Bring the fight in game to Ethan's and the twins' darling guild true elites. They are messing with my company, and although I cannot touch them in Country JS Upside, Omega is a different ballpark. I will destroy everything they love there." Secretary Michael nodded, but his eyes widened at the figure his boss decided to pour into the alliance. The number was huge. A dangerous development had occurred for the elites. Church of Light. Inner District. Purple Haze City. Ridra walked in with a smile as Cardinal Lee responded with one of his own. Before Cardinal Lee could even explain the situation properly, Ridra started to speak. "I understand the heretics have been playing innocent, and without concrete evidence it is difficult to tie them to any crimes. However, do not worry, Cardinal. I have been working on gathering evidence for the past day and have uncovered some key points. May I be allowed to interview the detainees? I can make them confess their crimes." All of Cardinal Lee's worries vanished in an instant as an even brighter smile lit up his face. He pointed towards the holding cell and politely asked Ridra to follow him there for questioning. Ridra opened the room and took a chair against the restrained duo, vengeful glares being sent his way by them. If glares could kill, Ridra would have been dead for at least 76 times by now. Ridra just chuckled at the situation, as he requested a paladin to remove their chokers so that they could speak. Just as a choker was removed, however, a flurry of insults was hurled at Ridra by Megan. "Pat!" Ridra gave her a tight slap to Megan. Gary started to struggle madly after the slap. He wanted nothing more than to kill Ridra right here and now. However, not a muscle moved in his body after he heard Ridra's next sentence. "Shut your mouth, you Lucifer worshipping," Ridra said in an angry tone. Cardinal Lee and the other paladins' blood ran cold at the mention of Lucifer. They were trembling currently. Just what was Ridra saying? The slap didn't stun Megan. However, Ridra's follow-up words did. The color drained off her face, as she just stared at Ridra, her mouth agape, // We had a killer of a week last week. And you guys made me write 3 chapters daily. LOL. Both Power Stone and Golden Ticket departments were on fire. The gift department just went batshit crazy though, as it has been one of the most exiting weeks I have seen yet in my journey writing this book. Sua's appreciation. Today will again be a 3-chapter day. This week around, new targets for bonuses will be 800 PS equals 1 bonus, 1600 PS equals 2 bonus, 2400 PS equals 3 bonus, 3200 PS equals 4 bonus, as well as 1 bonus for every 100 golden tickets. Let's do it, you all. Let's go even higher than we already are. Special shout out to Foxiatus for the 500 coin gift. // Chapter 127. Where does his loyalty lie? The statement stunned everyone present. What did he mean worshipping Lucifer? Lucifer was a hated figure, especially in the Church of Life. The fallen angel had a notorious past, and was once wooing the goddess of life. However, things got ugly real fast. Archangel Raphael also loved the goddess of life. A confrontation between Lucifer and Raphael saw the goddess choosing Lucifer over Raphael, only to see her heart broken as Lucifer had an affair with the ice giantess Hindera. Raphael was furious at Lucifer at breaking her heart, whereas the goddess of life absolutely hated Lucifer that point on. Naturally, the Church of Life also did not take kindly to the heartbreaker of their goddess, the notorious fallen angel Lucifer. Not putting it mildly, he was absolutely loathed in the Church of Life. Megan was at a loss. The fact that they served Lucifer was a secret that even she only discovered after rising to upper echelons of the organization. How did the outsider know the information? Was there a mole? There was no way she could accept the fact, could she? Stuttering and quaking, she tried to put a brave face as she said, "Wowhat. Non-nonsensey triple are you saying?" Ridra chuckled. "Tough pretender, aren't you? Is the chalice that you procured from me not a semi-legendary item that can improve the purity of any poured liquid? The gift of Archangel Raphael to the goddess of life, called the Chalice of Purity?" Megan was stunned to silence. Even she only knew this information because she was responsible for carrying out the mission. Otherwise, even people higher than her in the organization had no access to that intel. But how did this seemingly nobody know so much about their organization? Cardinal Lee was stunned. The chalice was so valuable. Why could he not inspect the object? Gary was not aware of the chalice's identity. He spouted, "What nonsense! Inspect the chalice for yourself. It's not what you say it is. Or are we all who inspected the items fools, and only you know its true worth?" Megan also recovered from the shock. She said, Yes. The chalice is not what you say it is." Ridra knew he had this in the bag as he said, "I knew you would spout such nonsense. Hence, I already gathered the necessary evidence needed." Ridra unfurled a scroll. It was a Tier 5 identification scroll that he had borrowed from his one-night mansion. The scroll was worth over 60 million gold coins, and Ridra had compensated the one-night mansion 20 million in gold to borrow the item. It had absolutely emptied the guild warehouse. Hence Ridra was betting big on this development. When he took out the Tier 5 scroll, Megan panicked. She knew that the Tier 5 scroll would reveal the identity of the chalice. Cardinal Lee was also surprised to see such a valuable treasure been brought out, as he granted his permission to use the treasure on the chalice. Ridra gave the scroll to a paladin, who infused his mana inside the scroll to activate it. The chalice's real stats were revealed. Chalice of Purity, semi-legendary, upgradable, a gift given by Archangel Raphael to the goddess of life. It purifies any liquid poured inside to the highest possible grade. The originally divine item has lost much of its power after falling into the mortal realm. However, it can still purify a majority of the substances poured inside. Currently sealed by a powerful Tier 5 mage. It needs to be unsealed to show its properties. Upgradable. Upgrade conditions locked. Everyone was shocked upon reading the item. It was clear at this point that the duo here were lying through their teeth, and their identity was anything but simple. Cardinal Lee's expression turned cold as he said, "Beat the prisoners up. No food for them today." The paladins complied, as screams could be heard as Ridra and Cardinal Lee exited the room. Cardinal Lee now asked for the full story over the incidents, and Ridra narrated it beautifully. "I had stumbled upon the chalice in an auction. I had no idea of its origins when I bought it. However, my eyes of truth are an inherent quality that I acquired when I was adopted into the one-night family. And I could see all hidden stats of equipments clearly." Ridra lied through his teeth. He did not see as **** on the item, but he needed to make it believable. "When the two heretics came at my guild's door knocking, I took my time to understand their intentions. After understanding that they are connected to the same organization as the Blood Merchant, I knew something fishy was up." Ridra continued. Cardinal Lee was very impressed by Ridra's quick wits. However, the Lucifer connection was not made yet. I sent my men to contact you on one hand. On the other hand, I sent some hunters from my guild to go to the locations where this organization owns gold mines. When they followed a mine supervisor, they stumbled upon a liar where they have captured many races for what seems like a blood sacrifice. And he overheard a conversation about the chalice. Ridra said. Finally, what happened is the last key was a slave captured by them, who believes himself to be a descendant of Archangel Sariel. The plan was to pour his blood in the chalice to purify it to the pure Sariel bloodline to use as sacrifice to Lucifer. Unfortunately, we do not know the complete plan. Nor do we have the strength to free the captured race citizens. I can only come to the church for help. Cardinal Lee's eyes widened. This was an urgent situation. He needed to contact Archbishop for this. // bonus chapter for you all as a thank you for all the love shown in last week. As well as everyone who gifted me coins. This one is for you all. Special shout out to the Noon for the 5,000 coin gift. Respect for being a man of your word. You are a real man. // Chapter 128 You reap what you sow. Cardinal Lee obviously had a lot of work to do with the heretics and the information provided by Ridra to him. Now the AI for Omega gave NPC advanced intelligence with an IQ of about 120 on average to characters, with some characters having more and some having less. Hence, they were pretty much like normal humans. The emotional range also, although not that varied, was something they experienced. They became happy, sad, angry and the like. The parent company Cuber never really intervened until a major imbalance appeared in the game, and they let all plot lines run as usual. However, Rudra's recent actions had completely derailed a main story plotline of the rise of Lucifer, derailing major company plans. Naturally, the AI decided that the impact of the actions was huge and notified the company. For the first time since its inception, the company had to have serious talks about intervention into the game to rectify the situation, as a major plotline had been foiled. Not many people knew this, but every kingdom had a main storyline about one of the angels. Every kingdom's individual storylines intricately connecting to form the big puzzle and theme of the game Omega. Fallen angel Lucifer was one of the key pieces of that puzzle, and the derailment of the storyline in Hazel Grove had the higher-ups worried. A meeting convened as the team studied the facts about the current situation. Meanwhile, somewhere north of Hazel Grove Kingdom, in a mountain range separating the kingdom from Ninecolt's kingdom, Karna and SMG were traveling for 1.5 days now, and they had bonded a bit over the journey. Karna had began to carry himself more like a Vice Guild master after he came back from the Endless Ocean dungeon. The dynamic with SMG was clear, although they both were very respectful to each other. Karna was the one running the show here. Karna and SMG had talked about a lot of possible ways to carry out the highest, as they had bought 20 large capacity storage rings to provide extra inventory slots to maximize loot. The team of 50 also had more than 150 appearance alteration potions at hand prepared day and night with the support of the Lifestyle Guild. Nefariously, when the guild members were looking for random hair strands, they also happened to stumble upon a bar full of Demolition Boys members, along with leader Aluz Smashing and the demoted Vice Guild master I Need to Smash. Karna was extremely happy, as he would probably go with one of their disguises just to make things more interesting should his face be revealed. Yes, wearing a mask was made mandatory as soon as they left Hazel Grove Kingdom, as no clues were to be left. The appearance alteration potion was for added security in case of an unfortunate accident making the mask fail. Either that or Karna might just decide to goof around and mess with Demolition Boys for fun. About half a day's ride later, the team of 50 arrived at the scouting location. They spread out and started the surveillance routines. Only after thoroughly analyzing that and making the perfect plan will they even begin to act on it. A very boring routine of surveillance started for the highest team. Real world. The Grey International Tower. The upside? It was 11:55 p.m. In 5 minutes' time, the twins turned 21. And they were there sitting with Ethan Gray and a whole team of the best international lawyers to start the party at 12 o'clock. Numan and Naomi were really anxious. However, really excited too. Numan over the last 2 days realized the importance of Ethan Gray. Ethan Gray and his team had been working day and night ensuring that the twins get what they deserve the moment they turned 21. Ethan buying billions in shares just to bridge the 2% they needed was a help he never expected in his dreams. Of course, his story was compelling, but Numan knew deep down it was Rudra's credit that got the ball moving. Just how strong was the boss in real life to make a tycoon like Ethan free up his schedule to meet a nobody like Numan, and even going as far as investing hundreds of billions into a cause that won't see him get any returns in a long while. Naomi wanted to celebrate their birthdays and maybe care about the other stuff the day after. However, Numan did not wish to waste a single second. When the clock struck midnight, the firms that were forcefully opened under Ethan Gray's pressure at midnight made sure that the twins got the 18% shares they deserved. Adding the 2 from Ethan, it went up to 20. Only when the shares were transferred and the twins were recognized as board members at 12:35 a.m. did Ethan Gray wish them a very happy birthday. Access opened for them inside the Ambani Corporation internal management system. As a list of businesses, an employee list, and ongoing projects, all was open to the twins. To Ethan Gray, this information was more valuable than the billions he spent. With his expert analysis teams, he could have so much leverage over Mithun now with this data. He could single-handedly rupture key projects and hurt the cash flow. There were a million new avenues open for him now. Numan delivered his first strike on the very moment he gained access to the system. His clearance as a board member was a grade, just below Mithun Ambani. However, anyone B grade or lower could be fired unconditionally by Numan, firing 24,000 key employees for the Ambani Corporation. Numan was sure he made a bold incoming statement as the board of directors. Numan said in a borderline psychotic voice, "Are you happy with the return gift, Father?" Naomi watched her brother as chills went down her spine. She swore never to get on his brother's bad side, as it was too scary. In any case, when the world would wake up tomorrow, there will be waves for sure, as all hell would break loose. / bonus chapter number 3 for you all. Delivering through on my promise. This is another appreciation chapter for you all, as I genuinely believe I have the best fans ever. I honestly had other authors coming up to me today being like, "What's your secret?" I just said there is no secret. I am just lucky to have the best fans ever, period. Shout out to Leo Crispy again, for the 5,000 coin gift. Thank you for all the support you give me, man. I think you will single-handedly drive me writing golden ticket bonuses this season, man. / Chapter 129 Consequences. An article from the Daily Reporter paper. A string of firings have been confirmed as over 25,000 employees have lost their jobs overnight from the Ambani Corporation. A shocking turn of events, as 2 new board members have been rumored to have joined the corporation. The fire's employees are all writing and filing wrongful termination lawsuits to the courts. Full story on page 9 of the paper. Ethan read the article and smiled. The buzz was created. The stock of the Ambani Corporation saw a 3% dip in a single day. That meant that Ambani lost more than $1 trillion overnight. He felt no guilt whatsoever for the string of firings he was responsible for. He was actually happy, as the severance package to fire an employee without notice was actually a lump sum in the Ambani Corporation. The fate of those who were fired was 100 times better than those who were not, as the shrinking company will see many employees let go, and with notice at that, meaning there will be no severance pay. Ethan wanted to gobble up the Ambani group, and it will take a lot of sacrifices. He could not be shaken by the cries of those he stepped over, as his goal was to reach the top. Numan was faring even better. He was just happy to be 21. To be a thorn in his father's side. Naomi was the one who was affected the most. The string of firings scared her, as when she saw people protesting on the streets on media, she felt it was because of her. She wished revenge on her father, but not at the cost of innocent lives. She blamed herself for robbing someone's livelihood. She was sulking and her brother had become someone possessed. She could not talk to him about her problem at all. She tried a few times. However, he just shot her down. Her aunt was finally having the life she wanted, enjoying after taking care of the twins for 15 years. She did not want to bother her as well. The only person she kind of knew was guild leader Rudra. He seemed like an amiable and approachable person in the limited interactions the two had up till now. Hence, she decided to message him to meet up. Cuber Corporation. The entire thing seems absurd and ridiculous. According to the report, the derailment happened as the player already knew about the plotline beforehand. A senior executive read. It's the same player we had to negotiate with the last time as well for the bomb incident. The guild leader of True Elite Shikuni. But how can he know the plotline? Every one of us only know bits and pieces of the plot, as everyone was only part of creating bits and pieces of the picture. The entire thing doesn't make sense unless multiple employees collaborated in leaking him the information. No, that is not possible. Ever since the last incident, the AI has been monitoring the movements of every employee. There has been no contact whatsoever with the kid, in real life or the game. The atmosphere in the room turned grim. Had the information been leaked, they could have fired the responsible party, banned the player and move on. However, now, they were back to square zero. They did not know the source of the problem at all. Let's remedy the situation. Let's create a jailbreak for the 2 captured agents, and make them escape with the chalice. Let's forcefully remedy the plotline for now, and keep a close eye on the movements of the player Shikuni. Everyone nodded. They needed to analyze the situation more to pinpoint the exact cause behind the unexpected event. The game company commanded the AI to now record all statements and actions of the player Shikuni. Church of Light. Hazelgrove Kingdom. Ridra was currently inside the church's warehouse. The same one that he entered when he obtained the Platinum Guild token. The one full of treasures of epic rank and above. The church had decided to reward Ridra with 100 million gold and one artifact of semi-legendary grade OE below from the guild warehouse. For his meritorious service to the church, Ridra was naturally elated. Although a bulk chunk of it, 40 million gold, would be given to the One Night Mansion, as he was yet to pay on that due of Tier 5 identification spell paper. However, he earned a lump sum of 60 million gold. His entire expense in the auction had been recouped. The guild was rich again. Not to mention the extra semi-legendary item he would gain. Ridra was extremely satisfied with this result. His decision to exploit all sides was paying off well. Just as Ridra was about to begin his search for the perfect artifact, however, an unexpected scene occurred. A paladin came rushing into the warehouse and reported that the two heretics had escaped along with the chalice. And the location suspected to be the base of operations for the hidden organization has long been evacuated. Cardinal Lee looked extremely worried as he looked towards Ridra in desperation. Ridra himself had never expected such a situation to arise. This was beyond his calculations. How could two heretics flee the Church of Life's detainment, steal the chalice and run away successfully without causing a commotion? The two NPC were just Tier 1. They did not have the strength to pull off such an escape. Something huge was amiss here. But before he could figure out what was going on, a forced quest appeared. Forced quest. Those who worship Lucifer, SSS, find and stop the heretics and save the son of Archangel Serial. Time limit, 29 hours. Failure penalty. All stats reduced by 60% for 1 year. You lose the favor of Church of Light. Rewards? WTF. A forced quest? What's wrong with the penalties? He was completely doomed should he fail. Ridra was completely shocked. What just happened here? // Hey guys. 3-chapter day again today. I am also going to work on my initial chapters again. Trying to correct the grammar. To everyone who supported me in spite of the poor sentence structure and grammar, I am truly grateful. I really write this story from the heart. And even though the grammar is subpar, it takes me quite a lot of time daily to write this content. To everyone who enjoys my work, much gratitude. // Chapter 130, The Force Quest. The game AI Gaia was paying a close attention to Ridra's every word and decision. Ridra was under heavy scrutiny. It was a race against time now that Ridra was on the clock. He had little more than a day to complete the quest. Although he was in a hurry, Ridra took in a deep breath, closed his eyes, and took a moment to analyze his situation. After 5 long minutes to strategizing, he decided to look around the church warehouse again. Now for an artifact that can help him on the quest. The first and most important thing he needed currently was the location where the ritual was going to happen. After half an hour of skimming, he found a suitable item. Locating mirror, semi-legendary, infuse mana while clearly thinking about the name and facial features of the target. The mirror will display their current activities for 7 seconds. Cooldown time, 1 hour. Ridra absolutely would have never traded for such an item had he not been under the clock and absolutely desperate. But now, he chose to take it as his reward. Cardinal Lee nodded. He was already getting frustrated when instead of working on the quest, Ridra was looking around the warehouse for his treasure. However, seeing the item Ridra chose, he approved of his actions. Wasting no time, Ridra thought about Megan. And the hazy mirror cleared to show a picture of the little girl. She was shockingly in a busy street in a bustling city. Cardinal Lee's eyes sparkled instantly. He seemed to have recognized the place. He said, "It's the western port town of Bethlehem. Seems like the market district there." Ridra had to take the NPC's word at face value. The town of Bethlehem was 4.5 hours of journey on a mount. And Ridra had absolutely no time to waste. He stored the mirror, exited the valet, and summoned his mount. The grey dire wolf went full speed toward the port town of Bethlehem. Ridra was racing against time here, hence he had muted all communications and calls as the quest was his topmost priority. Whether he was lucky or unlucky, only God knew, as both Yua and Naomi sent him messages about wanting to hang out today. Yua had a really bad fight with her father. After the auction scenario, she wanted to withdraw from the alliance. Her father also supported her decision, and the initial formalities were being done, when suddenly some unknown investor poured a hell lot of money into the alliance. Her father now refused Yua to leave the alliance again. Yua was feeling choked in the alliance, and she badly wanted out. Hence frustrated, she texted Ridra to want to meet today. Naomi also texted Ridra about meeting, as she too was feeling sick after the backlash of her actions. She had no one else to talk to, and wanted to hang out with someone. Yet Rudra was oblivious to both these messages, as he was focused on reaching the port town of Bethlehem as soon as possible. Rudra called up his stats panel to access his cards. Player name: Shakuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Emissary of Church. World-renowned. Hero of Augustus 1 Knight. Class: Knight. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 43. Tier: 1. Stats: AGI: 216 plus 108 Vit: 216 plus 108. Int: 216 plus 108 STA: 216 plus 108. PHY: 216 plus 108 HP: 19,000/19,000. Unassigned stat points: 10. Hidden stats: Luck, Charm, Infamy, 0. Status: Healthy. Equipment: Pirate Armor Set, LV40. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Class-specific skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Mount: Grey Wolf. Pet: Mysterious Egg, incubating, 48/200. Rudra felt better knowing that he had the critical block defense card, the blink movement skill, and the Stormbringer damage skill added to his arsenal. His combat prowess had increased a lot, especially after equipping the level 40 pirate set and the retractable shield that Karna brought back from the quest. His defense was stronger now, along with the newfound skills and the added special stat bonus. Rudra knew he was unstoppable currently amongst all Tier 1 players. If he failed this quest, there was probably no one else who could. After 4 hours of intense riding, the insane pace at which the wolf ran saved Rudra half an hour of journey time. Rudra patted his mount for a job well done before running into the city. Rudra found the marketplace where he last saw Megan. Before finding a quiet place to bring out the mirror, Rudra thought about Megan as the hazy screen parted to show a clear picture. She seemed in the outskirts of the town. There were 5 people around her now, Gary being one of them. The spacing between houses was about one house every 20 meters or so. It seems like there was a church in the background. The image faded away. Rudra asked around, in the marketplace, throwing bags of 100 gold coins to the NPCs to tell whether they knew of a location that matched the description. After 10 minutes and 3 answers that matched each other, Rudra decided to go to the eastern part of the town, where the farmers usually live. Rudra had 21 hours left on the quest. He was getting more and more desperate. He ran without minding his stamina, madly searching the location he previously saw. When he saw the church he saw in the mirror, a shriek of joy came from his mouth. He was so damn happy. He rushed over to the location according to the sun's position. That could have been where Megan was walking. Rudra found it quickly, as he rushed towards the direction the group was headed. All his actions were being monitored by the AI. And the Cuber Corporation executives? There was absolutely nothing wrong that they found with the player. If something, they were extremely impressed by the skills he displayed. / golden ticket bonus guys. You people are killing it in that department. Just the second day into the week, and I am back out giving bonuses. Even the power stones have crossed 800. Hence, I guess one more chapter coming after this one. Enjoy. Shout out to Leo Crispy for the 2,000 coin. The Noon for the 5,000 coin gift, and Stamp and Dianic for the 500 coin gifts. / Chapter 131 The Forced Quest. Rudra silently caught up with the moving group. He had finally found Megan and Gary. There were even others, who he did not recognize with him. Rudra silently followed the group from a distance. About an hour later the group disappeared after entering a rather large bark of a tree. Rudra hesitated to follow. The tree was obviously not big enough to fit 5 people. There was a teleportation device set up inside the bark. Rudra did not want to walk into the formation, without knowing what would happen to him when he came out the other side. The cooldown for the mirror was up, hence Rudra decided to scout first before entering the teleportation formation. What Rudra saw obviously stunned him. On the other side of the teleportation system was a party of at least 20 people who were waiting for an ambush. Rudra knew that the welcoming party was expecting him already. Yet the corner of his lips curled into an evil smile. unlocking a cork from a spike bomb. Rudra tossed it into the teleportation formation. 7,500 critical hit. 7,500 critical hit. 4,500. 4,500. 4,000. 4,000. 3,500. 3,500. 2,000. 1,200. 1,200. A string of damage appeared. After 15 seconds, he entered the formation, two swords outdrawn. Rudra appeared on the other side. He quickly used Wind Slash on everyone that was left standing, as he used quick and nimble movements to dodge every incoming attack. The party was utterly stunned after the spike bomb was dropped. They never expected such a move from the enemy. 6 died, with the other 14 being seriously wounded. Their ambushing formation was utterly ruined as Rudra wreaked havoc upon teleporting. Megan and Gary fared the worst. The pair only had 20% of their total HP left after the spike bomb attack. Yet they lost their minds upon seeing Rudra, the cause behind their sufferings. Gary rushed in madly, only to have died under a single sword strike from Rudra. 2,500 critical hit. Gary died. Megan screamed seeing her partner die at the hands of Rudra. She cursed and wailed at Rudra. "How dare you kill my Gary? I will make you pay. I will make you suffer." And used some kind of forbidden spell around herself. Rudra got an ominous feeling at that moment, and he wanted nothing more than interrupting that spell at that moment. However, the last 3 men of the ambush squad attacked him, diverting his attention back to the fight. Rudra made short work of the men, and focused back on Megan. But all he could hear was, "I, Megan Harp, offers my soul to Lord Lucifer." Black liquid came oozing out of her skin as even her eyelids turned black. Little by little her entire body was covered in a black liquid, covering more and more of her body. A few seconds later, she was completely covered in a hard black liquid that was like a cocoon. What came out of that cocoon, however, scared the hell out of Rudra. An ugly creature, tier 2, half metal half undead, an ugly creature born from a forbidden ritual. The user must offer her soul willingly to the god Lucifer to transfer into this inhuman creature. Threat level, extremely dangerous. Drawbacks, permanent change. The user will die within 48 hours of transformation. Rudra cursed his luck. A tier 2 creature created from sacrifice? This would be extremely troublesome to deal with. Megan herself was a tier 1 ranger that Rudra could make short work of. However, the tier 2 creature was a different ballpark. Rudra had underestimated Megan. She willingly sacrificed herself to gain powers from Lucifer to deal with Rudra. The creature looked at Rudra with utmost hate. The man disgusted it. The creature charged at Rudra, and used its hands to meet Rudra's dual sword strikes head-on. However, instead of the usual cutting through of the flesh and bone, the swords were flung out of Rudra's hands, as the swords hit the metal body of the creature. Rudra was absolutely baffled. For the first time in a long time, he was outmaneuvered in a fight. He retreated a few steps, and immediately and unhesitantly used the Stormbringer spell. A bolt of lightning zapped the target, burning its already black flesh to an even deeper charred tone. A huge damage of 7,000 appeared on the target. Rudra checked the creature's EXP as showed, 8,000/15,000. More than half was depleted. Stormbringer was definitely Rudra's ace in the hole. However, the creature did not take long before recovering as it charged to meet the swordless Rudra head-on. Rudra gulped a max strength potion unhesitatingly, as he knew that he needed one to meet the creature head-on. Rudra had actually practiced karate and taekwondo as a kid. Mother Rajput was one of the enthusiastic parents that made their children join every hobby classes. Although not proficient, Rudra could indeed fight a decent hand-to-hand combat. The ugly creature's arm shot forward performed strange movements that tried to trick Rudra's eyes. However, he disregarded them and crouched to slide under his opponent. The ugly creature's attacks missed as kicked its legs and made it fall forward. The two of them were close, so the ugly creature tried to stab its fingers toward him. Yet, Rudra rolled on his back and pushed with his hands once his feet aligned with his opponent. Rudra resembled a spring when he used his arms to push his whole body toward his opponent. He didn't need to see the ugly creature to know where it was. There wasn't much that it could do while it was falling toward the floor. The ugly creature quickly stood up, but Rudra's kick arrived before it could resume any battle stance. His shin bone hit the ugly creature's head and flung it away again. Rudra chased after his opponent. The black metal seemed able to endure his blows now, but he would press forward until that material shattered. His leg rose when the ugly creature entered his range. The creature raised its arms to block the incoming kick, but Rudra missed them on purpose. Instead, his descending blow made his heel and his opponent's foot collide. The creature's foot bent upward. It wouldn't be useful as a foothold anymore in that condition. But Rudra lost his momentum after completing the attack. Rudra was attacked in that moment of weakness. However, the retractable shield was used, and Ridra avoided the blow. However, he was flung by the force, and got crushed flat on a nearby wall. 2,400. A damage appeared on Ridra's status bar. Ridra found himself unable to breathe for a second. He struggled to maintain his balance. And the ugly creature didn't hesitate to exploit that chance. One of its hands clung on Ridra's side, while the other created a fang-shaped figure, with its fingers, that flew toward his collarbone. Ridra pushed himself backward, uncaring that his balance was completely off. He fell on the floor and dodged the incoming attack. But the ugly creature promptly jumped toward him. The ugly creature tried to slam its feet on Ridra's chest, but the latter rotated to the side. The ugly creature's attack landed on the floor, and Ridra used that chance to perform the blink skill, instantly teleporting above the creature's head and turning mid-air to give a vicious roundhouse kick to the creature's head. The ugly creature promptly ducked to dodge the incoming leg, but it didn't manage to perform it correctly in time to avoid it, as Ridra's real move was not the kick, but the concealed kunai knife in his hand. Ridra took out a kunai from his inventory secretly during the fight, and he pierced the kunai through the creature's head. 8,000 critical hit. The creature died under the kunai knife. // Power Stone bonus. Chapter number 3 for today. Another day with me working till 3 a.m. You have earned it. Thank you for all the support in the Power Stone department. We are rocking it at number 2 spot for the season. Enjoy the bonus. Also, we hit 500 golden tickets. Hence, I guess another bonus is due for tomorrow. LOL. This department has completely went insane. We are 18th in the ranking side-wide. All of this makes me really happy as the author. Special shout out to Cervantes91 for the 2,000 coin gift. Really appreciate the support. // Chapter 132. The quest continues. Plus 23. 000. EXP. You have defeated a creature above your tier. Plus 50. 000 EXP. Level up. Level up. Level up. A bucket load of EXP was given to Ridra for killing the creature. To be honest, it was a tough fight, and a weaker player would have failed twice, only because of Ridra's insane stats that were far above the average player at same tier, as well as the strength potion that he consumed. Was he able to go head-to-head with the creature? Not to mention his superior control and combat experience. Of course, the largest part player was the Stormbringer spell, which reduced the creature's HP by more than half. Or else, it would have been a close fight. Ridra called up the stat panel. Player name: Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title: Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Emissary of Church. World-renowned. Hero of Augustus 1 Knight. Class: Knight. Subclass: Explosion Artist. LVL: 46. Tier: 1. Stats: AGI: 236 plus 118 Vit: 236 plus 118. Int: 236 plus 118 STA: 236 plus 118. PHY: 236 plus 118 HP: 29,000/29,000. Unassigned stat points: Shocked. Hidden stats: Luck, Charm, Infamy, 0. Status: Healthy, Strength Potion consumed, duration left 68s. Equipment: Pirate Armor Set, LV40. Lich's Ring. Concealer Mask, not equipped. Retractable Shield, Epic. Weapons: Wind Cutter Sword. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Excalibur Sword, Replica. Skills: Darkness Bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind Slash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Class-specific skills: Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Mount: Grey Wolf. Pet: Mysterious Egg, incubating, 48/200. He got leveled up thrice. The massive EXP from killing the ambush party was a sweet reward, proportional to the difficulty of pulling it off. Without the scouting of the mirror and the use of the bomb, even Ridra would have found the entire process extremely challenging. The AI had calculated the success rate for the mission at under 2%. Hence the SSS rating. Also, it was designed on the spot, and all of Ridra's actions had been completely in line with the game. He was a legitimately skilled player. The doubts of the Cuber Corporation employees lessened as they started to enjoy Ridra's performance rather than scrutinizing him. They were very excited to see how Ridra would cross the final hurdle, and what the ramifications of his actions would be on the continent. Ridra moved forward in the passageway as it led to the second-floor balcony that had a massive hall below, Upon entering the balcony, he saw 50 different tribesmen tied to a pole in a specific star-like pattern with 50 edges. At the center of the formation was a golden pole, and on it was an extremely muscular and blonde human, who Ridra assumed to be the son of Archangel Serial. There were 17 hooded figures in black chanting incantations in a specified location inside the diagram, whereas one figure in white robes stood at the center with a chalice of purity in his hand. Facing the blonde human, Ridra calmly assessed the situation as he inspected the strength of the opponents. The 17 figures were all tier 2 mages, while the white robe guy was a tier 3 paladin. Ridra cursed. There was no way to fight these people head-on. He wouldn't even last 5 seconds. Ridra laid flat on the ground. The last thing he wanted right now was to be discovered. Ridra had already ditched the thought of saving the 50 tribesmen. The gears in his mind rotated at full speed as he thought of a plan to save the son of Archangel Serial. The highest team in a mountain range in Nine Clouds Kingdom. Karna had been scouting the highest location for quite some time now, and the team altered between scouting and farming for EXP in the meantime. Karna leveled up after a day of leveling in the wild. Level up. Player name, Karna. Title, Heaven S Chosen. Class, Swordsman. Subclass, Runesmith. LVL, 43. Tier, 1. Stats. AGI, 250 VIT, 230. Int, 180 STA, 230. PHY, 200 SE, 5. HP, 12. 000/12. 000. Unassigned stat points, 10. Hidden stats. Luck, 92 plus 3/100. Heaven's Chosen Ones, Luck. Charm? Infamy, 0. Status, Healthy. Equipment, Pirate Armor Set, LV40. Bracelet of Passivity. Raymar's Ring. True Elite's Guild Robe. Weapons, Slaughter Blade, Epic. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Assassin's Daggers. Skills, Mountain Crash. Defense Break. Energy Slash. High Knee. Class-specific skills, Heightened Battle Sense. Weapon Recall. Doppelganger. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Small Egg, Incubation, 20/100. That's when a guild member came and informed Karna that SMG had compiled the scouting report and that they were ready to proceed to the next stage of the highest. Karna thanked his stars that he had enough time to level up before conducting the highest. He had recently gained the title of Heaven's Chosen after he opened the 3 incomplete designs to form a complete design of the Arrow Ballista. That title as effect gave him plus 3 luck and added to his already heaven-defying luck to make it Heaven's Chosen One's luck at 95 points. Karna headed back to meet SMG. When he entered the encampment, SMG said, "We are ready to move forward with the plan. However, there is a small problem. / Sorry for the late chapter. I had a very busy day. There is a good news that I want to share with you all. And that is we finally have an editor. He is currently working on fixing the first chapters. But hopefully things will work out, and we will continue the partnership going forward. Expect better quality of my book in the future. Also, you can choose to reread the book after a few days. I feel excited for the future. The grammar part and the inconsistencies in the text as well as the calculations all will be corrected to form a coherent and smooth-flowing text. There is a bonus chapter for Golden Ticket lined up. Expected to be released later in the day. / Chapter 133 Winners Don't Make Excuses. Ridra looked towards the time limit left on the quest. He had a little more than 2 hours to rescue the son of Archangel Serial. This was good news. It meant that the ceremony should last a bit longer. Any plan that involved attacking the enemies was suicide. Any confrontation with the tier 3 paladin, and he was surely dead. Ridra needed an airtight plan. A deceptive one. Ridra calmly observed the structure of the room he was in, and came to a conclusion that there were 3 key architectural spots that supported the ceiling. Take all 3 down, and the roof shall collapse. Taking down the roof could give him a crucial opening. However, it was not enough. Ridra thought about all the tools in his disposal to think of anything that could help him create a plan. He looked at everything that G possessed and found a single bottle of appearance alteration potion in his inventory that Kalash had given him for sampling. Ridra blessed Fatty Kalash in his heart. His friend was a lifesaver in crucial situations, there was no doubt about that. Ridra quietly crept back out of the balcony and went back down to the ambush spot. From the corpse of Gary, Ridra took a single hair and added it to the appearance alteration potion. Ridra transformed into Gary as his height increased, and he grew a beard. Ridra slowly transformed into the burly-looking big guy Gary. Ridra felt odd in the new body. The feeling made his control over his body weaker. Ridra quickly understood that the appearance alteration potion was a dual-edged sword. His combat proficiency had drastically dropped in this new body, as his mind was not used to the change in body structure and movement. Ridra summoned the Knight Durahal and covered the guy in the best shining armor from one of the dead guys in the hall. Ridra handed Durahal a bloody sword and instructed him to retreat. Run and parry all incoming forces next. Ridra disguised as Gary inflicted self-damage and ran towards the balcony. Ridra screamed and seemed to dodge attacks as he stumbled down from the balcony floor towards the ground. Thud! A loud sound interrupted the incantations as everyone turned heads to look towards Ridra. Ridra, in the best acting he had done in his life, stuttered as he said, They killed everyone. He said so and pretended to faint. Everyone looked towards the gallery, as a figure wearing an armor could be seen vaguely through the gallery bars. Some of the Tier 2 mages left their incantation spot and instantly chased after Durahal. Ridra knew that the opening he created would last a maximum of 3 minutes before Durahal is defeated. The Tier 3 paladin frowned. The party in charge of guarding the teleportation portal seemed to have been completely routed. This meant that the ceremony could no longer be conducted in peace. The paladin stared towards the balcony, deciding his plan of action. He was looking for any intel on the intruding organization. The guy took one step away from the son of Archangel Serial. Then a second one. Then a third. Ridra, pretending to be unconscious, just prayed for that guy to just move a little bit more, and his plan would work. The fourth and fifth step followed. Ridra sprung to his feet and tossed 3 water bombs to the 3 crucial locations needed to collapse the roof and 1 frost bomb at the feet of the Tier 3 paladin. The paladin was taken by surprise as his feet were suddenly trapped by an ice layer. Boom! 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 The roof collapsed as large chunks of rock started to fall. One headed right for the trapped paladin. He raised his hand and casted a spell that completely annihilated the rock. But others were not so lucky. 50 tribesmen and 13 Tier 2 priests were buried under the rubble. However, there were 2 figures missing from the room, and they were Ridra and the son of Archangel Serial. The paladin looked furious as he broke free of the ice confinement. He dashed towards east, seemingly in pursuit of someone. Ridra had used everything in his arsenal to save the son of Archangel Serial. When he released the bombs, he had already started dashing towards the guy's bound place. When the bombs exploded, he had already cut the guy's confines. When the debris started to fall, he already had the chalice and the son of Archangel Serial tightly gripped in the 2 hands as he used his blink skill to teleport inside the balcony. All of this he achieved at under 3 seconds. It was heaven-defying speed and precision. Even though his escape and the mission's success were not yet a guarantee, his skill to reach this point was commendable. 99% challengers would have failed. On one hand, his tools, like bombs, and his Lich's ring played a huge role in his success. But one should not mistake it as luck. He would be lucky to obtain the items. However, using them still needed personal skills. Had Ridra not had the bombs, could he still complete the quest? The answer is yes, he could. If he did not have the bombs, he would just have figured out a plan that did not need them. Had he not had the blink skill, he would not have chosen to collapse the ceiling. Everything was calculated, and every execution was flawless. Even if the AI wanted to find faults with Ridra's performance, she could not find any. His performance was genuine skill. There were no rules breaked. The employees of Cuber Corporation watching on had become fans at this point, as they sincerely cheered Ridra on. This was probably one of the most entertaining and exhilarating things they had seen in a long time. / golden ticket bonus chapter. We have absolutely smashed the golden ticket department, guys. All the gifts from you all have really bumped the novel up a lot. Next golden ticket bonus chapter at 600 tickets. But knowing you guys, it will probably be tomorrow. LOL. Anyway, enjoy the chapter. You all earned it. / Chapter 134. With danger comes opportunity. Caleb was extremely confused after the sudden development. He was just an orphan who lived most of his life with his mother working on a farm. However, when her mother was critically ill a few months ago, some hidden power inside him activated. Divine healing powers radiated from himself stronger than even high-level bishops in the church. He was naturally stunned at the development, but extremely happy, as his power helped alleviate his mother's illness. Yet her mother just sobbed uncontrollably after he healed her. She kept mumbling something about the seal being broken. It was then that for the first time in 18 years, his mom revealed the secret about his father and his origin. His father was the Archangel Serial, and he was in fact half angel himself. Divine blood flowed through his veins, its power unimaginable. Yet the power was more of a curse than a boon, as unless he reached the pinnacle of Tier 5, he would only be a pawn in someone's bigger scheme, wanting their son to have a normal life. His mother pleaded Archangel Serial to seal her son's powers. And he did comply. Yet seeing his mother sick, something inside him stirred, and the intense desire to heal her mother made the seal break. With the seal broken, various powers knew about the presence of an angel halfling, as he radiated a faint divine aura. He was forced to leave his home in concern of his mother's safety, and roamed the land slaying monsters, and gaining strength, when one day, he was surrounded, and captured by a group of hooded men, and knocked out cold. When he woke up, he found himself tied up to a pole in an unfamiliar surrounding. Around him were tribesmen from various species also tied to poles, blood dripping from their cut wrists as they all writhed in pain. He unconsciously looked towards his wrists. Yet no cut was made. He was in fact in the center of the entire formation. Caleb got a bad feeling at that point that his fate would not be as simple as just a cut on the wrist. The cult members began chanting incantations and performing blood magic, when a powerful man in a white robe came with a chalice in hand. Caleb inspected the chalice. However, it did not appear to be anything special. However, at the end of the incantations, a powerful blood magic was cast towards the white-robed man. But instead of attacking the man, it was all absorbed within the chalice. The powerful blood magic, using the blood of 50 different tribesmen, seemingly unlocked the item, as a faint divine glow came from it now. Caleb could feel a faint resonance with the item. He was sure that the item was something related to the angels. After the chalice was unlocked, the white-robed man placed it at Caleb's feet, and another round of chanting began. Caleb's eyes widened at the chants. The language seemed so familiar yet so foreign. He felt like he knew the language as he had heard it a lot. Yet he could not make out the meaning of most words spoken. However, there was one word he could not miss, and that was Lucifer. Then suddenly a man came falling from the balcony and pointed towards the entrance, saying that there were attackers. Caleb suddenly felt hope. Maybe someone had came to rescue everyone here. Yet what happened next left him completely perplexed. The man who fell from the balcony suddenly sprung into action, throwing grenades towards the ceiling, bringing the whole roof down. Just when he thought, "Ag, there does my life," he was suddenly cut free, and at the next second, he was on the balcony, running with the fallen man. He looked at Rudra in confusion. His mind was a mess. He could not figure out the situation. He suddenly stopped running, as he stared at Rudra blank-faced. Rudra, who had one hand around Caleb's wrist, suddenly felt resistance as he ran. Rudra turned to look at the clueless guy. Rudra said, "I am Shakuni One Knight, here to save you. Bad guy chasing. Run!" Rudra cut short the sentence into barely recognizable bits, as he needed to save time. The Tier 3 Paladin must be hot on their tail, and it wouldn't take him long to catch up due to the incomparable stat difference. Caleb's eyes regained some luster, as he nodded, and picked up the pace. He had a million questions, however now was not the time. He just said, "Caleb," running at full speed. Rudra and Caleb were almost at the teleporting array when Rudra felt a chill down his spine. Instinctively he sidestepped. A powerful dark slash just narrowly missed his body. The Tier 3 wizard was here. Rudra stopped running. He knew his priorities. Even if he died, he needed to save Archangel Serial's son. He just said, "Go!" as he shoved him into the teleportation array and out of the area. The paladin had a deep frown when he saw Caleb escaping. He wanted to make quick work of Rudra and chase after Caleb. Rudra, however, had different plans. He knew he had one chance at success here, and that was if, and only if he could pull this trick off. Rudra used all of his strongest attack at the charging Tier 3 paladin. Wind Slash, Stormburn, or even Darkness Blast. The consumption of stamina was huge, as Rudra instantly felt dizzy enough to pass out. His stamina bar went from green to critically red. The wizard just snorted as he casted a protection spell to stop the incoming attacks, and as expected, he did not gain a single point in damage. However, Rudra's goal had been accomplished. To defend against the incoming attacks, he had to stop running and cast a protective spell. Rudra used Darkness Bind and restrained the paladin for just a little more than a second. But a second was all he needed, as he jumped with all his remaining strength towards the teleportation portal. But rather than going inside the teleportation circle, he was going for the array itself. Excalibur in hand, enlarged to 3 meters. Rudra came crashing down towards the array with an earthquake skill. Boom! The teleportation array was shattered. There was no way out of this place. The paladin cursed in frustration. He could not believe that he failed his job because of such a weakling. He chanted a plethora of spells, any one of which could easily annihilate a party of 20. As he hurled spells after spells at Rudra's location, Rudra rolled and crashed at the ground. The last thing he saw before dying was a storm of spells being hurled at his location. He closed his eyes, and a system notification hit him. "You have died. ////// Has he succeeded in completing the quest? Has he failed? Well, if you all want more chapters today, you just need to hit the golden ticket or the Power Stone targets. We are not that far away. So golden ticket department. Power Stone department. Get the gears running towards the next targets. Special shout out to Leo Crispy for the 500 coin gift. To the Noon for 2,000 coins. Cervantes 91 for the 1,000 coin gift. / Chapter 135 Simply Not Possible. System notification. You have been revived at the Church of Life in Purple Haze City. 20% all stats for next 3 hours. 2 gold. You have dropped the shin guards of your armor. Rudra did not care about the petty 2 gold he paid for respawn fees or the shin guards that he dropped. The first thing he did was to check the countdown on the quest. But much to his surprise, he had neither cleared nor failed the quest yet, as the timer kept running. It had 3 minutes left. And Rudra gulped nervously. He was not clear on the quest as the details provided were too few. Will he clear the quest should the son of Archangel Serial still be alive after 3 minutes? Does he have to go back to the western town of Bethlehem? He had no clue at all. The 3 minutes left on the countdown were the most nervous 3 minutes of his life that seemed to take an eternity to pass. Every second off the timer made his mind have a new dark thought, each one being worse than the previous one. Finally, the timer hit 0, and a system notification came. System notification. Quest, Save the Son of Archangel Serial, SSS, completed successfully. The Son of Archangel Serial is looking for you to express his gratitude. Make sure to meet him within the next 3 days. He will be at the Church of Life in Purple Haze City. Go to the church for other specific rewards. Rudra sighed in relief. A 60% debuff for failure would have left him crippled. His gaming career in jeopardy. However, all was fine now. He was obviously interested in the rewards. However, the intensity and urgency of the situation had made him game continuously at high mental capacity for over 34 hours straight now. He needed a break. Hence, he decided to just log out of the game for now. Cuber Corporation. HQ location, unknown. Real world? The feed turned dark, which meant that the player had disconnected from the game. It was a quest full of twists and turns, and the people overlooking the entire development were in awe of the skills Rudra displayed. The quest line, although entertaining, had increased their headaches by quite a bit. Rudra achieved something that was not meant to happen in the game. The son of Archangel Serial was supposed to die at this point, triggering the wrath of Serial, which would have resulted in the eruption of Hazelbrood's dormant volcano and first ever calamity event. Rudra actually succeeding in the quest had put the Cuber Corporation in a tough spot. While creating the game, they had made sure that the players had freedom, and that every choice they made had a very attached consequence. Yet, they had still set a very general direction for the game to progress in. However, including Rudra, there were 16 in-game players that were flagged by the AI that continued to defy the bounds of artificial programming. Especially Rudra. His actions of introducing the bomb so early in the game, as well as making explosives within a week of getting the explosive artist subclass that were one of the hardest things to design, was something that the AI and Cuber Corporation never anticipated, forcing them to make a negotiation to bring balance back to the game, and now, he derailed a main storyline from its intended path. They had to make a choice now. Should they forcefully make the volcano erupt? Or should they let the game take its natural course? The Cuber officials were in an intense debate. However, one thing good that came from the episode was that Rudra became in the clear. Just being marked as unpredictable and extremely skilled with a threat level of 7/10 in the books. Real world. The upside? At an ice cream joint, Naomi was feeling a lot low. Nothing seemed to cheer her up, as she could not focus on anything at all. Even playing the game, she felt a pang of constant guilt, hence, she chose to log out and go out for an ice cream. At the ice cream joint, a little kid was cutely licking a triple scoop ice cream about the size of his arms. Ice cream smeared all over his cheeks. Naomi instantly recognized him. He was Guildmaster's little brother Max. She had seen the kid in the inauguration party. She took a seat next to Max and ordered a chocolate cone while giving Max a big smile. Max looked at Naomi, and the innocent 8-year-old just said, "Pretty," and went back to licking his ice cream as it was more important to him. Naomi blushed at the compliment. Kids were the best, they blurted whatever they thought, and there was no malice hidden in their words. Naomi's impression of little Max just went up by +50. As apart from being so cute and adorable, he was also so sweet. She thought maybe the brothers were raised well, as they always said sweet things to her. Trying to make small talk, she asked Max, "So what do you want to do when you grow up?" Max looked at Naomi for a second, then realized that every second he spent talking was a second he could have used eating ice cream, hence, he just ignored her and walked off. Ice cream in hand. Naomi just watched on in shock. She was ignored and stood up by a little guy who called her pretty just seconds ago. She thought. And here the world calls girls' minds fickle. Focusing on eating her ice cream, she was a little sad, as the cute little eye candy Max had gone away. However, what she saw next completely blew her away. The guild leader Rudra was out running in a tank top and earphones. His lean body full of muscles made her gulp for a second. She thought, well, that's a fine snack too. When Max, who just finished eating his ice cream, saw his brother, he screamed brother, as he ran towards Rudra to hug him. Rudra was surprised seeing Max running towards him. But he showed the enthusiasm back, as even though he was sweaty, he took the little guy in for a big hug. Naomi's heart just went into meltdown seeing this scene. It was just so adorable. Rudra then put little Max on his shoulders, as he continued a slow jog. When Rudra was no longer inside, her eyes disappointedly went back towards the ice cream she was eating, which had half melted by now. When a lady came out from a black Lamborghini, and sat beside her ordering a chocolate ice cream too. Naomi smiled at the stranger, who politely smiled back. That stranger was Yua Nakatomi. // bang. What rewards will Rudra get? What girl will he get? There will be no harem guys. One will suffer heartbreak while one will win his heart. However, the real no one will always be little Max. Golden ticket bonus guys. And a big shout out to Leo Crispy Eye, who pretty much single-handedly made it happen. We are close to hitting the Power Stone target too. Should we reach it, then a bonus will be given tomorrow. Let's make it happen, you all. // Chapter 136 Heist 1. What's the problem? Karna asked. Well, to explain the problem, let me retell the entire plan first, SMG said. Karna nodded and SMG began his explanation. The first thing we need to do is we need to knock the 3 patrolling guards out in the eastern perimeter. The guard strength is estimated to be peak tier 1 at a minimum of level 50. After we knock them out, 3 of our men will drink the appearance alteration potion and take their place and already plotted patrol routes in patrolling, making sure that Noon gets suspicious. Karna frowned a bit. Should they fight them head on, they would have ganged up 3-on-1, maybe 4-on-1, and easily defeated the guards. However, 1-on-1 the task was much harder, and to do it in one fell swoop without alarming the others was even more difficult. Karna said. So is that the problem? SMG shaked his head. No. The assassins in my party can do it easily. The hard part is later. I will come to the hard part in time. After knocking the guards down, we need to get to the starting point of the treasure map, the guard tower C. Of course, it goes without saying that we need to take out the guards on top of guard tower C before we can proceed further. There are 2 guards who guard tower C, 1 hunter and 1 archer. Both can use the bow proficiently at level 52 tier 1. They have excellent senses and vision due to the class. However, to avoid raising the alarm, we will need to sneak up on them. After we knock them out, our 2 men will use appearance alteration potion and pretend to be the duo patrolling the tower to not raise suspicion. Karna nodded. He said, okay, so sneaking on the archer and ranger is the hard part. I see. Yes, as we need to enter the tower from the top down. We will need to scale the tower first while avoiding detection. SMG shook his head, however, and said, No. Climbing the tower unnoticed and taking the guards down is easy. I haven't came to the hard part yet. Have patience. The hard part comes next. Karna was a bit dumbfounded now. Climbing a 50-feet tower and taking on 2 excellent archers at least 10 levels higher without raising an alarm was easy. What was hard then? The next segment requires us to remove tile number 47 from the basement of the tower, which will unearth the secret passage, which leads to tile number 47 beneath the royal vault. To reach there, the passage is narrow and small. One has to crawl on all 4s for about 500 meters down. And then, only using body strength, climb on all 4s vertically for 200 meters. Push the tile open quietly, and get into the vault. Karna said, okay, no problem. We can do it easy, right? SMG said, yes. I see Monsieur Leo is really fit in real life as well. Great muscles. Of course he can do the physical activity. No problem. The problem comes later. I will get to it. Karna blushed at the compliment. He prided himself at the fit body he had. Then we go in and steal everything we think is worth stealing. 20 storage rings equipped on both of our 10 fingers each plus all our inventory. A lot of loot, SMG said. Karna nodded. He said, Ag. So that's the problem. Don't worry, mate, there is enough loot in the royal vault to fit 2,000 rings. Don't worry about the loot. SMG shook his head. Of course there is. That is why we are carrying out the heist. No, that's not the problem. The problem comes next. Wait, I will get there. Karna was growing impatient now. What was the damn problem? We then leave the vault. Put back the tile. Slide out of the secret passage. Leave the tower. Leave the premises and flee Ninecolt's kingdom, SMG said. Karna nodded. He said, AHA. So fleeing is the problem? SMG shook his head. No. Fleeing should be trouble-free. We do not expect to raise alarm in the first 6 hours. Then the knocked-out guards will wake up and raise an alarm. It will take 30 more minutes for them to figure out that a heist had occurred. Then to find our trail they will at least need 6 more hours, as they will have no idea where we ran off to. By that point, we would already have crossed the border back to Hazel Grove. Karna was pissed now as he said, So what exactly is the problem? SMG replied, The problem is, Monsieur Karna, that we have not thrown the doubt towards the demolition boys. We have carried the Hayes too cleanly. Also, if we use the wolves as mounts to escape, it's harder to cast suspicion on the demolition boys. We need horse mounts. Karna was both impressed at SMG's long-term planning and insight, and disappointed in his lack of common sense. He said, Then give some members appearance alteration potions. Make them look like demolition boys members. Go to a store and rent the horses. Now when they backtrace the mounts they will go to the store and learn of their identity as a member of demolition boys. Problem solved. SMG's eyes shined. He was enlightened. Bravo. He clapped. The plan was finally set. Every fine detail worked out. Once the horses were hired, it would be time to carry out the heist. // This is one of the chapters one have worked the most at. The planning of the heist and the finer details, as well as portraying them in a way you all can easily visualize, was a challenging task. Hope you enjoy it. Congratulations to us all on hitting the Power Stone target. A bonus will be released soon. Next bonuses at 700 golden tickets and 2,400 Power Stones. Also a shout out to Alicia Melchiet for the 500 coin gift. Thank you for the support. // Chapter 137 Heist 2. 2 members from the heist group went to the nearest village to rent 50 horses. They had taken the appearance alteration potion and disguised themselves as 2 guild members from the demolition boys. They went to the storekeeper wearing dark robes without any guild insignia. However, they did not use the hood. They let the shopkeeper deliberately see their faces as they handed 200 gold for the transaction. The shopkeeper was elated, and as the customers did not haggle over the price, it left a good impression of them in his mind. Naturally, he would remember them later. While the 2 were busy buying horses, the main heist crew had started the action. It was sunset time in game, and according to the scouting they did for the past few days, this was the most opportune time to take out all patrols. There was a 15-minute window between when the natural sunlight was a bit low and the lamps were unlit. Hence the overall visibility was at the lowest. Using this short window, the trained assassins of the new organization, who had probably done same kinds of missions in real life, took out the 3 guards with exact sync. They sneaked up on them, making no sound at all. And without them noticing, they used the skill Cutthroat, giving critical hits to all guards as they died instantly. 15,000 critical hit. 15,000 critical hit. 15,000 critical hit. The dead soldiers' bodies did not even hit the floor, as without making a single sound their bodies were quickly disposed of. Their armor worn, and the appearances altered using a strand of their hair. All within 2 minutes. The patrols had been successfully replaced. Phase 1 was a success. Karna had a chill down his spine seeing the whole scene unfold before his eyes. The assassins were terrifying. He was sure that should they choose so, he would die under their knives before he could even react. Phase 2 was next, as pairs of 2 assassins sneakily moved cover to cover as they reached the foot of Guard Tower C. The 4 assassins got into positions. They were moving in pairs as they used the Thief and Assassin class special skill, Anti-Gravity, to scale the tower. They looked like a bunch of ninjas from Konoha as they ran vertically on the tower. Reaching the end, the assassin pair won through a small metal pin inside the observation deck to gain the archer and hunter duo's attention, when the other pair stealthily entered from behind them and applied a MMA-style chokehold. With the choke tightly applied, the duo gasped for air as they flailed around trying to get out of it. However, before they could even move an inch, the initial pair of assassins entered the room and stabbed their hearts out. 20,000 critical hit. 20,000 critical hit. The corpses were stacked in a corner, and one pair changed their appearances to match that of the hunter and archer duo. They took up the bow and arrows as they slinged it on their backs, and started to behave exactly like the duo would while on watch. The other pair went down the tower and killed the unsuspecting guard on the door before opening the door for Karna and SMG to enter. Just after Karna and SMG entered the tower, the lampman came around to hang the lamps. Phase 2 of the mission was also a success. Newt and the guard of the Royal Vault was any wiser, as nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Karna and SMG made their way to the bottom of the chamber, where food and supplies were stacked. They started counting the tiles until finally finding tile number 47. They removed the tile to show a narrow secret passage underneath. They entered the passage. Karna first and SMG followed. And after going about 10 meters, the passage shrunk to the size where one could only get by after moving on all fours while using your elbows. Military style. After an arduous half an hour, they finally reached the end of the horizontal movement chamber and towards the vertical chamber. Karna looked at his stamina bar, amused to find it depleted by January 3rd RD. The task was really laborious. Not easy at all. However, he had an even more difficult climb ahead. The vertical climb was difficult as there was nothing to grip in the climb. One had to exert pressure on the vertical walls with their hands and legs while continually struggling upwards. Karna grit his teeth as he began the climb. Thank God it was not real world. Else the labor would have left him sore for days to come. Slowly and steadily they both made their way upwards until finally they hit the ceiling. SMG firmly planted his feet on the walls and used his arms to give Karna as much support as he could so that Karna could exert pressure on the tiles to finally seeing a little bit of movement from the tiles. Karna wanted nothing more than to just flung the tile away with all his strength. However, he restrained his desire while slowly moving the tile towards the left, providing an opening. When enough of the tile was slid, he placed his hands at the side and pushed it wide open to finally climb into the vault. Finally, with much difficulties, he had indeed entered the goddamn royal vault. He was exited to look around at all the glittering treasures there. Soon SMG followed, only to find open-mouthed Karna staring at some object. SMG turned his head to see what the fuss was about, but he too found himself open-mouthed when he used inspect on the object. He pinched himself twice as he thought, is this for real? / Power Stone bonus chapter for you all. Enjoy. Coming up next is the rewards both from the heist and Rudra's quest, and I think the rewards are really good. Hoping we can complete the next two targets of 700 and 2,400 before the week resets on Sunday, so that you guys can really have the maximum chapters. And I know we can reach there at the current rate. So fingers crossed. / Chapter 138 Rewards 1. SMG rubbed his eyes twice to see if he was seeing the object in front of him correctly. Eternal Flame, Legendary, a flame obtained from a dying phoenix. It contains the power to resurrect the dead. It cannot be extinguished. If used against enemies, the burning will never stop. Effect 1, Flame of Life. The Eternal Flame can resurrect any dead NPC, and can grant vitality to those nearing their deaths. Effect 2, the strongest Forging Flame. It can even melt the legendary metals to smith. Effect 3, the flame if used to attack will burn the enemy without mercy. It cannot be extinguished. The flame will only go out when the body of the enemy is completely burned. Caution, if the flame is not used properly and results in a town or forest fire, it will lead to a complete town wipe. The flame cannot be contained. Cannot be stored in inventory. SMG and Karna were drooling at this point. Only when they read the last sentence about it not being able to be stored in inventory did they calm down. Carrying the flame around was the dumbest thing they could do. However, it would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. It was a damn legendary grade treasure. With much difficulty their eyes went away from the golden flames towards the other objects. The royal vault was exactly like one would expect. Heaps of gold and platinum and precious stones were just scattered. Artifacts were lying between them. It was just a massive collection of priceless treasures. Unfortunately, no matter how much he looked for, there were no other legendary items lying around. However, there were semi-legendary and epic ones. And amazing artifacts at that. Seal of Draconia, epic, a seal of the Dragon Kingdom of Draconia. Grants a party of 20 to enter the Forbidden Kingdom. Karna was intrigued. He immediately put it in the inventory. Of course, he wanted to go to any land labeled forbidden, and this was the one having the goddamn dragons. Masadoka Katana, epic, rumored to be the sharpest blade in the kingdom. It is only for the most skilled of the swordsmen. Built for accuracy rather than power. It is for the fast and precise. Effect 1, ignores all armor. Effect 2, critical damage plus 50%. Effect 3, the skill Cutthroat when used with this weapon will result in 400% damage. It was a really sharp katana, and SMG gulped seeing it. He wanted it. It was almost tailor-built for him. He was that kind of agile and precise swordsman who used the skill Cutthroat. But his dignity would not let him ask for it. Karna looked at SMG as he smiled and said, "You should take it." SMG looked at Karna gratefully. However, he did not stand on ceremony as he equipped the weapon. He was extremely satisfied as he felt that joining the elites was a good choice. The people were good and not greedy. He swore internally to serve the guild better. Minotaur's horn, semi-legendary, the horn of a legendary creature. It can be forged into a great sword, as well as used as an alchemy material. A semi-legendary item. Although it could not be used directly, it was still an amazing item nonetheless. And it went straight into the inventory. Elven Sword, semi-legendary, a sword of the highest grade made by the elves. It is light, and contains an inbuilt power to fight creatures of darkness. Inscribed with the finest runes, it contains a sword heart, and will only show its true potential when it chooses a master. Current chosen master, none. Effect 1. Can damage all darkness-aligned monsters, including formless monsters, like ghosts and spirits. Effect 2. Effect 3. Effect 4. Restriction 1. Righteous Faction. Restriction 2. Night class only. Reading the description, Karna immediately chose the item for Ridra. It was almost screaming his name. He stored it in his inventory without second thoughts. He next found an item that resonated with him for a change. Fruit of Luck, Epic, increases the consumer's luck by +3 permanently. It increases the eater's luck. Showing no hesitation, Karna ate the fruit there and then. Why waste an inventory slot? And a major change appeared in his character panel. Player name, Karna. Title, Son of Providence. Class, Swordsman. Subclass, Runesmith. LVL, 43. Tier, 1. Stats. AGI, 250 VIT, 230. Int, 180 STA, 230. PHY, 200 SE, 5. HP, 12. 000/12. 000. Unassigned stat points, 10. Hidden stats. Luck, 95 + 3/100, Son of Providence. Charm? Infamy, 0. Status, Healthy. Equipment, Pirate Armor Set, LV40. Bracelet of Passivity. Raymar's Ring. True Elite's Guild Robe. Weapons, Slaughter Blade, Epic. Common Bow. Quiver of Arrows. Assassin's Daggers. Skills, Mountain Crash. Defense Break. Energy Slash. High Knee. Class-specific skills, Heightened Battle Sense. Weapon Recall. Doppelganger. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Small Egg, Incubation, 24/100. His Heaven's Chosen title was replaced by the title Son of Providence. Of course, the effect changed as well. Son of Providence, title, good things will automatically flock towards you with you not even having to try. Critical hit rate +30% for all strikes. This was just too strong. He had become more OP than he already was, as one of every 3 hits he made were guaranteed to be critical hits. Just the thought made him yelp in joy. He hit it big this time. Especially when he read the line, good things will automatically come to you. Just a small difference of 3 luck points, and such a huge change was seen in his panel. Now, he only wondered what happens if he made the luck stat a full 100 someday. Anyway, there were a lot more things to loot. He needed to focus back on the task at hand. He was a responsible robber after all. No treasure shall escape his hands. / Chapter 1 for today. We are close to hitting the golden ticket and power stone targets. So hopefully there will be number 2 and 3 too. Special shout out to Raging Silver for the 5,000 coin gift. Many thanks dear reader for your patronage. / Chapter 139 Rewards 2. Whoa, check this out! SMG told Karna. Platinum Guild Token, 9 Cloud Special. The token can be used to create the only Platinum Guild in the 9 Clouds Kingdom. Karna whistled looking at the item. Although it was useless for them, it was actually a priceless treasure for a first-rate guild in 9 Clouds Kingdom. The thing could be either sold in an auction-type bidding war, or could be gifted to curry favor. Also, the Grey International main guild was also based in 9 Clouds Kingdom, hence, it could also be gifted to them. Karna let Rudra decide on the specifics as he tossed it into the inventory. There were various types of forging materials lying around, various stones and rare gems. Whatever Karna felt may have use. He tossed it into the inventory space. Then he found something interesting. Weapon Recall Skill, Epic. Recall a fallen weapon back to your wielding arm. It was an interesting skill to learn. It had many practical uses in battle. Karna tossed it into the inventory. Flame Steps, Skill, Epic. Uses flames to increase movement speed and attack power. Propels the user forward with great movement boost. Low chance of dealing burn damage upon kicking. +50 AGI. +5 PHY. Duration, 5 minutes. Caution, 5 agility after time duration is over for 2 hours. Cooldown time, 3 hours. It was an amazing skill to learn. Karna appreciated it, and tossed it into the inventory. Staff of Grandmage Arahim, Epic. Staff used by Grandmage Arahim when he was an apprentice mage. +50 mana. +50 int. Effect 1, all spells power plus 5%. Effect 2, casting time 5%. It was an amazing wand and Karna had no doubt Medivh would love it, as he tossed it in the bag. Time was running out now. As the timer Karna and SMG set for escaping showed that they had 5 minutes left for the heist. They needed 2 minutes to get back out of the tunnel. Hence, that left them 3 minutes to loot. They frantically started putting everything into inventory that came in sight. Plus 250 million gold. Plus 3 million platinum. Plus 1000 LV50 full armor sets. Plus 1000 LV60 full armor sets. Plus 100 tier 1 return scrolls. Plus 100 tier 2 scrolls, ablaze. Plus 10 tier 3 scrolls, ocean's tide. Plus 15 strength fruits. Plus 15 stamina fruits. Plus 15 agility fruits. Time ran out as second alarm hit Karna. It was time to move out. The night watcher's shift would start in 30 minutes, and they needed to escape a good distance by then. However, the sheer amount of gold they looted here today exceeded all of Karna's wildest imaginations. He genuinely had a feeling that they could all cash the money in, and divide it amongst all guild members, and just retire for good. However, he dismissed that notion as quickly as it came. He loved Omega, and he loved the true elites. This was just the start. It was a long road ahead. The two of them escaped the room as they carefully put the tile back on, before sliding down the vertical pit. Finally, a minute later they were back in the horizontal pit, and they started to crawl at full speed. Coming out of the horizontal pit, they quickly covered back the tile number 47 that they used to carry out the heist, and put back the food and other supplies over the tile to make it look natural. The two members on top of the tower quickly ran down upon receiving the let's go signal. As the four dashed out, the three members on patrol duty saw them escaping, and took it as their signal to flee too, as the five made their way back out of the courtyard and into the wilds. The horses were ready there, as the party split into three to leave from that point forward in three different directions to mislead the pursuers. The three different paths would eventually merge before they all made way back into Hazelgrove. However, for now the party of 50 broke into three groups and ran. Half an hour later, when the group was miles away from the heist location, the guard who came to replace the patrolman raised the first alarm after not finding anyone on patrol. Soon the dead bodies were found, and a red alert was issued. However, the conniving knives had long left the premises as they made headway back into Hazelgrove. 6 hours of constant riding later, the group of three merged back into one as they entered the border town of Hazelgrove Kingdom. This entire event would be years later remembered as the greatest heist of the century, as the value of all looted goods exceeded $1 trillion. It was an insane plan executed to perfection. Well, almost perfection, as a little part was still left yet. That was to frame the demolition boys. However, it was not that difficult, as opportunity walked itself towards Karna when the party was stopped on the road towards the capital by a bunch of Alliance members. Coincidentally, all from the demolition boys. Karna acted like a pitiful player as the other guild members played along. He quietly gave them a loot of 200 gold coins, as well as a few rare stones that he obtained from the heist. The demolition boys were naturally overjoyed and let Karna and group pass without any qualms. They had never expected such a huge spoil. They transferred the loot to the guild warehouse, as they received great praise from their superiors. Alas, if only they knew the consequences of their actions. / Guys, the chapter when they will get framed for the heist will be funny as hell. I can't stop laughing just thinking about it. Bonus chapter released for all the coin gifts I have got from you all. Honestly, I never expected the overwhelming support I got from you all. Here is a little appreciation for that. This one is for you guys. Thank you for all the support. More chapters coming up at 700 golden tickets. Just 10 more to go, you all. And at 2,400 PS. Let's go! / Chapter 140 Rewards 3. Church of Life. Inner District. Purple Haze City. Rudra was inside the prayer hall of the Church of Life talking to Cardinal Lee about the specifics of the battle. Sue, at the end, I destroyed the teleportation array from the inside Sue that the paladin could not chase the son of Archangel Serial. However, I got killed by his spells as I am but weak, Rudra said pitifully. He had learnt the subtle art of humble bragging, and he made sure to make his story sound extremely tragic to Cardinal Lee. Cardinal Lee was moved to tears learning of his sufferings as he showered praise after praise to Rudra. He then said, I had a talk with the Archbishop. He told me to award you as I deem fit for meritorious service towards the church. Do not worry. The church shall not do you wrong. System notification. Your title, emissary of the church, has been upgraded to honorary bishop of the church. Rudra called up his stats panel. Player name, Shakuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life? World-renowned. Hero of Augustus 1 Knight. Class Knight. Subclass Explosion Artist. LVL 46. Tier 1. Stats. AGI 236 plus 118 Vit 236 plus 118. Int 236 plus 118 STA 236 plus 118. PHY 236 plus 118 HP 29,000/29,000. Unassigned stat points shocked. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy. Invalid. Status. Healthy. Equipment. Pirate armor set. LV40. Lich's ring. Concealer mask. Not equipped. Retractable shield. Epic. Weapons. Wind cutter sword. Common bow. Quiver of arrows. Excalibur sword. Replica. Skills. Darkness bind. Summon Knight Durahel. Wind slash. Critical absorb. Berserk. Darkness blast. Death slash. Eyes of truth. Earthquake. Critical block. Blink. Stormbringer. Class specific skills. Knight's companion. Knight's valor. Golden ratio. Mount. Grey wolf. Pet. Mysterious egg. Incubating. 52/200. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. Title. You shall have unrestricted access to the Church of Life's most resources such as holy water and infamy reduction. You yourself will not gain any more infamy upon killing enemies, as any you kill shall be considered an enemy of the Church. Any opponent attacking you will have no way of reducing infamy inside Hazelgrove Kingdom, unless acquitted of treason. The local administration cannot capture or detain you. It was a very, very important title, and its benefits were obvious. Rudra had a big smile on his face. However, he was not satisfied yet. The pain he went through in the quest needed him to get more. He smiled at Cardinal Lee. I am honored that you found this lowly adventurer worthy of such a title. Rudra had fake tears in his eyes. As Cardinal Lee's heart moved again, he felt like Rudra was the purest soul around. Reliable and a genuine devotee of the goddess. He was convinced in his choice of granting the title. Next, Cardinal Lee said, You may choose one of the 3 rewards next. 1. You may use this opportunity to get any one item from the church's warehouse. 2. You may use this opportunity to ask for the blessing of the Pope once. 3. You may use this opportunity to exchange for 1 tear of life. Rudra thought his ears were ringing. Did the Cardinal just say the tear of life? The tear of life was the Church of Life's most treasured possession. Only given to the most elite paladins after years of service. Upon consuming it permanently gave a plus 50 bonus to all stats, excluding hidden stats. Drinking it was akin to gaining 10 levels at once. Rudra never expected such a treasure to be offered. The second option was intriguing too. He could meet the Pope to gain his blessing. The Pope was an extremely powerful existence at the peak of the power chain at Tier 5 peak, and some rumors saying at Tier 6? Any blessing from him could be worth a big deal. Rudra had been to the church warehouse twice now. Hence he knew that there were great treasures inside. It was sure to be good. He had a big dilemma here to choose option 1. Option 2. Or option 3. Meanwhile, the Alliance meeting. Leaders. The backer who invested the large amounts of funds has sent a representative to state some demands at this meeting. Please welcome Mr. Nakul. Introduced to Love Smashing. Nakul looked around the room in a cold gaze, as he sized the 7 guild leaders sitting around him. Then he scoffed and shook his head. Then he said, Look, we all know your guilds are just trash compared to the true elites. And it will be trash until that guild exists in the kingdom. Your current objective should be aimed at crushing the elites. Vians popped on the guild leaders' foreheads upon hearing the rude man. Of course they knew that compared to the elites, they were inferior. However, Noon wanted that fact being shoved down their throats. With great self-control and restraint, Pink Lotus said, How would you suggest we do that? Nakul said, We have given so much money to you beggars. Use it to hire more beggars. Every goddamn third-rate and adventurer group you can afford. Buy them all and put them under contract. Increase your numbers by a large margin. The elite's identity is their exclusivity. However, against 100,000 soldiers, even the strongest 1,000 shall fall. Yua wanted to bang the table hard, but she restrained herself barely. The guy treated had the gall to call her beggar? She? The daughter heir of Nakatomi Corporation? The leader of the first-rate guild Azure Lotus? She looked around to see that the other guild leaders were also barely swallowing their pride. If not for the truly immense funds poured, they would have slapped that dog to death. There are only 9 days left in the elite's war cooldown meter left. It's time to nip that problem in the bud, Nakul said as he left the room. Noon wanted to meet each other's eyes at this point. as there was no point in discussing. They had to do as instructed. Fortunately or unfortunately, they had become slaves of the Ambani Corporation after they accepted the massive investments. They could only prepare for the upcoming war and do their best to win now. / golden ticket bonus for crossing the 700 ticket mark. Great job, you guys. You are making me write 3 chapters a day where my normal pace is 1. I guess we will hit the Power Stone target soon, so another bonus will be coming tomorrow. But I will gladly work 3 times as hard for the support and love you all show for my work. Enjoy. / Chapter 141 Rewards 4. Rudra thought about everything. And at the end, he chose the Tear of Life. As stats were absolute. His biggest advantage currently was his stats that were way beyond anyone else at this stage in the game. His stats were already comparable to level 60 normal players at level 46. But gaining another plus 50 in all stats would mean that with his golden ratio bonus, he would have plus 75 all stats. It was a huge boost in strength. Although meeting the Pope was an extremely interesting prospect for him, the rewards were not certain, and he felt his current self too lacking to meet such an existence. Had he been tier 3 or 4, he would have jumped on the chance to meet the Pope. But considering his current self, he decided against it. As for choosing an artifact from the warehouse, the only thing Rudra lacked currently was a suitable sword. Excalibur Replica was a nice sword. However, Windcutter's sword was too lacking now that his level had increased. The damage from Windslash was also not up to par. However, he had already browsed through everything in the warehouse related to swords in his previous visits, and found many extraordinary swords. Just none of them were a good fit for him. Making up his mind, Rudra asked the Cardinal for the Tear of Life. Cardinal Lee was a bit surprised at Rudra's choice. However, he gladly complied, giving Rudra the vial containing the Tear of Life for consuming. Tear of Life, semi-legendary, potion, reverse engineered from the divine tears of the Goddess of Life. This is a potion that can give permanent stat points bonus to the consumer. Effect all stats plus 50. Rudra felt no hesitation as he gulped the potion down. Immediately, he felt a storm of power coursing through his veins, as he felt a lot stronger. Rudra called for his new stat panel. Player name, Shikuni/Augustus 1 Knight. Title, Viscount of Hazelgrove Kingdom. Reputable Knight. Savior of Thal Village. Revered Medicine Master. Honorary Bishop of the Church of Life. World-renowned. Hero of Augustus 1 Knight. Class, Knight. Subclass, Explosion Artist. LVL, 46. Tier, 1. Stats. AGI, 286 plus 143 Vit, 286 plus 143. Int, 286 plus 143 STA, 286 plus 143. PHY, 286 plus 143 HP, 35,000/35,000. Unassigned stat points shot. Hidden stats. Luck. Charm. Infamy, invalid. Status, healthy. Equipment, pirate armor set, LV40. Lich's ring. Concealer mask, not equipped. Retractable shield, epic. Weapons, Windcutter sword. Common bow. Quiver of arrows. Excalibur sword, replica. Skills, Darkness Bind. Summon Night Durahell. Windslash. Critical Absorb. Berserk. Darkness Blast. Death Slash. Eyes of Truth. Earthquake. Critical Block. Blink. Stormbringer. Class-specific skills, Knight's Companion. Knight's Valor. Golden Ratio. Mount, Grey Wolf. Pet, Mysterious Egg, incubating, 53/200. Then an unexpected event occurred. System notification. You have achieved stats way beyond your current level. You have been granted the special title Limit Breaker. Limit Breaker title, you will be valued in any NPC faction you choose to join, irrespective of their alignment. Rudra received a new title. Although it was useless to him currently, it was a good title to have. Rudra had a huggy boost in his already monstrous strength. He felt he was as strong as an early tier 2 player currently, and that was saying a lot as the difference between tiers was huge. Also, Rudra was currently 14 levels away from level 60, where he can attempt the next tier promotion quest. It was Christmas come early for him. He thanked Cardinal Lee for all his help. And just as he was about to leave the church, Caleb entered the church. Rudra easily identified the striking son of Archangel Serial, with his distinct blonde hair and build. It was only then that Rudra remembered that the kid was looking for him. However, as Rudra was under the effect of the appearance alteration potion as Gary while rescuing him, he walked right past Rudra without paying him any mind. Naturally, Rudra raised an eyebrow at the situation. He said, We meet again. Son of Cereal. Caleb paused in his steps as he looked towards Ridra. Clearly puzzled, he said, Sorry. Do I know you? Ridra laughed as he said, The guy who saved you. Shikuni. Caleb's eyes widened at the reveal as he politely bowed. Then asked, What? Ridra quickly said, Appearance alteration potion. Happy to see you safe. Caleb instantly understood everything. However, before his conversation could continue any further, Cardinal Lee jumped as he touched the son of Archangel Cereal everywhere with tears in his eyes, making sure he was fine. Ridra rolled his eyes at this sight. He is not your birth son, Cardinal Ridra said in his mind. However, not a single sign of displeasure was seen on his face. Caleb was not used to this kind of treatment, as he was clearly very awkward. However, he did not have the heart to push the old cardinal away. Ridra had no intention of sticking around to see the nauseating sight any longer, as he looked at Caleb and said, True Elites Guild. Inner City. Come if you have any business to discuss. And left the church. Caleb wanted to follow, however he was stormed in the church with fanatic paladins and priests, who were seeing him, as if Cereal himself had descended. However, just as Ridra left the church, Ridra got another system notification. System notification. You have piqued the interest of Archangel Cereal. He will be watching your progress. Ridra felt a chill down his spine at this notification. He had never heard of any such event in his past life. And his guts told him it was not a good thing. / bonus chapter for reaching Power Stone target. Congratulations for hitting the target of 2,400 and surpassing it by another 300. I don't think we will be able to get to 3,000 this week before the timer ends. However, I am glad to announce that this is the most successful week we have had yet. Keep up the good work, guys. You all earned 7 bonus for golden ticket bonuses plus 3 Power Stone bonuses. Hoping to carry on the momentum and go strong next month too. Thank you for all the support this week, guys. / Chapter 142 Mega Plan. True Elites Headquarters. Inner District. Purple Haze City. Virtual World. The elders had all met inside the conference room. It was full attendance with SMG, Fatty Kalash, Neatwit, Karna, Amelia all sitting around and Ridra sitting at the center of the table. There was a lot of tension and excitement at the table. Everyone here was busy with various tasks after the system auction. But by the looks of the things, everyone seemed to have succeeded in their tasks. Ridra had received the report about the guild's current finances from Amelia following the heist that SMG and Karna conducted. Honestly, Ridra was pleasantly surprised to see such an amazing loot. He was extremely happy. Also, the items they brought were exemplary to say the least. Especially the Elven Sword. It was an amazing addition to his arsenal. Somehow, the sword felt neither light nor heavy in his hands. It was just the perfect weight. To his disappointment, the sword did not acknowledge it as its master right away. But even without the sword acknowledging it as its master, it unleashed terrifying power far beyond Windcutter could ever do. Hence Ridra swapped Windcutter for Elven Sword in his dual-wielding style. Apart from the semi-legendary sword, there was also the Golden Goose, the Chalice of Purification, that Ridra stole while saving Caleb. He was now in possession of an unlocked Chalice of Purification. It meant that every potion of the basic grade could be upgraded to the highest purity by the guild for no extra cost. Just imagine the economic ramifications of such a cheat object. Just imagine buying a basic strengthening potion for 2 gold. And selling an highest quality advanced strengthening potion for 250 gold. Whopping over 2,000% profit. It was a cheat margin. Should the guild choose to sell it at a low price of 100 gold each, would there even be competition left in the market? The true elites were going to own the monopoly in the potions market in the future. And that was a guarantee now, with this object. Should even a whiff about the object be leaked, however, it would cause endless wars for the guild. Even super guilds would not resist the temptation of a potential endless revenue stream. Hence, even inside the true elites guild, only Fatty Kalash and Ridra knew about the cheat object. Not even Karna had a whiff about it. It was not as if Ridra did not trust the elders. However, it was just that big of a deal that he took that one extra step. However, even after all this, dare did Ridra say that the funds were barely enough. For the next plan, he was going to propose. It was an insane plan. And Ridra never dreamed that such a plan may become reality. However, now having more funds than every other guild in the Purple Haze City did combined, he finally got the courage to spend money like water. But before Ridra proposed his insane plan, he decided to get to know about the guild specifics. Amelia was ready with a report as she said, The Alliance has started a mass recruitment drive. They are providing guaranteed benefits upon joining the group and issuing great rewards for the guild tasks. It is estimated that the 7 Guild Alliance has recruited close to 1,000 000 people into their fold in the last 4 days, and are planning on taking another 40,000 more. That would bring the total size of the alliance to a whopping 4,000 players. It is no joke considering that 8 days later our protection period would cool down, and we will be able to receive war invited. The atmosphere in the room turned heavy. 400,000 troops was another ballpark. It was not possible to face such a massive plethora of troops even if they had 50,000 bombs to bombard the enemy with. It was simply suicidal to face such an army. Rudra seemed unaffected with the news, as he had long since anticipated such an event occurring. He had thought about many possible scenarios, and now was not the time to worry about the bells of war. It was time to act on it. Chip away at the opposition, and make their stance known. If Rudra was not wrong. A massive riot is on the rise in Purple Haze City. Within 2 or 3 days it should start brewing. The quest line involving Crown Prince Amon seems to have been going as he expected. The Alliance threatened the 3 second-rate guilds that acquired the object in the auction with an all-out war over the object and managed to acquire it for themselves. And seeing that they were calmly operating and recruiting members, it was clear that they sided with the Crown Prince on the matter. Hence, when the matter of the Crown Prince being a necromancer would be revealed to the common public, and the outrage would start, they were sure to have a hard time. Rudra was just hoping for that event to happen. The Alliance's nightmare would start with that riot, and would be made worse by the war they would find themselves in with the elites. And if everything went as Rudra hoped it would, the Alliance will be driven out of Purple Haze City in 2 months' time. Rudra sighed. Things were going to get cluttered again. There were a million things to do, and a little time to do it all. It was time to tie up those laces and get to work. Rudra started to explain his plan. The mega plan to become the overlords of Purple Haze City. // New week. New goals. New motivation. The war arc and much more is on the way, guys. It will be the best arc yet with much pre-planning. A great war sequence, and an even better fallout. Hence we need to pump everything up this week to match that. We had a killer week last week. With the best numbers the book has seen yet. Thank you all for that. New targets this week are 100 golden tickets equals 1 bonus chapter. 700 PS equals 1 bonus chapter. 1400 PS equals 2 bonus chapters. 2100 PS equals 3 bonus chapters. 2800 PS equals 4 bonus chapters. 3500 PS equals 5 bonus chapters. Really wish to hit the 3500 PS target. Big shout out to Cervantes91 for the 10,000 coin gift. Am speechless, man. New week, and you have filled me with energy to work harder than I usually do. Thank you for the support. // Chapter 143 Overlords of Purple Haze City. Karna was a little scared now, as he said, Guild Master, how about we recruit some more members? Like a few 10,000 odd or so. Even if they don't fit the build, we can still choose good players at level 40 or above that we can rope in. Rudra just raised his hand. No, he said firmly. We are the elites, and only the elites shall be worthy to stand amongst us, Rudra declared. Karna looked down sheepishly. Of course, even he wanted only the elites to stand amongst them. However, the overwhelming numbers disparity between them and the opposing faction made him a little desperate for more help. Rudra said, I understand your concerns. However, they are unnecessary. Let 1,000,000 of them charge on us, and we will still stand tall on their corpses. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. Where did the guild leader gain his confidence from? What cards does he have hidden? However, relief was the emotion everyone felt. If the boss said they would stand tall, then to hell with the number disparity, they would stand tall, period. Rudra began his explanation. If we play our cards right, the massive number of 4,000 can be reduced to nearly 250,000 even before the war starts. As for how and when, leave it to me. Everyone nodded. The boss had spoken. Rudra continued. The most important thing we need to do currently is to bait the Alliance into declaring war on us. Just that much. We just need those idiots to send a war request for us to win the war with 100% certainty. Well, everyone wanted to know how that would change anything. However, Nitwit was the one to voice out that question for everyone as he said, Guild Master, how would that change anything? Rudra chuckled as he said, the defending faction chooses the terrain for the war. There are many different types of terrains that can be chosen, and some of them render numbers advantage useless. Everyone's eyes widened. Although the war feature had been around for quite some time now, with many guilds having chosen many different battlefields. Although it was true that there were many terrains, but there was none that could negate such a huge numbers advantage. Sensing their doubts, Rudra said, "We will choose the battlefield. Fort Knox. It is a fort-type defensive battlefield that is ideal for defense. I know what you all are thinking. That although it's a fort in name, it has 3 massive gates that lead straight into the interior. It is far from impregnable. However, naturally, I have my own arrangements." Everyone dispelled their doubts. The leader had spoken. However, what Rudra said next is what blew their minds completely. Rudra started explaining his big plan. "The thing we should focus now, before the war, is something completely else. First arrangement that I assign SMG is arming our members to the teeth. Buy the best armors, best weapons, best skill books, everything. Make an announcement in the guild that any weapon and skill book they wish to purchase, the guild will foot the bill. Just make the troops stronger." SMG widened his eyes in disbelief. However, he instantly nodded. He understood his duty, and that was all that he needed to do. "Augustus one night has informed me that there is a riot upcoming in the city. It will see a lot of turmoil inside Hazel Grove, and especially in Purple Haze City. The Crown Prince is a necromancer, and there will be a great public backlash when the news is leaked. The NPC shops will close, and the city will go under protest. However, for us, it's an opportunity, and we will strike big should it all as planned," Rudra said. "We are going to buy every single plot of land available in Purple Haze City. Augustus is a duke, and he can purchase the lands given enough funds. We are going to buy every single shop on sale, every single apartment, hotel, and empty unconstructed lands available for purchase." Before anyone could process the information about Augustus being a duke and the guild undertaking a massive buying spree, Rudra dropped another big bomb. "We are going to employ the entire Guards Tier 1 division available for hire. The entire 20,000 guard division. It will cost close to 50 million gold a month to mint in the division. However, we will undertake that expense. We will use the Guards division to mint an order and enforce security of our shops and bought out plot of lands, as we will move through the riots protecting our assets." Rudra declared. The guild members found his actions puzzling. Why not wait until the riot was over a month later to buy the plots of land? That way the hired guards could be put to better use? However, questioned Rudra, as all his actions always had a deeper meaning that they could not understand. And that was indeed the case. After the riot's end, there will be a flood of nobility titles awarded by the newly crowned King Amon. And the nobles would try use their authority to buy the properties available on the market. There would be a flood of opposition, and the prices of the plots would skyrocket. Soon after the crowning of the new king, the special event, the city garrison would start, and at that time guilds would compete to gain the garrison of cities under the rule of King Amon. And Rudra intended to fight for the rights to Purple Haze City. Every shop he owned would turn into bunkers and strategic locations, and every soldier he owned into fighting force. At that time the value of this investment would show fruit. There are wars after wars as the game has entered a chaotic period. Many guilds would rise, and many would perish when all was said and done. However, Rudra with his reincarnator knowledge aims for the biggest piece of the pie, and he has started making the necessary moves. The first step to becoming the overlords of Purple Haze City required him to invest a massive sum of 300 million gold. A weaker man would not be able to spend so much in a single go. However, Rudra was not a weaker man. He was a dragon, and his hunger would not be satiated by a small drop in the bucket like 300 million gold. / a lot of story brewing here. How fast do we reach the Overlord of Purple Haze City arc is on you guys. Bonus chapter for reaching golden ticket target. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Let's reach the next target fast so that more chapters are released for you all. Please drop a comment down below if you feel satisfied with the direction the story is going towards. / Chapter 144. Oh, what a shame. The Royal Palace, Inner District, Purple Haze City, Hazel Grove Kingdom. Prince Amon played with the red jewel in his hands as he looked at the 7 people standing before him. The lacking strength of the group made him scoff, as it would not even take him a flick of his wrist to kill these ants. Even a basic death knight in his arsenal could 1v7 these adventurers. However, he had to admit that they did him a huge meritorious service by bringing him this gem, and hence they deserved to be rewarded. Amon was planning on dethroning the current emperor, his father, and seizing power for himself. However, it was not easy to seize power from his old but strong Warmage father, who was at tier 4. Amon knew he had to scheme to take the throne, and the red jewel was a vital part in his schemes. The red jewel was actually a very rare type of illusion stone. If powered using a formation, it could give birth to a very intricate and deathly illusion. Amon was confident of killing the emperor inside the illusion using his necromancy. The chief of royal guards was already on his side. Hence, there would be no problem in taking over the military after the forceful rise to the throne. What Amon was afraid of, however, was Patricia one night. Would the One Knight swear their loyalty? Or will they rebel? Was a question he was worried about. However, that equation changed when he met the adventurer Shikuni one night. Inside the royal library, the nonchalant reaction the player had to him being a necromancer was intriguing to Amon. He needed such subordinates. Smart but indifferent to his actions. He needed to somehow rope Shikuni in after he ascends the throne to consolidate his power. Amon was conflicted in how to reward the 7 people here, however, and he finally decided that they should be rewarded only in the future after he took the throne. He decided to test the adventurers here. Should they support him in his rise to power, they will be rewarded. If they choose to turn their backs on him, knowing his necromancer identity and his thirst for the throne, he would kill them right here right now and oust their guilds from the kingdom. Amon said, "Well done! Well done! You have done a great meritorious deed for the kingdom by delivering this very important gem to me." The love-smashing took a knee as he tried to butter up the king. He said, "It is our pleasure to serve the glorious and righteous crown prince of Hazelgrove." Amon's eyelids twitched. He was a necromancer, damn it. Glorious and righteous would be the 2 worst words to describe him. However, he continued, "I plan on assassinating the king and taking over the throne through blood. I see you are a group of intelligent people. Should you choose to support the uprising, you shall be appropriately rewarded in the future. So what shall your choice be?" System notification. Quest. Help Crown Prince Amon rise to the throne. A. Help Crown Prince Amon maintain civil order once he rises to the throne through blood and riots break out on the kingdom streets. Rewards, unknown. Pink Lotus instantly felt like this quest was a red flag. However, looking at the exited expressions of her colleagues, she knew the outcome. Yet before anyone could express their thoughts, she asked, "What if we refuse?" The 6 of them showed her dirty glares. As naturally, this was not the majority opinion. Yet Amon laughed at her question. He said, "It's that or death. And knowing that you adventurers have been blessed by immortality by the goddess, it is probably infinite deaths. And also there will be no place for you and your guilds inside Hazelgrove Kingdom anymore, as the royal guards would chase you out." Everyone had a chill down their spines hearing his reply. It was not an option if he put it that way, now was it? Gulping, Scorpio said, "Of course, it's our pleasure to serve His Majesty the Emperor." Scorpio deliberately called Amon the Emperor to appease his anger. And naturally it worked as Amon smiled. He liked the sound of being called Emperor. At this time a servant entered the room and passed a message to Amon that emissaries from the Nine Clouds Kingdom were here, and that the king requested his presence in the court. Amon groaned. He had no intention of attending the court. Yet he could not ignore his stupid father's summons for now, as he needed to play the part of the ideal son. He dismissed the alliance leaders as he went to the court. The royal court. Hazelgrove Kingdom. Inside the grand royal court, lined with important and powerful ministers, stood a group of emissaries from the neighboring Nine Clouds Kingdom. The Emperor Cervantes 91 sat on his throne, looking towards the group. His aura majestic and fitting of a ruler. Although Hazelgrove was a kingdom and not an empire, the history of Hazelgrove is such that it was once the strongest and largest empire in the continent. After years of battles and uprising, it shrank to its current size. However, the emperor never demoted his title to that of a king. Hence, he was still called the emperor. Cervantes 91 was an extremely skilled warrior who was a great general as well. In his reign, not a single inch of his kingdom was lost to enemy forces. The people were happy, and he was revered. Amon took his place at the court, just below the emperor, as Cervantes gave him a slight nod. The attendance was now complete, and the proceedings could start. One of the emissaries said, "Your Majesty, the royal warehouse of the Nine Clouds Kingdom was raided and looted by a bunch of despicable thieves who escaped with a lot of valuable items. Upon tracing the thieves' tracks, we discovered that they entered Hazelgrove Kingdom. The thieves made use of a secret passage unknown to the kingdom to successfully carry out the heist. However, they made a fatal mistake of renting the horses from a nearby village. The horseman saw their faces and has sworn on his neck that they are adventurers from a guild called Demolition Boys. We have the sketches here." They passed the sketches they obtained from the horse dealer and passed it to a court official. Then he continued, "We request cooperation in capturing the responsible parties with the assistance of the Almighty Emperor of Hazelgrove." Cervantes 91 closed his eyes as he thought about the issue. He naturally despised thieves and robbers. However, the thieves were Hazelgrove citizens, hence he needed to be sure before granting punishment. He said, "The royal guards will assist you in checking their possessions. Should the stolen items be found, they will be returned to Nine Clouds respectfully, and the thieves will be tried under Hazelgrove Kingdom's law and punished for their crimes." The emissaries bowed in respect of the emperor as they said, "That is very gracious, Your Majesty. We have no qualms in your judgment." With this, the matter was settled. However, Amon had a deep frown on his face. Wasn't one of the idiots who came to meet him a while ago the leader of Demolition Boys? If so, this could be troublesome. Meanwhile, the Grey International Tower. The upside? Real world. Ethan had become a lot more busy since he met the twins. A passion had been lit under him as he was grinding again in full gears. As he tried to destroy Mithun and Bonnie inside out, Ethan's greed had been ignited as he saw an opening that could make him gobble up all of Mbani's assets. His company. His businesses. He slowly yet surely make it all his. Ethan Gray was not a good guy at heart. And he was naturally not helping the twins without expecting returns. He decided to treat Rudra as his brother and his equal, as he knew the terrifying power of reincarnation. As he experienced it himself, and so far his decision had not been proven wrong. Amelia, the logistic support that Ethan had given to the true elites, and Ethan's spy inside the guild, reported the guild to have in-game gold assets that values more than $3 trillion. However, the guild would tie them up inside real estate, and such inside the game. Ethan did not understand the game too much. But he understood money, and Rudra's ability to earn money was terrifying. It was way faster than even he himself. And that was the only reason that Ethan did not exploit the twins and genuinely work with them. As he did not wish to antagonize Rudra. If Rudra could earn trillions of dollars in the short time span he had been playing the game, then down the line the profits he would make would be even more impressive, and Ethan would take 30% of it. Even if Ethan was the bigger man in the relationship for now, that dynamic would change in the future. And Ethan knew it. Hence, he was glad that he decided to treat Rudra as his brother early on, and he even did him favors by helping his guild mates. As these small things would take him a long way in the future. / The Demolition Boys framing coming up soon. LOL, it will be fun. A longer chapter than usual today at over 1,600 words, as I don't think we will hit either the Power Stone or the Golden Ticket bonus today. Hence giving you all a little extra to enjoy. Bonus will surely still be there if either of the targets are hit. So try aim for it. Also congratulations to Cervantes 91 as you finally get your own character in the novel as promised. It is also none other than the almighty Emperor of Hazel Grove. Thank you for all the support you have given to my novel. I appreciate it. / Chapter 145 Framed. Purple Haze City. Virtual World. A group of 50 guards and 4 emissaries from Nine Clouds Kingdom rode together towards the guild headquarters of the Demolition Boys in the outer district. When the entourage of the red armor-wearing guards on white horse mounts traveled through the inner city, they naturally gained a lot of attention from the common players on the streets, who followed them to see what they were up to. Naturally, most of those who followed were hoping for a special event or such to happen. However, many just followed for the show, as it was bound to be entertaining. When the entourage stopped in front of the Demolition Boys headquarters, many murmurings could be heard from the common public. Everyone was curious as to why they stopped before the guild headquarters, and what that implied. But as things could potentially get interesting, many started recording the event. Amongst the crowd was a struggling live streamer. Called DutyPie. He had a small fanbase, but he had yet to go viral and grab the big stage. He was naturally hungry for content, hence, he pushed his way to the best possible angle and began live streaming in a best possible spot. His stream titled, Guards at Demolition Boys HQ. What's going down? It had currently 67 viewers, and the number was growing. Some Demolition Boys guild members wearing the guild robes were near the entrance, and they naturally inquired about the sudden visit from the guards. And some people informed the higher-ups. One of the royal guards announced loudly, We have an imperial verdict from His Majesty the Emperor, the son of Hazelgrove Kingdom, the mighty warrior, Cervantes 91, to inspect the guild's assets. You have 5 minutes to comply with the warrant, or we have been authorized to use force. A loud commotion broke out. The guild was under inspection? What shady business did they commit to anger the Emperor himself? Everyone started discussing at this point. And the Demolition Boys guild members naturally panicked. They were absolutely clueless as to what to do. However, to their relief, I Need to Smash came out to address the situation. I Need to Smash looked at the swarm of people in front of him, as well as the royal guards, and he contemplated for a while. Although he was no longer the vice guild master of the guild after his last slip-up in buying advanced mana potions, he was still a core member and a higher-up in the organization. I Need to Smash thought about the guild's activities, and he found nothing that could implicate the guild. Although the guild extorted money and essentials from passing adventurers, they did not take part in any illegal activities that could stir trouble on a kingdom scale. I Need to Smash thought that this was his redeeming chance. As he began his act, he prostrated himself on the ground. As he began to speak, his face facing the ground and his hands over his head in a namaste, as he said, The lowly citizen greets the royal soldiers of Hazel Grove. If His Eminence himself has questioned our guild's activities, then it is a big disgrace for us righteous adventurers. We are law-abiding citizens of the country. Please feel free to inspect the guild premises. I assure you, no illegal activities would be found. I Need to Smash made a compelling performance. Some people in the audience were moved. However, the emissaries from Nine Clouds Kingdom bought none of it. One of the emissaries said, "How dare you despicable thief play innocent?" I Need to Smash pretended to be shocked, as he clutched his heart in pain as he rolled on the ground. Then suddenly he stood up and roared, "Slander!" 15 swords pointed at his throat at that point. And I Need to Smash understood that he was in no position to play games. Hence, he went back to playing victim. He clutched his chest, and through ragged breathing said, "We are the most ideal guild. The most kingdom-centric guild. We are innocent men. We are no thieves. That man with you lies. We have nothing to hide. Please, sire, believe us." It was at this point that guild leader Eluzmashing came out along with guild elders. Eluzmashing was a bit worried that one of the guild members had pissed off some big shot and robbed him or something. Hence he very carefully asked, "I am the guild master. May I know which crime warranted the search of my guild?" The emissaries from Nine Clouds Kingdom were livid now, as there was no limit to how innocent the other party tried to portray themselves as they said. "Does robbing the royal treasury of Nine Clouds Kingdom ring a bell?" Murmurs could be heard everywhere. Robbing the royal treasury? Who did something so amazing? What exactly is going on? PewDiePie's stream had suddenly gained momentum as over 25,000 people were watching his content currently. Everyone commenting enthusiastically about how they felt over the development. Eluzmashing frowned. Then after a while, he had a wide smile. This was a misunderstanding. He was sure that the guild did no such crimes. He could open the guild to investigations without problems. It was then that I Need to Smash creeped beside Eluzmashing and whispered in his ear, "Boss, let's invite the crowd outside to witness the investigation. Since we are innocent, might as well have witnesses and play the victim once we come out clean. Maybe we would gain some popularity and get more recruits." Eluzmashing nodded at the brilliant idea and gladly agreed as he said, "We are a righteous guild. Naturally, we will accept the investigations and cooperate with the search. You may feel free to look around." Then he looked at the assembled crowd and said, "Everyone here is free to come enter the guild premises just for a few hours to witness the investigations and our honesty." Cheers could be heard from the crowd, as they felt very excited. Who would want to waste such a chance? Alas, it would turn out to be that it was the worst decision Eluzmashing made in his entire life, that he would regret forever. // Sorry for the late chapter, guys. I currently have my uni exams ongoing. However, I promise to deliver the 2 bonus chapters due later today itself. Congratulations on hitting both Power Stone and Golden Ticket rankings. / Chapter 146, The Price. The True Elites Guild headquarters. Karna had invited Rudra and the other elders present at the guild to meet inside the guild hall, where everyone was watching PewDiePie's live stream on a monitor. The atmosphere was very lively, as watching the Demolition Boys' impending doom was really funny. Rudra popped in the popcorn as he laughed his butt off seeing the performances of I Need to Smash and Eluzmashing. Especially when Eluzmashing invited the crowd to come be part of the witnessing the investigation. Rudra laughed so hard that he had to leave the room for a while, as his stomach could not take it anymore. He needed a breather from the laughing. However, the moment he came back, he saw I Need to Smash squirming and rolling on the ground while pretending to be grievously wronged. As he shouted, "Slander! This is slander!" Rudra could not wait to see the guy's reaction after they got convicted of the crime. Inside the Demolition Boys' headquarters, the royal guards started finding for the stolen loot everywhere. It was kind of like an income tax raid. Every member was brought to a separate chamber, where they were questioned, their inventories emptied and screened. Now Eluzmashing voluntarily went through the process. And as the guild leader went through the process, naturally the others had to follow. One by one, many members and elders took the screening. Many members were afraid though, as many of the items they possessed were raided from others. What if the royal troops questioned them and jailed them? However, rumors spread inside the member circle that the guards would not question the origin of the loot, if you just tell them that they were given by the guild master as a reward after completing a task. As for the exact origins, they had no idea. Following this many members passed the screening with no problem. Hence the other members also queued up and took the test. However, trouble came when the party where Karna and others gave up their loots voluntarily came for the screening. The guild had a strict policy of handing over all loot that was gained by extortion to the guild warehouse, where according to the value of products given, a coin reward will be issued to the members. But as the coin reward was only 10% the object's worth, Sometimes, the members kept a portion of the loot with themselves as to earn a bit more cash. The group in possession of the jewels from the Nine Clouds Kingdom treasury were one of those greedy adventurers, as they kept a few gems in their possession. The adventurer entered the screening room. The royal guard instructed him to empty his inventory in the bins in front of him. The adventurer complied, as he already knew the answers he was supposed to say. The emissaries from Nine Clouds Kingdom searched the bin as their eyes shined upon finding the jewels branded with the insignia of Nine Clouds Kingdom. Naturally part of the stolen loot from Nine Clouds' royal vault. The emissary looked towards the royal guard and gave him a nod. The nod signified that the object obtained was part of the loot. The eyebrows of the royal guard arched. He had almost thought that the entire process was going to be a waste. The demolition boys looked too calm to have conducted the heist. His experience told him they were innocent. However, now finding the proof, he was shocked for a second. However, years of his training as a guard kicked in as he instantly regained his composure. The guard asked, "This gem, where did you obtain it?" This question was in line with what the guards usually asked every other adventurer during their screening. Hence the adventurer was already prepared. He said, "This gem was awarded to me by the Guildmaster for my meritorious service to the guild." The royal guard made him sign a document regarding the authenticity of the gem, where it stated, "I swear by the honor of my guild and my guild master that the origin of the gem in my hand is as described." The adventurer never heard about anyone else signing such a document. However, it was just a sign. He signed it, and went out of the screening room. However, he wasn't greeted to the sight of an empty room. Rather, 20 royal guards were there to restrain him. As he suddenly got a system message. "You have been apprehended by the government officials for stealing national treasures of a neighboring country. Teleporting to jail in 5.321 inch. Your account has been disabled and jailed for 7 days. What the hell just happened? The adventurer cursed. He was not prepared for the apprehension and account suspending. He tried to log into the game again and again. However, he could not. His account had been disabled for 70 days. Sirens blared as alarms rang. The royal guards moved with force towards the love smashing. Everyone who were busy watching the guards search the premises all gathered at the hall where a love smashing was. Where the guards went. One of the emissaries said, holding a gem in his hand. "One of your guild members has been in possession of the missing loot, and he has a sworn in testimony saying that it was given to him as a reward by the guild master." Anger was evident in the emissary's voice, as his voice contained a tint of killing intent. A love smashing gulped. Things had developed in a direction he did not expect them to develop towards. The idiot must have robbed someone in possession of the gem, is what a love smashing thought. However, it was harder for anyone to buy his "I am innocent" act when one of his men had already been implicated. However, just in time, I Need to Smash came to the rescue as he shouted, "Slander! This is slander of the righteous citizens of Hazelgrove. Oh, the injustice!" The hearsay. The emissaries glared at him angrily. They had enough of this man as they said, "Sue, you still deny? You should really take this chance to confess your crimes and return the stolen goods. It will grant you a reduced sentence. Should we find it ourselves, it would be ugly." I Need to Smash clutched his heart again and spoke in a deep voice. "A hoax. It's a witch hunt." The emissaries sniggered as they said, "Fine. Guild Master Love Smashing. If you are innocent, you shall have no problem letting us go through the guild inventory now. Isn't that right?" Naturally, a Love Smashing knew that although it was a question, he was in no position to decline. As he smiled and said, "Please follow me. // bonus chapter for hitting the Power Stone target. Congratulations, guys. It's been a tough day with my exams ongoing. So I write these chapters between the breaks I take studying. Sorry for the delay. // Chapter 147 caught red-handed. True Elite's headquarters. Purple Haze City. Rudra was leaning on Karna's shoulder. Laughing so hard his eyes started to tear. The entire situation was too funny for him, who is a knowing observer of the situation. Rudra praised Karna and SMG for their work at the heist. Not only did they successfully loot a massive amount of treasures, but they also framed an opposing faction for a crime they did not commit beautifully. But all that aside, Rudra just found the entire situation too damn entertaining. He wanted to see how would a love smashing feel when he opens the guild warehouse to inspection, and stolen goods are found from within. Will he try to flee? Will he try to push the blame? Will he beg for mercy? The elders all had a heated debate as to what outcome was going to occur, as they bet 1,000 gold each on the outcome they think was going to happen. Rudra bet that he would beg for mercy like a dog. Although it was a less probable option, Rudra would enjoy seeing it. Hence, he was rooting for it. The entire room was filled with energy as the love smashing lead the entire group towards the guild warehouse. Everyone wanted to enjoy the moment of impending doom. Outside the warehouse. Demolition Boys headquarters. Outer City. A love smashing said, "Please, due to safety reasons, only the royal guards may enter our warehouse. However, to satisfy the public demand, I will let one of you enter." PewDiePie instantly raised his hand and shouted, "Me, Emma Streamer." A love smashing chose him, as he gave him permission to follow inside the guild warehouse. A love smashing opened the guild warehouse, using the guild sigil and biometric unlock technology. And he led a group of 10 royal guards plus 4 emissaries from Nine Clouds Kingdom and PewDiePie inside. PewDiePie's eyes widened seeing the stacked and beautifully lined up guild warehouse. All kinds of items could be seen inside. Armors, gears, swords, potions, heaps of gold and silver, a few platinum bars, and even some objects PewDiePie had no idea what they were. Most people in the livestream yelped seeing the massive wealth that the first-rate guild possessed. They were all thoroughly impressed. However, Rudra watching on just said, "Poor Dot," when he saw the underwhelming loot that Demolition Boys possessed. The royal guard started to work. They started to search for the loot in an organized manner. However, it did not take long for one of them to find a bag full of stolen gems. The royal guard called an emissary to confirm that this was indeed stolen goods, and once the emissary did confirm, the royal guards clicked his knuckles preparing to pound the flub out of a love smashing. But the guard in charge of the operation knew his duties, as he raised his hand and asked, "What is the origin of this bag?" PewDiePie was capturing every moment, every dialogue from the best possible angle, as suspense built over an unknown bag in the guard's hand. PewDiePie's stream now had over 25 people watching live, and the number increased by the thousands every second. A love smashing naturally had no idea about the origins of that bag. However, he could not just say that he had no idea. It would make him look like a fool inside the live stream. Hence he said, "Whatever it is, must be legally obtained by my guild." The emissary sneered at this remark. It was a sly response. Him using the word legally obtained was especially good. However, to a love smashing's dismay, the captain of the royal guards was even more sly than he was. As he asked, "State the exact time and date of you obtaining this object." A love smashing knew that the object in question was not simple. Looking at the other party's response. Hence, he carefully went to inspect the object in question. He looked at the bag of gems inside. Now, to be honest, he had absolutely no clue where did the guild obtain the gems. But seeing as the matter was about a recently conducted heist of the royal treasury in a neighboring kingdom, a love smashing chose to say, "The guild obtained it a month ago, inside a dungeon." A love smashing was just hoping that his excuse would work. However, it backfired, as the royal guard said, "Guild leader a love smashing, you are a liar and a thief, a disgrace to the Hazel Grove Kingdom, a scum of the society who needs to be purged, with the authority vested in me by Emperor Cervantes 91 himself. I wrote in the 5th. The captain of the royal guard sentenced the guild Demolition Boys to imprisonment and abolition. All members of the guild Demolition Boys who are caught shall be whipped in public before being imprisoned. The guild grounds shall be confiscated, and the treasury shall be awarded to the emissaries from Nine Clouds Kingdom as compensation." A big turn of events. A love smashing was stunned silent. He did not know what to do anymore. Should he get on his knees and beg for mercy? Should he fight back? Should he flee? However, the shock came so hard that he was unable to move. He just stood there silently as the royal guards arrested him. The emissary from Nine Clouds Kingdom shouted with hate, "You are in possession of gems stolen directly from the royal treasury. The heist took place 4 days ago. Yet you claim to have gotten them from a dungeon a month ago, you liar. We knew from the moment we came that you and your guild was full of liars and scammers trying to play the saint. Where is the rest of the loot, you thief? Surrender the loot." The live stream had exploded with comments as the Demolition Boys were being branded as the foolish thieves and idiots. Every Demolition Boys guild member got a system notification that their guild had been blacklisted in Hazel Grove and Nine Clouds Kingdom, and that they would be hunted down by the royal guards. Hence, in the tens of thousands members quit the guild instantly. I Need to Smash kept running around as the royal guards tried to catch him. He kept shouting, "It's a mistake, a miscarriage of justice, a slander." However, the row hall guards were quite fed up of his antics, as he was mercilessly beaten down using a belt and a rope before restraining him. I Need to Smash squirmed every time the belt hit him as he kept yelling, "AG-Chage. It's a hoax. A witch hunt. Ag?" If not for the thousands standing there watching him being beat up, most would have misunderstood the feminine moans he was giving. PewDiePie made sure to capture everything as the guild grounds were confiscated and the others caught by the guards. A love smashing, who had been silent since the verdict, suddenly burst into tears as he said, "My career is over. Boo-hoo. Which idiot stole the gems? I will his mother. I am innocent. My guild robs the weak. We do not rob the powerful. The comment section of PewDiePie flared up after this comment made by a Love to Smash. People labeled him as a trash who deserved it. However, more people were now interested in who actually stole from the royal treasury. However, none of that mattered at the moment as a love smashing. I need to smash. And 7 elders were dragged tied to horses in the streets of Hazelgrove. The NPC citizens threw eggs and rotten tomatoes at them, while many shouted insults like, "Shame on you thieves. Shame to the glorious Hazelgrove kingdom." They were dragged to a public square where punishments were met out, where they were tied and whipped. It was a humiliating moment for a love smashing as millions witnessed his whipping. I need to smash was even worse as he kept on mumbling, "This is a conspiracy." Leading to even harder whips for him. The elders were all crying and covered in snot as they cursed their stars to join Demolition Boys. Finally, a system prompt jolted the party awake. It said, "You have been punished by the Kingdom of Hazelgrove for crimes against the crown. You may choose either of the following punishments. A. 30 levels. 1 tier. B. Account suspension for 120 days. A love smashing wanted to puke seeing the 2 options in front of him. What is this punishment for a crime he did not even commit? Demolition Boys as a guild was over. His career as a guild master was through. Yet vengeance filled his heart for whoever framed him. Hence gritting his teeth. He chose option A as his level dropped back to LV 13 tier 0. Everyone on the whipping stage chose the same option. It was a huge mental blow for them, which would put them back 100 days in the game. However, the ones who staged the entire event were busy laughing and pointing out that none of them predicted that a love smashing would just freeze. Hence Noon won the bet. // Sorry for the late bonus. But this is a bonus for the golden tickets. It's funny how we are very close to getting another one. Keep up the good work. Also, we are really close to the next Power Stone target, so keep the stones pumping // Chapter 148 Aftermath. The aftermath of the entire incident was huge. The Demolition Boys, one of the first-rate guilds, had been disbanded. The guild had nearly 90,000 members previously. However, with the recent shot of funds from Mithun and Bonnie, they had recruited 30,000 more. However, they lost everything in an instant. The guild had a total net worth of $450 billion in fixed and liquid assets. When the worth of every human working for the guild, every single equipment they owned and their tie-up with the alliance, they were valued at $450 billion by various experts. The collapse of the guild came as a huge blow to the alliance, who had just started gaining momentum after the new injection of funds. However, the heaviest blow came to the construction company behind Demolition Boys, as their stock plunged into freefall after investor panic. This was the first case of a billion-dollar corporation facing a 70% value depreciation overnight, and it was influenced due to not a real-world issue, but a virtual world problem. The Economist went crazy, featuring on all media outlets and news interviews, claiming that it was the dawn of a new era, a new reality where the virtual world intricately linked real world. The forums went wild with speculation about who were the real robbers of the royal treasury after a love smashing appeared in a news interview claiming it was not the work of his guild. This stunned more people, as if that was the case, then Omega was a much more complex game than they first gave it credit to. If unexpected plot lines developed as a consequence of some actions, the Demolition Boys guild leader had absolutely no idea as to where the gems in his warehouse came from, and what caused his ruin. However, those who sympathized with him were very, very few. Most people wanted to take this chance and expand their power, as a major party had collapsed. Many second-rate guilds launched a recruitment campaign for guildless Demolition Boys members. Even the once alliance partners all friendly tried to recruit the lost manpower. However, the guild members who quit Demolition Boys were reluctant to join the group. As the saying went, once bitten, twice shy, they were very reluctant to join a big guild again, as most wanted just a peace of mind to game. In the end, only 40,000 of the initial 120,000 joined the alliance. The rest became independent adventurers or joined smaller guilds. Just overnight, the alliance had gone from 7 first-rate guilds to 6 and lost 80,000 members. It was a devastating blow to their overall strength, as even the fishrod obtained in the auction through ardent bidding was confiscated by the royal guards when they raided the Demolition Boys' warehouse. The alliance members cursed their bad luck, and although there was no fraternity amongst the group, they had a sense of anger behind whoever was the cause of the incident. Naturally, many doubted the elites' involvement in the matter. Things got really chaotic and out of control when a video of the elites was released on the forums with Rudra and Karna sitting on a pile of treasure and playing catch with what looked like precious gems, the same kind that brought doom upon Demolition Boys. The video instantly became viral, and was the talking point of everyone. The caption clearly mocked the entire alliance as it said, "One full down. 6 more to go." Clearly this text riled up many alliance members, as this was a blatant disregard of their group. However, the common public was the one that really won in the disputes between the true elites and the alliance, as they enjoyed themselves thoroughly watching the show. On the forums, "Have you guys seen the latest video posted by the elites? They are the dives. F asterisk asterisk asterisk. They stole from the F asterisk 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 ing royal treasury, and even framed an enemy. Too strong. Don't mess with the elites. I warned you all long ago. The alliance is done for. Shikuni is too vicious. I wonder how they pulled the heist off. Someone report them to the authorities. This is a miscarriage of justice. I think it's just a hoax. I don't think the elites can really raid a royal vault. And if they did, they would not be flexing about it. The elites are not idiots. They probably did not steal the gems. However, they took this opportunity to surely infuriate the alliance. They have taunted them now. I can't wait to see how the alliance reacts. There is only 4 days left till the cooldown of the guild war ends. Will the alliance declare war? The alliance are cowards. They don't have the balls to declare war. We want war. We want war. War. The flames of war were lit on the forums as everyone waited for the alliance to respond to the elite's provocation. And response did arrive when the alliance posted this. There are kids calling themselves elites and running around on wolves thinking they are special in Purple Haze City. It's been long due that someone put that rowdy bunch in their place. For the good of entire Purple Haze City, the alliance has taken it upon itself to do exactly that. Since the elites want to go on testing our patience, we inform them in advance that it is indeed thin, and we will declare war come next Saturday. The post was pinned by 23 million players and was on top of the charts. Just below the reply the elites gave them for the same post. The reply the elites gave them was, "Just bring it!" The flames of war were lit. The clash seemed inevitable as tension started to build within Purple Haze. However, another sinister plot brewed in the shadows. Prince Amon planned to dethrone his father tonight, trapping him in an endless illusion with the power of the high-grade illusion jewel in his possession. // We are extremely close to hitting the golden ticket and power stone target for bonuses. Tomorrow is my last exam. So hopefully, I will be able to deliver more bonuses on time as usual after that. Anyway, good job everyone. // Chapter 149 The Takeover. Amon was moving swiftly in the cover of darkness. He was moving towards his father's bedroom inside the castle. Amon was LV 160 Necromancer. And naturally his speed far surpassed the LV 70 guards of the palace, as they were slain even before they could blink. Rahim the librarian/wizard was the follower of the crown prince, and one of the strongest existences in the empire at tier 4 level 230. He was the one who would set up the illusionary formation. Amon's plan of killing the Emperor Cervantes 91 was simple. He did not dare confront the king 1-on-1, or hell even 5-on-1. As he knew the battle prowess of his father, he decided to take a dastardly way to ascend. He decided to trap his father's room in an endless illusion using a powerful formation set up by Rahim, and powered by the red high-grade illusionary stone. It was more of a prison than a death trap. However, without adequate supplies of food and water, it would be only a matter of time before the Emperor's strength started to wane, slowly but surely causing him to die. Without foreign help, breaking the formation from the inside was not possible at tier 4. Hence Amon was confident in his actions. Amon quietly peeked inside the royal bedroom to see his father quietly sleeping. This gave him a sense of relief. He had no qualms as to making his temporary sleep a permanent one and granting him eternal rest. He summoned his best undead death knights and made them guard the corridor. Nobody could interfere now. As Rahim started his chant, Amon detested his father, who was still in the prime of his life, and powerful beyond reason. His father was righteous and talented and wanted Amon to be the same. However, how could Amon be the same? His light shined so bright that Amon could only choose darkness to stand out, ascending to the throne in a perilous time at the young age of 16. His father ruled with absolute authority for close to 70 years. However, even after Amon was now 40, being the crown prince for over 20 years, there was no talks about him ascending. Amon understood at that point that the throne would not be given to him. He would have to take it. An intense desire for the throne propelled his descent to the dark side faster. And after being a necromancer for close to 15 years, his perception towards the dead changed. He did not mourn death, but celebrated it. Perhaps that's what gave him the courage to kill his own father. Rahim started the chant, and the mana density around the room started to change. Cervantes 91 naturally felt something amiss. As he was jolted awake, if he wanted to, he could have dashed out of the room at that point. However, something inside the man broke when he saw his son staring at him with black eyes and an aura of death. He knew what that meant. That his son was a necromancer. Not knowing how to process this information, he stared at his son for a while. And alas, that while was all that Rahim needed to cast the spell. Endless illusion. Boom! Red energy swerved out of the gem as the entire room was covered with red runed and sealed in an endless illusion. Rahim panted, his face pale. Clearly the spell took a lot out of him. He looked towards Amon to gauge his emotions, whether he looked happy or sad. However, Amon was emotionless. As he just said, well, the emperor is dead. Time for the crown prince to take the throne. Rahim bowed politely. This was the guy he backed to get the throne. As to why a tier 4 wizard like him would back a tier 3 necromancer like Amon gain the throne, it was naturally related to someone else pulling the strings behind the scenes. However, his current job was to satisfy Amon's every demand. And he shall do it. The news that the emperor was killed by his own son spread quickly, as Amon did not hide his ascent to the throne. As his class as a necromancer was revealed without hiding, the kingdom plunged into chaos as riots broke out everywhere. The people of Hazelgrove would not acknowledge the murderer and practitioner of dark arts as their emperor. The Church of Life got serious pressure from the public to do something about the situation. But not many knew that the church's hands were tied in this situation. The church had recognized the legitimacy of Prince Amon's claim to the throne when he was made the crown prince. And by law, when the king Cervantes 91 died, he would rightfully claim the throne. They could not challenge it even if his class was a necromancer. A new era had begun in Hazelgrove as the game's first kingdom-wide special event began. Kingdom Notification. The 3-day special event, Mayhem, has started in Hazelgrove Kingdom. Prince Amon and Necromancer is now Emperor. The NPCs of Hazelgrove will riot in challenge of his authority, and the royal guards will take action. The kingdom will be plunged into chaos as all government services will be suspended during this period. The kingdom is lawless during this 3 days. However, beware of your actions, as should imperial order be restored 3 days later, all crime shall be judged by the new emperor. Rudra smiled seeing the notification. It was finally that time. The Alliance's nightmare had just begun, and Rudra would make sure to make it a lot worse for them. // We have hit both the Power Stone and the Golden Ticket targets, and way surpassed the targets both ways. Seems like I can't keep up with you all at all. However, today is the day of my last exams, and we will all celebrate together as today will be a chapter bonanza. Lots of bonuses coming. So buckle up and enjoy. // Chapter 150. The Riots. Riots broke out, and the city was in a complete mayhem. Thousands of NPCs had taken it to the streets to protest against the blood succession. The royal guards had a hard time maintaining order, as the protesters greatly outnumbered the guards. An imperial verdict was brought to bring in the army. But even the army was divided in 2 factions. There was internal turmoil, as several key army figures refused to acknowledge the new monarch as the emperor. The entire kingdom was in a bloody mess, and at the heart of the mess was the Alliance, summoned by Emperor Amon as a reserve force to quell the rebels. They were forced to patrol the streets under the imperial banner. The severe backlash that the guild received from the patrolling had just started. Currently only they faced a severe shortage of manpower, as they were required to patrol 18 areas in the outer district. Hence each guild was made to patrol 3 areas. A guild mission was issued for every member, making it compulsory to take part in the riots. However, the sheer casualty of party members dying and controlling the riots was taking a toll on the guild. The members were losing levels, losing equipment durability, and losing time. Time they could have used leveling. Over 20,000 members died each hour, and the sheer amount of monetary compensations that the guild had to roll out were over 100k gold an hour for deaths. The guilds were bleeding money by the hour as well as deteriorating their overall strength, all in hopes of an ultimate reward to be given at the end of the endeavor. However, Rudra knew that the reward will not be worth it. Rudra instructed the elites to take this time and just do leveling. Stay in the wild and away from the chaotic city as much as possible. Neatwit took his first role as an elder, as he took about 100 guild members under his wing for leveling. Naturally, the guild members found it difficult to keep up with their maniacal leveling freak of a leader, as Neatwit kept grinding mobs after mobs without a single rest. The trolls were hardly his match, as his sword cut through them like butter. This was a much-needed exercise, as every guild member was consciously working hard to increase their strength for the incoming war. However, while the city was plunged into chaos, and the Alliance members had an absolute nightmare handling the riots, the worst was yet to come. Equipping the mask. Rudra changed his ID from Shakuni Augustus one night and started wrecking mayhem on the Alliance patrolling parties. Wearing the true elite's robes, he decisively killed hundreds of patrolling Alliance members. After he had gained the title of honorary bishop, his infamy did not rise by a single point. Hence he slaughtered at will. Currently, he was stalking a group of Alliance members of the Azure Lotus and Real Manchester party members, who had taken to raiding and pillaging NPC stores in the name of patrolling. Rudra hesitated for a second, as the members in front of him were from Yua's guild. Hence, he decided to give them a pass for now. However, an unexpected event changed his decision. The group, which had looted more than 12 NPC stores, now walked towards the Elite Lifestyle store. There were 2 guards guarding the store, however they were no match for the 30 adventurer party armed to the teeth. Under usual circumstances, attacking those guards would have led to reinforcements coming from the Royal Guards division and arrest of the violating parties. However, now that the Royal Guards were busy in handling the riots, and that the city was currently lawless, they dared to attack the Elite Lifestyle store. Rudra glared at the group. The audacity. The previous thoughts of mercy instantly disappeared from his mind, as he felt the need to teach the party a lesson. A member of the Real Manchester Guild said, "I can't wait to raid the True Elite's Lifestyle. They have all kinds of great potions and armors. I really want to upgrade from this trash. Seems like we can now." Hee hee. Sniggers could be heard from the party. The daylight robbery had made them bold. They felt like masters of the world who could do as they pleased. An Azure Lotus member said, "I have been tired of the rich elites. Just a small fry guild, yet they have more money than all of the Alliance combined. Just how good is it to have Ethan Gray as your backer?" Everyone nodded. They were all having a severe inferiority complex to the elites, as everyone here knew that compared to them, they might as well be trash. However, they could not accept that fact. Hence, they credited their success to their backing. If you are reading this book on any site except web novel, you are supporting pirated content. Please do not support piracy. You can read the same content on the original publishing platform web novel. If you are looking for more latest chapters, please read the book on web novel. However, should they learn that the elite's wealth was their own earnings, and the actual amount of assets the guild possessed, their entire worldview might collapse. The elites were richer than the rich, having more money than the entire Alliance's pool combined and doubled, all between 500 odd members. The party looked at the 2 NPC guards with killing intent as the 2 instantly took battle stance. However, at this moment, a figure landed from the neighboring rooftop between them and the guards. A figure whom the Alliance could never forget. That madman. The one with the mask. The one responsible for the death of thousands of Alliance members. The infamous Augustus one night. / bonus chapter for reaching golden ticket target. Insanely enough, we might just hit another one today itself. We have also hit the Power Stone bonus target Sue that is also coming up. My exams are over, Sue, back to grinding chapters. Keep the momentum going, you all. /